The following video content is an audio conversion or audio translation, whatever you want to refer to it as, of Jack Smith's final report regarding the January 6th case involving Donald Trump for a potential insurrection January 6th of 2020. This report was just released on January 13th, 2025. It was released by MSNBC at 10:43 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I will be linking the article in which MSNBC has released this report in the description of this video. If I am able to add a direct link to the report itself, I will do so, but that's if I'm able to do it. So check the description if you would like access to the reading materials. This information is being provided for purposes of public education and ease of access for those who may be learning disabled. This is a complete reading of the entirety of the report that was made available to the public. And it is that information only. It is only the information that has been provided to the public through the courts, through Jack Smith, through MSNBC as of January 13th, 2025. This is an audio conversion only. This is just a simple reading from the beginning to the end of the full report. This information may be difficult to read and understand in the format I am providing it in. However, I have tried to create ease of access for those who may not be able to read or may have difficulty reading. I feel this is important information and that the public has a need and a right to understand what is contained within this document. I have yet to do my research to, explain whether or not the full actual report has been released. My understanding personally from what I've seen so far is that this is like half of the information of what actually took place during this case. But I do not know because I have not spent any time trying to look into that. This is just, I am just providing an audio conversion of this particular file that was provided and that only. With that being said, as far as the readability of the content, like I said, this is exactly verbatim as it is. I did notice that at the bottom of almost every page, at least in the beginning portion of the report, because I haven't even finished reading it, that there is a lot of citations at the bottom of every page. You can reference the original report. If you would like to look at the formatting of the report, the formatting is removed in order for this to be able to be read in its audio format. But everything is there. Nothing has been removed from the report. I did not take any time to remove any citations. That does affect the readability of the content. It makes it a little more difficult to understand. So you're going to hear frequent references of things like SCO, blah, blah, blah. That is going to be references to case information, submissions, etc. This is not changed at all. There is zero modifications. This is just a straight through reading. So I just want to make that clear. With that being said, I am now going to remove myself from the picture and we will now proceed with the reading of Jack Smith's final report from the January 6th insurrection case. For further information regarding this case, you will need to do your own research. This is a reading of the report and that is all.
Delivery by hand. The Honorable Merrick B. Garland, Attorney General of the United States. Robert F. Kennedy, Department of Justice Building, 950 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20530. U.S. Department of Justice. Jack Smith, Special Counsel. January 7, 2025. Final report of the Special Counsel under 28 CFR. Section 600.8. Dear Mr. Attorney General, in the fall of 2022, former President Donald J. Trump was a subject of two separate criminal investigations by the Department of Justice. The first was an investigation into whether any person violated the law in connection with efforts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election. The second investigation focused on the possession of highly classified documents at Mr. Trump's Mar-a-Lago social club following his presidency. On November 15, 2022, Mr. Trump declared his candidacy to unseat President Joseph R. Biden Jr. who had previously stated his intention to stand for re-election. Mr. Trump's announcement created a highly unusual situation in which the department, an agency within the executive branch headed by President Biden, was conducting criminal investigations regarding his newly declared challenger, based on a long-standing recognition that, in certain extraordinary cases, it is in the public interest to appoint a special prosecutor to independently manage an investigation and prosecution. You, as the Attorney General, promptly did so here to underscore the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters. Attorney General Merrick B. Garland remarks on the appointment of a special counsel, Washington, D.C. November 18, 2022. On the day that I was appointed, I pledged that I would exercise independent judgment, follow the best traditions of the Department of Justice, and conduct my work expeditiously and thoroughly to reach whatever outcome the facts and law dictated. With the aid of an outstanding team, that is what I did. Upon my appointment, I organized a staff of experienced career federal prosecutors, and together we conducted the investigations and subsequent prosecutions under our mandate, consistent with the department's traditions of integrity and nonpartisanship that have guided all of us throughout our careers. Attorney General Edward H. Levi, who assumed the department's helm in the wake of Watergate, summed up those traditions best. Oh, nay, paramount concern must always guide our way. This is the keeping of the faith in the essential decency and even-handedness in the law, a faith which is the strength of the law and which must be continually renewed or else it is lost. In a society that too easily accepts the notion that everything can be manipulated, it is important to make clear that the administration of federal justice seeks to be impartial and fair. Address to the Los Angeles County Bar Association, Los Angeles, California, November 18, 1976. Attorney General Levi's remarks, shared 46 years to the day before my appointment, ring as true now as they did then. I have been a career prosecutor in local, national, and international settings over the last 3 decades, working shoulder to shoulder with hundreds of prosecutors in that time. The prosecutors and staff of the Special Counsel's Office are, in my estimation, without peer in terms of accomplishment, capability, judgment, and work ethic. More importantly, in my book, they are people of great decency and the highest personal integrity. The intense public scrutiny of our office, threats to their safety, and relentless unfounded attacks on their character and integrity did not deter them from fulfilling their oaths and professional obligations. These are intensely good people who did hard things well. I will not forget the sacrifices they made and the personal resilience they and their families have shown over the last 2 years. Our country owes them a debt of gratitude for their unwavering service and dedication to the rule of law. Without pause, they have upheld the department's commitment to the impartial and independent pursuit of justice. For that, I am grateful, as I know you are as well. Staffed by some of the most experienced prosecutors in the department, my office operated under the same department policies and procedures that guide all federal prosecutors. The regulations under which I was appointed required that we do so, see 28 CFR. Section 600.7a, and our work benefited from those processes. The department has long recognized that proceeding with uniformity of policy is necessary to the prestige of federal law. Robert H. Jackson, the federal prosecutor, April 1, 1940. As a result, throughout our work we regularly consulted the Justice Manual, the department's publicly available guidebook on policies and procedures, and adhered to its requirements. Our work rested upon the fundamental value of our democracy that we exist as a government of laws and not of men. John Adams, Novinglis, number 7 at 84, Mar. 6, 1775. In making decisions as special counsel, I considered as a first principle whether our actions would contribute to upholding the rule of law and acted accordingly. Our committed adherence to the rule of law is why we not only followed department policies and procedures but strictly observed legal requirements and dutifully respected the judicial decisions and precedents our prosecutions prompted. That is also why, in my decision-making, I heeded the imperative that, no man in this country is so high that he is above the law, United States vs. Lee, I.O. 6 U.S. 196,220, 1882. Simply. 2. Put. The Department of Justice's guiding mandate, which my office strove to uphold, is that power. Politics, influence, status, wealth, fear, and favor should not impede justice under the law. When I assumed responsibility for the matters you assigned to me, I came to the work with no preconceived notion of what the just outcome of the investigations would be. I was not yet familiar with all of the relevant facts and had not yet researched the relevant law. Depending upon what the investigations revealed, I was equally comfortable closing the investigations or moving forward with prosecutions in one or both of the matters, having done both in high-profile matters throughout my career. To make prosecutorial determinations, my office gathered relevant evidence and examined whether that evidence established violations of federal criminal law. In doing so, I was guided by the principles of federal prosecution, a series of considerations designed to promote the fair and even-handed application of the law. As set forth in my report, after conducting thorough investigations, I found that, with respect to both Mr. Trump's unprecedented efforts to unlawfully retain power after losing the 2020 election and his unlawful retention of classified documents after leaving office, the principles compelled prosecution. Indeed, Mr. Trump's cases represented ones in which the offense was the most flagrant, the public harm the greatest, and the proof the most certain. Jackson, the federal prosecutor. As directed by the principles, I made my decision in these cases without regard to Mr. Trump's political association, activities, or beliefs, or the possible personal or professional consequences of a prosecution for me or any member of my office. Justice Manual Section 9-27.260. T. He likelihood of an acquittal due to unpopularity of some aspect of the prosecution or because of the overwhelming popularity of the defendant or his cause, or the converse, were not factors in my prosecutive decisions. ID. Section 9-27.220, comment. My office also adhered at all times to the department's policy against interfering in elections. As a former chief of the department's public integrity section, it was important to me, as it is to you, that we adhere to both the letter and spirit of this policy. I can assure you that neither L nor the prosecutors on my team would have tolerated or taken part in any action by our office for partisan political purposes. Throughout my service as special counsel, seeking to influence the election one way or the other, or seeking to interfere in its outcome, played no role in our work. My office had one North Star: to follow the facts and law wherever they led. Nothing more and nothing less. While I relied greatly on the counsel, judgment, and advice of our team, I want it to be clear that the ultimate decision to bring charges against Mr. Trump was mine. It is a decision I stand behind fully. To have done otherwise on the facts developed during our work would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and a public servant. After nearly 30 years of public service, that is a choice I could not abide. It is equally important for me to make clear that nobody within the Department of Justice ever sought to interfere with, or improperly influence, my prosecutorial decision-making. The regulations under which I was appointed provided you with the authority to countermand my Decisions, 28 CFR. Section 600.7, but you did not do so. Nor did you, the Deputy Attorney General, or members of your staff ever attempt to improperly influence my decision as to whether to bring 3. charges against Mr. Trump. And to all who know me well, the claim from Mr. Trump that my decisions as a prosecutor were influenced or directed by the Biden administration or other political actors is, in a word, laughable. While we were not able to bring the cases we charged to trial, I believe the fact that our team stood up for the rule of law matters. I believe the example our team set for others to fight for justice without regard for the personal costs matters. The facts, as we uncovered them in our investigation and as set forth in my report, matter. Experienced prosecutors know that you cannot control outcomes, you can only do your job the right way for the right reasons. I conclude our work confident that we have done so, and that we have met fully our obligations to the department and to our country. Accompanying this letter, I am providing you a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by the Special Counsel, 28 CFR. Section 600.8. The report consists of 2 volumes. Volume 1 addresses the election case, and Volume 2 addresses the classified documents case. I understand that you are considering whether all or part of my report can be made public, consistent with applicable legal restrictions. See 28 CFR. Section 600.9, c. Both volumes minimize the identification of witnesses and co-conspirators, consistent with accepted department practice, and we have provided a redacted version of Volume 2 that identifies certain information that remains under seal or is restricted from public disclosure by Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6, e. Because Volume 2 discusses the conduct of Mr. Trump's alleged co-conspirators in the classified documents case, Waltin Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, consistent with department policy, Volume 2 should not be publicly released while their case remains pending. Though not required, prior to finalizing the report, my office provided an opportunity for counsel for Mr. Trump to review both volumes, and for counsel for his former co-defendants in the classified documents case, Mr. Nauta and Mr. de Oliveira, to review Volume 2. After their review, counsel for Mr. Trump wrote a letter to you, and we have provided a written response to you, both of which you will find as an addendum to the report. With this report, my service and the service of my staff is complete. I thank you for the trust you placed in me and my team, and for affording us the independence necessary to conduct our work. Public service is a privilege, and we deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve our nation in seeking to uphold the rule of law. Since 1 quarter. T__Smith. 4. Final report on the Special Counsel's investigations and prosecutions. Volume 1. The election case. Report on efforts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election or the certification of the Electoral College vote. Held on January 6, 2021. Special Counsel Jack Smith. Submitted pursuant to 28 CFR. Section 600.8, c. Washington, D.C. January 7, 2025. Table of Contents. Volume 1. The election case. 1. I. The results of the investigation. 2. A. Mr. Trump's pressure on state officials. 8. B. Mr. Trump's fraudulent elector plan. 11. C. Mr. Trump's misuse of official power through the Justice Department. 16. D. Mr. Trump's pressure on the Vice President. 20. E. Mr. Trump's supporters attack the United States Capitol. 23. 2. The law. 33. A. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, 18 U.S.C. Section 371. 34. B. Obstruction and conspiracy to obstruct, 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, K, and C, 2. 45. C. Conspiracy against rights, 18 U.S.C. Section 241. 49. D. Defenses. 53. E. Other charges. 61. F. Co-conspirator liability. 67. 3. The principles of federal prosecution. 68. A. Prosecuting Mr. Trump served multiple substantial federal interests. 69. 1. The substantial federal interest in protecting the integrity of the electoral process and the peaceful transfer of power was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. 69. 2. The substantial federal interest in counting every citizen's vote was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. 74. 3. The substantial federal interest in protecting election officials and other government officials from violence was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. 75. 4. The substantial federal interest in the even-handed administration of the law was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. 83. B. Mr. Trump was not subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction. 87. C. There was no adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. 88. D. Mr. Trump's conduct had no historical analog. 90. IV. Investigative procedure and policy. 92. A. The investigative process. 92. B. Investigative and prosecutive procedures in an election year. 95. 1. The Department's election year sensitivities policy. 96. 2. Pre-indictment procedures. 99. 3. Post-indictment procedures. 100. V. Investigative challenges and litigation issues. 107. A. Pre-indictment litigation with third parties. 108. 1. The Twitter, X search warrant. 108. 2. Legislative privilege under the speech or debate clause. 110. B. Threats and harassment of witnesses. 112. C. Mr. Trump's claims of executive privilege. 116. D. Presidential immunity. 122. 1. Prosecutorial decisions during the charging stage. 123. 2. Immunity litigation. 126. 3. Unresolved issues regarding presidential immunity. 132. V. Conclusion. 136. Appendix. Key filings in significant litigation. 138. 11. Volume 1. The election case. On November 18, 2022, the Attorney General appointed the special counsel to oversee an ongoing investigation into whether any person or entity violated the law in connection with efforts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power following the 2020 presidential election or the certification of the Electoral College vote held on or about January 6, 2021. See Office of the Attorney General, Order Number 55592022, Appointment of John L. Smith as Special Counsel. November 18, 2022. As a result of that investigation, on August 1, 2023, a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia charged Donald J. Trump with 4 felony offenses arising from his efforts to unlawfully retain power by using fraud and deceit to overturn the 2020 election results. After the Supreme Court held last summer that Mr. Trump was immune from prosecution for certain misuse of official power alleged in the indictment, a second grand jury found probable cause to return a superseding indictment charging the same offenses based on his non-immunized conduct. Mr. Trump was thereafter re-elected as President of the United States, and as a result, on November 25, 2024, the special counsel moved to dismiss the case against Mr. Trump because of the Department of Justice's long-standing position that the Constitution forbids the federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president. This volume focuses on the election case against Mr. Trump and, consistent with the applicable regulations, provides an explanation of the prosecution decisions reached by the special counsel. See 28 CFR. Section 600.8, c. The first section of this volume sets forth a summary of key facts gleaned from the investigation, a vast majority of which are already a matter of public record through the litigation that occurred before the district court. The second section discusses the statutes that Mr. Trump was charged with violating, applying the facts developed during the investigation to the law as the special counsel's office, the office, understood it. This section also addresses other charges that the office considered but did not pursue, and the defenses that the office expected Mr. Trump to raise at trial. The third section explains why the special counsel's decision to prosecute Mr. Trump was fully consistent with and indeed was compelled by the principles of federal prosecution. The fourth section describes the office's investigative procedures and policies. Finally, the fifth section of this volume discusses a series of investigative and prosecutive issues that the office confronted in the election case. The results of the investigation. 1. In 2020, then-President Donald J. Trump ran for re-election against Joseph R. Biden Jr. Mr. Trump lost. 2. As alleged in the original and superseding indictments, substantial evidence demonstrates that Mr. Trump then engaged in an unprecedented criminal effort to overturn the legitimate results of the election in order to retain power. 3. Although he did so primarily in his private capacity as a candidate, and with the assistance of multiple private co-conspirators, Mr. Trump also attempted to use the power and authority of the United States government in furtherance of his scheme, as set forth in the original and superseding indictments, when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed. He went IED to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. This included attempts to induce state 1. This section of the report summarizes the evidence uncovered by the office's investigation, and therefore includes conduct for which the Supreme Court later held Mr. Trump to be immune from prosecution. See Trump v. United States, 603 U.S. 593, 597, 2024. That conduct is not included in the superseding indictment that the office obtained after the Supreme Court's decision, CECF number 226, nor is that conduct included in the discussion below regarding why the evidence warranted criminal charges under the principles of federal prosecution. Unless otherwise noted, all ECF citations in this volume of the report are to the docket in United States v. Trump, number 23 crossing-257, DDC 2 SC 000701211 at 7, Federal Election Commission, Election Results for 2020 Federal Elections. 3. An indictment is an allegation, not a verdict. A person accused of a crime is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The office was prepared to present the evidence of Mr. Trump's alleged crimes in a public adversarial trial and to accept any verdicts rendered by a jury of his peers. As explained below, the office commenced prosecution of Mr. Trump in the election case under both the original and superseding indictments, because it concluded that the admissible evidence would be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. See Justice Manual Section 9 to 27.220 and Infra at Section 3. 2. Officials to ignore true vote counts, to manufacture fraudulent slates of presidential electors in 7 states that he had lost, to force Justice Department officials and his own Vice President, Michael R. Pence, to act in contravention of their oaths and to instead advance Mr. Trump's personal interests, and, on January 6, 2021, to direct an angry mob to the United States Capitol to obstruct the congressional certification of the presidential election and then leverage rioters' violence to further delay it. 4. In service of these efforts, Mr. Trump worked with other people to achieve a common plan, to overturn the election results and perpetuate himself in office. These individuals included co-conspirator 1, a private attorney who was willing to spread knowingly false claims and pursue strategies that Mr. Trump's campaign attorneys would not. Co-conspirator 2, a private attorney who devised and attempted to implement a strategy to leverage the vice president's ministerial role in the certification proceeding to obstruct the certification. Co-conspirator 3, a private attorney whose unfounded claims of election fraud Mr. Trump privately acknowledged were crazy, but which he embraced and publicly amplified. Nonetheless, co-conspirator 4, a Justice Department official who worked on civil matters and who, with Mr. Trump, attempted to use the Justice Department to open sham election crime investigations and influence state legislatures with knowingly false claims of election fraud. Co-conspirator 5, a private attorney who assisted in devising and attempting to implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding, and co-conspirator 6, a private political consultant who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. 5. The through line of all of Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of election. 4. ECF No. 1 at 110, ECF number 226 at 111, CECF No. 252 at 3. 5. ECF number 1 at 18, ECF No. 226 at 19, CECF No. 252 at 4. 3. Fraud, and the evidence shows that Mr. Trump used these lies as a weapon to defeat a federal government function foundational to the United States democratic process. 6. Mr. Trump's false claims included dozens of specific claims regarding certain states, such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for Mr. Trump to votes against him. 7. These claims were demonstrably and, in many cases, obviously false. 8. The office investigated whether Mr. Trump believed the claims he made. Evidence from a variety of sources established that Mr. Trump knew that there was no outcome-determinative fraud in the 2020 election, that many of the specific claims he made were untrue, and that he had lost the election. He knew this because some of the highest-ranking officials in his own administration, including the vice president, told him directly that there was no evidence to support his claims. 9. Mr. Trump's private 6. CECF No. I. ECF No. 226. Mr. Trump's conduct with co-conspirator 4 was charged in the original indictment. ECF number I, but not in the superseding indictment, ECF number 226, because the Supreme Court held in the interim that Mr. Trump's conduct regarding the Department of Justice was immunized. Trump, 603 U.S. at 597. 7c, e.g., ECF No. 252 at IO, SCOO 2244118 at 11 to 12, 14 to 19, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021, SCOO 49494I8 at 04, 1522 to 431, 46. Video of Save America Rally 0 the 6th of January 202. SC0049764662 at I-834 to 1912. Video of speech at White House the 2nd of December 2020, SC00455939, Donald J. Trump tweet November 19, 2020. SC0049766283 at 1 hour 0 minutes and 43 seconds to 1 hour 14 minutes and 24 seconds. Video of Dalton, Goss speech the 4th of January 2021, SC0049766275 at 2200 to 2240. Video of Valdosta, Georgia speech the 5th of December 2020, SC0004554041, Donald J. Trump tweet 0 the 2nd of January 2021, SC0004566153. Donald J. Trump tweet the 12th of November 2020, SC0004561444, Donald J. Trump tweet November 13, 2020, SC0004561002. Donald J. Trump tweet November 14, 2020, SC0004566066, Donald J. Trump tweet November 15, 2020, SC0004555969. Donald J. Trump tweet November 18, 2020, SC0049762266 at 2010-37 to 50. Video of Thanksgiving call to troops. November 26, 2020. 8 Compare SC0022441118 at 11:19. Remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 0L06, 2021. Mr. Trump, asserting on January 6 that there were 205,000 more votes than voters in Pennsylvania, with SC00709557 at 156. SJC Trail, stating that Mr. Trump was told on January 3 that the allegation that there were more votes than voters in Pennsylvania was untrue. See also SC0049764559 at 2 hours 6 minutes and 23 seconds to 2 hours 7 minutes and 0 seconds. Video of Arizona state hearing. November 30, 2020, co-conspirator I stating that there could have been 5 million illegal aliens in Arizona, and a few 100,000 of those who fraudulently voted, even though the state had a total population of approximately 7.4 million. 9C, e.g., ECF no. I at 111, CECF no. 252 at 10 to 14 and NN.29 to 53. SCO00014655 at 37 to 44. SCO00689680. Michael Balsamo, disputing Trump, Barr says no, widespread election fraud, Associated Press, Dec. I, 2020. SCO00764172 at 21 to 25, HSC Trail, SCO11506911 at 96 to 97, 116, 125, int. Trail, SCO04957448 at 28 to 31, SJC Trail. SCO00775937 at 57 to 64, HSC Trail, SCO04952679. Tweet November 17, 2020, SCO12929351. Tweet the 12th of November 2020, SCO4. Advisors, both within and outside of his campaign, told him the same. 10 On November 13, his own campaign conceded its litigation in Arizona, a state pivotal to his re-election prospects. 11. State officials and legislators whom Mr. Trump pressured to change vote tallies or stop certifications of results rebuffed him and informed him that his fraud claims were wrong, both privately and through public statements. 12 Mr. Trump also monitored legal developments. 030369330, Joint Statement on Election Security, the 12th of November 2020, SCO 00003294 at 37, 39 to 43, SCO 00015002 at 22 to 24. SCO 12,920,242 at 1 to 7, int. Rep. SCO 00006256 at 46 to 47, 59, 74 to 76. 10C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 9 to 14 and NN.29 to 53, 17 to 18 and N.69, 21 and N.95, 25, SCO 12,920,242 at 1 to 7, int. Rep. 11 CECF No. 252 at 9 and N.24, Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. V. Hobbs, number CV 2020-014248, transcript of Proceedings, Maricopa County, Arizona. Super Court. November 13, 2020, Hobbs, number CV 2020-014248, docket code 042. Maricopa County, Arizona. Super Court. November 13, 2020. 12 CECF No. 252 at 14 and NN.52 to 53, see also, e.g., SCO 00829361 at 17, HSC Trail, state legislator told Mr. Trump that he primarily lost Michigan because of two counties that are routinely Republican counties. And more. Specifically, he underperformed with educated females, SCO 11,509,450 at 25, int. Trail, state legislator told Mr. Trump that state officials had not seen evidence of widespread fraud, SCO 0495353, Joint Statement November 20, 2020. State legislators' statement that they are unaware of any information that would change the outcome of the election. In Michigan, and noting legislative review of the state's elections process, SCO 049522823, statement the 4th of December 2020. State legislator citing U.S. Attorney General's statement that he had not seen outcome determinative election fraud. SCO 067302226, letter to Maricopa County Voters LL, L7, 2020, noting no evidence of fraud or misconduct or malfunction in the over 2 million ballots cast. SCO 0061461 at 1335, tweets the 1st of December 2020, describing Arizona election security measures, including poll ID and hand-conducted signature review, SCO 049572881, Georgia. Secretary of State News Release L0, 23/2020, refuting that electronic ballot marking is particularly vulnerable to cyber attack, SCO 0495739, Georgia Secretary of State News Release 5 November 2020, noting ballot count progress and listing voting security measures, SCO 12,876,768, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference. 6 November 2020, giving numbers of rejected ballots from unregistered and non-citizen voters, and partially counted ballots from out-of-precinct voters, SCO 12,876,769, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference. 9 November 2020, refuting allegations about ballot counting at State Farm Arena, software malfunctions, more votes than voters, and ballot harvesting, among others, SCO 12,876,771, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference. 12 November 2020, addressing decision to conduct risk-limiting audit, explaining under voting in presidential race Refuting allegations that computers and software flipped votes, SCOO4957154, Georgia Secretary of State News. Release November 18, 2020, explaining that 2020 election absentee ballot rejection rate was equivalent to that in the 2018 general election, SCOO4957I57, Georgia Secretary of State News. Release November 19, 2020, risk-limiting audit results. Confirmed machine ballot count results, SCOO4957179, Georgia Secretary of State News. Release 7 December 2020. Hand recount and formal recount requested by Mr. Trump's campaign. Confirmed original election results. Co-conspirator 3's lawsuit dismissed, SCOO4976277, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference. I-2071220, refuting allegations about vote-switching algorithms and secret suitcases of ballots at State Farm Arena, and noting that in-person voting always requires identification, SCO12896570, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference December 16, 2020, stating that hand vote count confirmed machine count, signature matching was performed, there were no votes flipped, and full video of vote counting at State Farm Arena confirmed no wrongdoing. SCOO4957276, Georgia Secretary of State News. Release December 29, 2020, recounts and signature audit. Confirmed original Georgia election results and signature matching in Cobb County, found no fraudulent ballots. SCOO4976281, video of interview 2 January 2021, election audit and full recount confirmed that Mr. Trump lost in 5. regarding the election and was on notice that state and federal courts rejected every post-election lawsuit that Mr. Trump and his allies filed claiming outcome-determinative election fraud. 13. Mr. Trump and co-conspirators could not have believed the specific fraud claims that they were. Georgia election, SCO 12,998,394, trail of Georgia Secretary of State call 0 2 January 2021, SCOO 4976282, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference 4 January 2021, among other issues, refuting specific allegations about Dominion voting machines, State Farm Arena ballot counting, convicted felons voting 74 at most, not 2,506. Underage voters 0, not 66,248, unregistered voters 0, not 2,423, voting past the registration deadline 0, not 4,926, SCOO 4955691. Michigan Secretary of State web page 6 November 2020, voting machine software did not malfunction, no ballots were backdated, SCO 12,876,350, Michigan Secretary of State web page 8 December 2020. Noting that Antrim County reporting error was accidental human error and citing U.S. Attorney General, FBI, and CISA view that 2020 election was the most secure election in our nation's history and, despite unprecedented scrutiny, there has been no evidence of widespread fraud identified whatsoever. SCOO 2243762, Michigan. Attorney General and Secretary of State news release December 14, 2020, affirming that the general election in Michigan and across the country was the most secure in the nation's history. SCOO 4957382, Michigan Secretary of State. Web page December 17, 2020, hand audit confirmed Antrim County election results and showed Dominion machines accurately calculated results. SCO 12,839,140, Michigan Secretary of State web page December 18, 2020, stating that final numbers from Antrim County hand tallied audit yesterday continue to affirm the accuracy of the November 3 General Election Certified Results, SC0029630078, video of statement by City Clerk in Rochester Hills, Michigan, stating that, here were no missing ballots, and, he accusation that 2,000 ballots were found is categorically false. SC0049574113, New Mexico Secretary of State News release December 14, 2020, announcing that New Mexico's electoral votes went to Mr. Biden and that the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. SCO 12,876,770, video of interview of Philadelphia City Commissioner with CNN the 11th of November 2020, stating that there were no dead voters and no provisional ballots cast by ineligible voters and confirming that W.E. just had the most transparent and secure election in the history of Philadelphia. SCO 12,929,345, tweet November 27, 2020, Philadelphia City Commissioner responding to Mr. Trump's November 27, 2020 tweet and confining, not only is there no evidence of massive voter fraud in Philadelphia, but there haven't been any documented instances in the many lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania. SC00 49560023, Pennsylvania Department of State Public Response Statement December 29, 2020. Refuting misinformation in letter from Republican lawmakers that state data was contradicted by county-level data. And explaining the state's risk-limiting audit to ensure accurate vote counts. SCO 12,837,952, Wisconsin Elections Commission webpage the 5th of November 2020, impossible to have more votes than voters, and no absentee ballots were found. In the middle of the night, SCO 12,848,641, Wisconsin Elections Commission webpage the 10th of November 2020, no credible evidence to undermine unofficial election results or support allegations of widespread election issues, only registered voters can request absentee ballots, and ballot signatures can never be added by poll workers. SCO 12,838,580, Wisconsin Elections Commission webpage December 16, 2020, Dominion machines did not flip votes, 200,000 people did not illegally vote without identification, and absentee ballots were not issued without a ballot application. SCO 12,845,421, Nevada Secretary of State Facts vs. Myths release December 18, 2020, we have yet to see any evidence of widespread fraud. We have not been presented with evidence of non-citizens voting in the 2020 election. 13C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 18, 36 to 37 and NN.181 to 183, 41 and NN.207 to 208, 44 to 45 and NN.227 to 230, SC000455,873. SCO 12,987,569, Donald J. Trump tweet November 21, 2020, about failed Pennsylvania lawsuit, SC000455,356. SCO 12,858,834, Donald J. Trump tweet the 12th of December 2020, about failed Supreme Court lawsuit, SC000455,197. SC000455,196, SCO00455195, SCO12987423, SCO12987422, SCO 12,987,421, Donald J. Trump tweets. December 21, 2020, about failed Wisconsin lawsuit, SCO00790949 at 170 to 171, HSC Trail. Senior advisor noting that, in Mr. Trump's presence, he challenged co-conspirator 3 about losing lawsuits across the country. SCO-000142005 at 7 to 8. 6. Making because the numbers they touted, for instance, of dead voters in a particular state frequently vacillated wildly from day to day or were objectively impossible. 14 including 4. Example, co-conspirator 3's claims about voting machines that Mr. Trump privately acknowledged sounded crazy. 15 before he publicly amplified them. 16 finally, at times, Mr. Trump made comments implicitly acknowledging that he knew he had lost the election. 4. Example, in a January 3, 2021 Oval Office meeting regarding a national security matter, Mr. Trump stated in part, "It's too late for us. We're going to give that to the next guy," meaning President-elect Biden. 17. Mr. Trump aimed his deceit at the United States process of collecting, counting, and certifying votes, which flows from the Constitution and a federal law enacted in 1887 called the Electoral Count Act, ECA. The Constitution provides that the United States President is selected through the votes of individuals called electors and that each state determines how to appoint its electors. 18 Through state laws, all 50 states and the District of Columbia have chosen to select electors based on the popular vote. 19 Therefore, after Election Day, pursuant to 14C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 15 and NN.55 to 59, Arizona, id. At 21 and N.96, 30 and N.142, 122 to 123 and N.592, Georgia. 4. Arizona, C, e.g., SCOO 4976384 at 2047, Common Sense Episode 89 November 25, 2020, 36,000, SCOO 4976459 at 2 hours 6 minutes and 23 seconds to 2 hours 7 minutes and 0 seconds, video of Arizona State hearing November 30, 2020, a few hundred thousand, SCOO 6628641 at 1852 to 1942, War Room Episode 608 December 24, 2020, about 250,000, SCOO 6628646 at 35, 19-35 to 45, War Room. Episode 625 the 2nd of January 2021, 32,000, SCOO 2244118 at 17, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021, 36,000. Additional examples are discussed below. C, e.g., infra at NN.155 to 158, Georgia. 15 CECF No. 252 at 44 and N.224, SCO 11,523,477 at 94 to 103, int. Trail. 16 CECF No. 252 at 44 to 45 and NN.227 to 229, SCO 00455825, Donald J. Trump retweet November 24, 2020. SCO 12,858,284, tweet November 24, 2020, showing Donald J. Trump retweet, SCO 004555769, SCO 12,858,342, Donald J. Trump retweet November 26, 2020, SCO 049493995 at 3, remarks by Mr. Trump on the presidential election. The 2nd of December 2020, SCO 2244118 at 18 to 19, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. 17 CECF No. 1 at if 83. 18 U.S. Const. Art. 2, Section L. 19 ECF number. 1 at if 9, ECF number. 226 at if 10, CECF no. 252 at 4, about the electors, National Archives. https://www.archives.gov/electoral-college/electors see also Chia, Allah vs. Washington, 591 U.S. 578, 581, 584-85 in N.1, 2020. 7. The ECA, each state formally determines or ascertains its electors based on the popular vote. The ascertained electors meet on a day determined by the ECA and cast their votes based on their state's popular vote, and the ascertained electors mail their electoral votes, along with a certification from the state executive that they are the state's legitimate electors, to the United States Congress to be counted and certified in an official proceeding. 20. The Constitution and ECA provide that on the 6th of January following Election Day, the Congress meets for that certification proceeding, which is presided over by the Vice President as President of the Senate. The legitimate electors' votes are opened and counted, and the winner is certified. 21. Until Mr. Trump obstructed it, this democratic process had operated in a peaceful and orderly manner for more than 130 years. A. Mr. Trump's pressure on state officials. One of Mr. Trump's efforts to change the results of the election involved targeting the electoral process at the state level through politically aligned state officials. Mr. Trump contacted state legislators and executives, pressured them with false claims of election fraud in their states, and urged them to take action to ignore the vote counts and change the results. 22. Significantly, he made election claims only to state legislators and executives who shared his political affiliation and were his political supporters, and only in states that he had lost. 23. 20 Electoral Count Act, 3 U.S.C. Sections 5 to 11. 21 U.S. Const. Amend. 11 Pound, Electoral Count Act, 3 U.S.C. Section 15. 22 CECF No. 252 at 16 to 35, c. e.g., SCO 12,733,339 at 3 to 6, 13 to 15, int. Rep. SCO 00767550 at 10 to 18, HSC Trail. SCO 129,983-94, Trail. Of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 of January 2021, SCO 00829336I at 8, II, 15 to 24, HSC Trail. 23 CECF No. 252 at 16, SCO 12,733,339 at 3 to 5, int. Rep. SCO 02296394 at 6, Presidential Daily Diary. I. 9 January 2020, SCO 00829361 at 9 to 10, HSC Trail, SCO 00767550 at 9 to 12, 18, HSC Trail, SCO 02295943 at 3. Presidential Daily Diary November 22, 2020, SCO 0230I680 at 3, Presidential Daily Diary 8 December 2020, SCO 11509225I. At 38 to 39, 43, int. Trail, SCO 12,998,394, Trail. Of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 January 2021. 8. For instance, Mr. Trump and co-conspirator 1 called the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives on November 22 and used false fraud claims to try to convince the Speaker to call the state legislature into session and replace Arizona's legitimate electors with Mr. Trump's illegitimate ones. 24 Co-conspirator 1 tried to coerce the Arizona Speaker, including by telling We're all kind of Republicans and we need to be working together. 25. The Arizona Speaker refused to do what he was asked and requested that co-conspirator 1 provide evidence to support his fraud claims. 26. Co-conspirator 1 not only failed to ever provide such evidence, but he conceded to the Arizona Speaker at an in-person meeting a week later that, we don't have the evidence, but we have lots of theories. 27. Despite this lack of fraud evidence, Mr. Trump and others continued to pressure the Arizona Speaker to overturn the election results. 28. Mr. Trump similarly leaned on other state officials, always those of the same political party. On January 2, 2021, just days before the election results were to be certified, he called Georgia's Secretary of State and pressed him to find 11,780 votes, Mr. Biden's margin of victory in the state. 29. When the Secretary of State refuted Mr. Trump's false fraud claims, Mr. Trump issued a threat, stating that because the Secretary of State knew what they did in year 24 CECF No. 252 at 19 and NN.77 to 79, SCOO2295943 at 3, Presidential Daily Diary November 22, 2020, SCO00767550 at 9 to 12, 18, HSCTR 25 CECF No. 252 at 19 and N.80, SCO00767550 at 15 to 16, HSC Trail 26 CECF No. 252 at 19 and N.81, SCO00767550 at 10 to 12, 15 to 16, HSC Trail, SCO00715584, Arizona House Speaker News Release the 4th of December 2020, I and my fellow legislators swore an oath to support the U.S. Constitution and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. It would violate that oath, the basic principles of Republican government, and the rule of law if we attempted to nullify the people's vote based on unsupported theories of fraud. 27 CECF No. 252 at 19 and NN.82, 84, SCO00767550 at 12 to 13, 35 to 36, HSC Trail 28 CECF No. 252 at 20 to 21 and NN.88 to 91, SCO00455536, SCO 12,987,478, Donald J. Trump retweet the 6th of December 2020. SCO00455538, SCO 12,858,634, Donald J. Trump tweet the 6th of December 2020, SCO 00767550 at 43 to 49, HSC Trail. SCO 11,540,788 at 51 to 53, int. Trail. 29 CECF No. 252 at 29 and NN.134, 137, SCO 00825967 at 105 to 107, 123 to 124, HSC Trail, SCO 12,998,394 at 12, Trail. Of Georgia Secretary of State call 0L02-202I. 9. Not reporting it. That's a criminal offense. And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you. 30. Mr. Trump also pressed state legislators in Michigan by inviting them to the White House on November 20, raising false claims of election fraud, and bringing co-conspirator 1 into the meeting by phone. 31. Michigan's Senate Majority Leader told Mr. Trump that he had lost the election not because of fraud, but because he had underperformed with educated females, an assessment that displeased Mr. Trump. 32. Mr. Trump engaged in these efforts even though trusted state and party officials had told him from the outset that there was no evidence of fraud in the election. In Arizona, Mr. Trump called the governor on November 9, a week after Election Day, and after both Fox News and the Associated Press had projected that Mr. Trump had lost the state. 33 Using a baseball metaphor, the governor told Mr. Trump that it was the ninth inning, 2 outs, and he was several runs down. 34 During the call, Mr. Trump raised false claims of election fraud. The governor asked Mr. Trump to send evidence of the alleged fraud, and Mr. Trump suggested he would do so. 35. He never did. 36 In Pennsylvania, just 2 days after the election, the chairman of the state's Republican Party, who had represented Mr. Trump in previous election litigation, refuted Mr. 30 CECF No. 252 at 30 and N.144, SCO 12,998,394 at 12, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 January 2021. 31 CECF No. 252 at 32 and NN.157 to 159, SCO 11,532,925 at 53 to 56, int. Trail, SCO 00829361 at 15 to 24, HSC Trail. 32 CECF No. 252 at 32 to 33 and NN.160 to 161, SCO 00829361 at 16 to 18, HSC Trail. 33 CECF No. 252 at 17 and N.63, SCO 12,733,339 at 3 to 5, int. Rep. SCO 02296394 at 6, Presidential Daily Diary. The 9th of November 2020, see also Democrats flip Arizona as Iden, Kelly score key election wins, Fox News, November 3, 2020. https://www.foxnews.com/video/6206934979001 Jonathan J. Cooper and Anita Snow, Iden wins Arizona, flips longtime Republican stronghold, AP News, November 4, 2020. https://apnews.com/article/election-2020-Joe-Biden Donald Trump race and ethnicity legislature 218 ad 4D 596 E87 C6B1A 223 FL9 F8 L7776E 34 CECF No. 252 at 17 and N.66, SCO 12,733,339 at 14, int. Rep. 35 CECF No. 252 at 17 and NN.67 to 68, SCO 12,733,339 at 4, int. Rep. 36 CECF No. 252 at 17 and N.68, SCO 12,733,339 at 4, int. Rep. Trump's claim that it was suspicious that his early lead was slipping away. 37 The chairman explained that there were still roughly 1,750,000 mail-in ballots being counted, which were expected to weigh heavily in Mr. Biden's favor. 38 In the course of conversations like these, state officials better positioned than Mr. Trump to know the facts in their states repeatedly told Mr. Trump that his fraud claims were unfounded and that there was no evidence of substantial election fraud in their states. And apart from Georgia's Secretary of State, Mr. Trump never contacted other election officials to determine whether there was merit to any specific allegation of election fraud in their states, even though they would have been the best sources to confirm or refute such claims. B. Mr. Trump's fraudulent elector plan. As December 14, the date the ECA required each state's electors to vote and send their certificates of vote to Congress approached, Mr. Trump and co-conspirators launched another plan. Under this plan, they would organize the people who would have served as Mr. Trump's electors, had he won the popular vote, in 7 states that Mr. Trump had lost: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and cause them to sign and send to Washington false certifications claiming to be the legitimate electors. 39. Ultimately, as explained below, Mr. Trump and co-conspirators used the fraudulent certificates to 37 CECF No. 252 at 37 to 38 and NN.187 to 190, SCO 0001696 at 10 to 11, 19 to 23, SCO 023000357 at 3 to 4, Presidential Daily Diary, the 6th of November 2020. 38 CECF No. 252 at 38 and N.190, SCO 000I6926 at 21. 39 CECF No. 252 at 48, 56 and N.301, SCO 023413881. Fraudulent, Arizona's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 023413886. Fraudulent, Georgia's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 0234138. Fraudulent, Michigan's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 023414415. Fraudulent, Nevada's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 0234149. Fraudulent, New Mexico's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 0234145. Fraudulent, Pennsylvania's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 023414449. Fraudulent, Wisconsin's electoral votes for president and vice president. 11. Try to obstruct the congressional certification proceeding. The fraudulent elector plan's arc is reflected in a series of memoranda drafted in late November and early December by co-conspirator 5, who initially portrayed it as a contingency to preserve the possibility that Mr. Trump's electors' votes would be counted on January 6 if he prevailed in ongoing election litigation. 40. But as described below, the plan quickly transformed into a corrupt strategy to obstruct the certification proceeding and overturn the valid election results. 41. Mr. Trump set the fraudulent elector plan into motion in early December, ensured that it was carried out by co-conspirators and campaign agents in the targeted states, and monitored its progress. On December 6, for instance, Mr. Trump and co-conspirator 2 called the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee and told her that it was important for the RNC to help organize Mr. Trump's elector nominees in the targeted states. 42. During the call, co-conspirator 2 told a lie that the co-conspirators would use to induce the cooperation of many of the fraudulent electors, that Mr. Trump's electors' votes would be used only if ongoing litigation in their state proved successful for Mr. Trump. 43. From that point on, Mr. Trump communicated with co-conspirators 1 and 2 about the plan, and they in turn communicated with co-conspirators 5 and 6. 44. At co-conspirator 1's direction, co-conspirator 5 generated in 40 CECF No. 252 at 48 to 49 and NN.250 to 253, SCO 003106119, Co-Conspirator 5 Memo November 18, 2020, SCO 003106626. Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 6 December 2020, SCO 00039311. Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 9 December 2020. 41 CECF No. 252 at 48 to 49 and NN.250 to 253, SCO 00310626, Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 6 December 2020, SCO 00039311. Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 9 December 2020, SCO 00039408. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 8 December 2020. 42 CECF No. 252 at 50 and NN.258 to 260, SCO 00009955 at 810, SCO 00806514 at 7 to 10, HSC Trail. 43 CECF No. 252 at 50 and NN.258 to 260, SCO 00009955 at 10, SCO 00806514 at 9 to 10, HSC Trail. 4. 1 CECF No. 252 at 50 to 51 and NN.266 to 267, 64 and NN.344 to 345, 65 and N.353, SCO 00245354, email among campaign. Staff December 14, 2020, SCO 11,572,270, email from Co-Conspirator 6 9 December 2020, SCO 04858082, text messages. Between campaign staff and senior advisor December 13, 2020, SCO 3661463, email from Co-Conspirator 5. The 11th of December 2020, SCO 00039102, email from Co-Conspirator 6 to Co-Conspirator 5. The 10th of December 2020, SCO 00039461. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 to Co-Conspirator 6 and others. The 11th of December 2020, SCO 00309939, email from 12. Sent directions to the Trump electors in each targeted state on how best to mimic the manner in which the state required valid electors to gather and vote. 45 and campaign staff and agents helped carry out Co-Conspirator 5's plans. 46. For the most part, the co-conspirators deceived Mr. Trump's elector nominees in the targeted states by falsely claiming that their electoral votes would be used only if ongoing litigation were resolved in Mr. Trump's favor. 47 Indeed, the co-conspirators deliberately. Co-Conspirator 5 to Co-Conspirator 1 December 13, 2020, SCO 2296764, Presidential Daily Diary December 23, 2020. SCO 2296763 at 7, Presidential Daily Diary, Flight Manifest December 23, 2020, SCO 11618747 at 115, 156 to 158, 166. 169, text messages including Co-Conspirator 6, SCO 230L015 at 4, Presidential Daily Diary 0 the 4th of January 2021. 45 CECF No. 252 at 51 to 52 and N.274, SCO 000393IL, Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 9 December 2020, SCO 3660671. Email from Co-Conspirator 6 to Co-Conspirator 5 the 11th of December 2020, SCO 3661463. Email from Co-Conspirator 5. The 11th of December 2020, SCO 00039412. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 to others, including Co-Conspirator L and Co-conspirator 6, the 10th of December 2020, SCO 00310094. Email from co-conspirator 5 to co-conspirator L, the 10th of December 2020. SCO 000393881. Email from co-conspirator 5, the 10th of December 2020, SCO 036600648. Email from co-conspirator 5. The 10th of December 2020, SCO 036600731. Email from co-conspirator 5, the 10th of December 2020, SCO 00039442. Email from co-conspirator 5, the 10th of December 2020, SCO 053966682. Text message from co-conspirator 6, December 13, 2020. SCO 05389962 SCO 05389971. Text messages between campaign staffer and co-conspirator 5, December 13, 2020. 46 CECF No. 252 at 51 and N.268, SCO 00310140. Email from co-conspirator 6, the 9th of December 2020, SCO 036600557. Email from co-conspirator 6 to others, including co-conspirator L and co-conspirator 5, the 10th of December 2020. SCO 000394112. Email from co-conspirator 5 to others, including co-conspirator 1 and co-conspirator 6. The 10th of December 2020, SCO 5390113L SCO 5390136. Text messages between co-conspirator 6, co-conspirator 5, and campaign staffer the 11th of December 2020, SCO 00430180. Text messages between co-conspirator 6 and campaign staffer. The 11th of December 2020, SCO 00309359. Email to co-conspirator 1 and co-conspirator 6, December 14, 2020, SCO 00405057. Email. Among campaign staff December 15, 2020, SCO 064529193. Email among campaign staff the 12th of December 2020, SCO 00312444. Text messages among co-conspirator 1, co-conspirator 6, and others the 12th of December 2020, SCO 12185268. Email from co-conspirator 6 to co-conspirator L and others December 13, 2020, SCO 0365646. Email from co-conspirator 5 to campaign staffer the 5th of January 2021, SCO 00039215. Email to co-conspirator 5 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 040222107. Email to co-conspirator 5 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 040222176. Text messages from co-conspirator 5 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 12804411. Text messages from co-conspirator 5OL 06 2021, SCO 12804414. Text messages between co-conspirator 5 and campaign staffer 0 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 036666178. Email from co-conspirator 5 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 000385222. SCO 0003853, SCO 00038527. Email with attachments the 7th of January 2021. 47C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 53 and N.282, C, e.g., SCO 12,949,797 at 82 to 83, int. Trail, SCO 11,547,433 at 4, 6, int. Rep. SCO 00009540 at 15 to 16, SCO 0001745 at 42 to 45, SCO 11,551,879 at 51 to 55, int. Trail, SCO 0001710 at 53. 55, SCO 11,548,772 at 75 to 85, int. Trail, SCO 11,568,208 at 107 to 109, SCO 11,514,688 at 6 to 7, int. Trail, SCO 1283245 at 75 to 78, int. Trail, SCO 12,808,771 at 24 to 30, 40 to 41, int. Trail, SCO 11,523,905 at 153 to 154, int. Trail, SCO 127414005. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 December 14, 2020. See also SCO 0031067. Email to Co-Conspirator 1, Co-Conspirator 5. Co-Conspirator 6, and others the 11th of December 2020. 13. Withheld from the elector nominees information showing otherwise. 48. This deception was crucial to the conspiracy, as many who participated as fraudulent electors would not have done so had they known the true extent of the co-conspirators' plans. 49. Not all of Mr. Trump's elector nominees were persuaded, forcing the co-conspirators to recruit substitutes in some of the targeted states. 5. Degree. For example, one Trump elector nominee in Pennsylvania recognized the plan as illegal and an attempt to overthrow the government, and he declined to participate. 51. Conversely, a select few of Mr. Trump's agents and elector nominees had insight into the 48 CECF No. 252 at 53 and N.282, SCO 3660393. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 to campaign staff the 10th of December 2020. SCO 3660734. Co-Conspirator 5 streamlined memo the 10th of December 2020. SCO 11,509,937 at 257 to 260, int. Trail. 49C, e.g., SCO 12,949,797 at 121, int. Trail. Trump elector. Nobody suggested, hey, you know what? Let's just get this signed because we're gonna put pressure on Pence on the 6th. 'Cause if I had known that was the plan, I wouldn't have signed a contingent on it. SCO 0001745 at 57 to 58. SCO 11,551,879 at 89 to 90, int. Trail. Q. W. Old. You have agreed to this plan if you knew that the forms you were signing might be used to delay or prevent the certification of the election on January 6, 2021. Trump elector. Nobody told me, and I don't remember anything, so no. And I would not agree for if somebody else used this for some other reasons. Q. And did anyone ever inform you that the documents you were signing on December 14, 2020 might be used as a reason not to count Georgia's electoral votes during the certification of the election on January 6, 2021? A. No. Nobody told me. Q. Would you have agreed to that? Trump elector. No. SCO 0001710 at 54 to 55. SCO 11,548,772 at 79, int. Trail. Trump elector. My expectation was that the electoral votes that were cast were in the event that President Trump won New Mexico, and not to be used for any other purpose. SCO 11,568,208 at 108, SCO 12,832,045 at 75, int. Trail, Q. W. Old you have wanted to know, before you cast that vote, if somebody else intended to use your vote to delay the certification, regardless of the outcome of the certification? Trump elector. I never thought about that. Q. Is that something that would have mattered to you when you were deciding whether or not to cast the vote if they were gonna use it that way? Trump elector. Yes, it would have mattered. Because that's unethical. Q. Okay. And would it have mattered to you if somebody was going to try to convince Vice President Pence that he could just pick between these things, regardless of litigation? Would you have wanted to know that before you cast your vote? Trump elector. I hadn't thought of something that high up, quite frankly. But my vote was not cast to be used for anything that was unethical, illegal, immoral, or not justified. SCO 12,808,771 at 29, 40, int. Trail, Q. The certificates were only to be used in the case that something actually changed the outcome of the election in New Mexico? Trump elector. That's correct. Q. And that was important to you? Trump elector. Yes. Q. And were you surprised by how the certificates were used? On January 6. Trump elector. Extremely surprised. 50C, e.g., SCO 000016926 at 61 to 69, SCO 11,531,008 at 9 to 10, int. Trail, SCO 11,524,990 at 14, int. Trail. SCO 00312444, text messages among co-conspirator 1, co-conspirator 6, and others the 12th of December 2020, see also. SCO 0234I386 at 6 to 9, fraudulent, Georgia's electoral votes for president and vice president, noting substitute electors, SCO 02341398 at 4 to 5, fraudulent, Michigan's electoral votes for president and vice president. Same, SCO 02341435 at 4, 10, fraudulent, Pennsylvania's electoral votes for president and vice president. Same. 51 SC 0-11,531,008 at 10, 79, int. Trail. 14. Ultimate plan to use the fraudulent elector certificates to disrupt the congressional certification on January 6 and willingly assisted. 52 on December 9, after a phone call with co-conspirator 5. One of the campaign's agents wrote in an email that co-conspirator S's plan for the electors to send in fake electoral votes to Pence was kind of wild, creative. 53 2.5 hours. Later, he replied to his own email and, as cover, wrote that alternative votes is probably a better term than fake votes, and that he agreed with a suggestion to keep the plan under wraps until Congress counts the vote on Jan. 6, 54 in each of the targeted states. Mr. Trump and his county conspirators successfully organized enough elector nominees and substitutes to gather on December 14, cast fraudulent electoral votes on his behalf, and send them to Washington, D.C. for the congressional certification 55A fact that the RNC chairwoman relayed to Mr. Trump on the evening of December 14. 56. At the same time that Mr. Trump's elector nominees in the targeted states were preparing to gather and cast fraudulent votes, his co-conspirators were planning to use them to overturn the election results at the January 6 certification. On December 13, co-conspirator 5 sent co-conspirator 1 a memorandum that envisioned a scenario in which the vice president would use the fraudulent slates to claim that there were dueling slates of electors from the targeted 52 CECF. No. 252 at 53 and N.283, SCO 12,876,963 at 3:15 to 5:09, audio of interview December 16, 2020, SCO 1157270. Email from co-conspirator 6 the 9th of December 2020. 53 SCO 1157270 at 2. Email to co-conspirator 6 the 8th of December 2020. 54 ID. At I. 55 CECF No. 252 at 56 and N.301, SCO 2341381. Fraudulent. Arizona's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 234I386. Fraudulent. Georgia's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 2341398. Fraudulent. Michigan's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 2341415. Fraudulent. Nevada's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 2341409. Fraudulent. New Mexico's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 2341435. Fraudulent. Pennsylvania's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 2341449. Fraudulent. Wisconsin's electoral votes for President and Vice President, SCO 00405057. Email to campaign staff December 15, 2020. 56 CECF No. 252 at 57 to 58 and NN.308 to 310, SCO 00009955 at 64 to 66, SCO 00806514 at 18, HSC Trail, SCO 022703992. Emails between RNC Chairwoman and Trump Executive Assistant December 14, 2020. 15. States and negotiate a solution for Mr. Trump to seize power. 57 and on December 16. Co-conspirator 5 traveled to Washington with a group of private attorneys who had done work for Mr. Trump's campaign in Wisconsin for a meet and greet with Mr. Trump in the Oval Office. 58 As the group left, co-conspirator 5 had a direct, private conversation with Mr. Trump. 59 days later, on December 19, Mr. Trump publicly posted a tweet demonstrating his own focus on the certification proceeding and directing his supporters to gather in Washington, D.C. to oppose it. At 1:42 a.m., he posted a copy of a report falsely alleging outcome determinative election fraud and wrote, "Statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election." Big protest in D.C. on January 6. Be there, will be wild. 60 That same day, co-conspirator 5 notified another attendee of the December 16 Oval Office meeting of Mr. Trump's tweet, and he indicated that Mr. Trump had privately foreshadowed his plans for January 6, writing, "Wow. Based on 3 days ago, I think we have unique understanding of this." 61. C. Mr. Trump's misuse of official power through the Justice Department. As his efforts to directly pressure state officials to discount legitimate votes failed and the fraudulent elector plan unfolded, Mr. Trump also tried another tack. He attempted to wield federal power to perpetuate his fraud claims and retain office. Mr. Trump was frustrated with the justice. 57 CECF No. 252 at 58 and N.312, SCO 5390160. Text message from co-conspirator 6 to co-conspirator 5 in campaign staffer the 12th of December 2020, SCO 00309946. Email from co-conspirator 5 to co-conspirator 1 December 13, 2020. 58 CECF No. 252 at 58 and N.315, SCO 00039255. email to co-conspirator 5 and others December 15, 2020. SC0023378874, SC0023378893, SC0023379993. Photographs of Oval Office meeting December 16, 2020. SC0022971155 at 2, Presidential Daily Diary December 16, 2020, SC0022971163 at 12 to 13, Presidential Daily Diary. December 16, 2020, SC01115314 at 86 to 90, int. Trail. 59 CECF No. 252 at 59 and N.317, SCO 11,621,981 at 48 to 52, int. Trail. 60 CECF No. 252 at 60 and N.319, 136 and N.632, SCO 00455253, SCO 12,987,427, Donald J. Trump tweet. December 19, 2020. 61 CECF No. 252 at 60 and N.320, SCO 12,982,941 at 2, text messages from co-conspirator 5 December 19, 2020. 16. Department because its criminal investigations had identified no evidence of substantial fraud 62. And the Attorney General had publicly acknowledged this fact in an interview on December 1 by saying, among other things, to date, we have not seen fraud on a scale that could have effected a different outcome in the election. 63 As a result, Mr. Trump considered appointing co-conspirator 4 a Justice Department attorney who worked on civil matters to be the acting Attorney General, because as described below, co-conspirator 4 was willing to use the Justice Department to spread Mr. Trump's lies and pressure targeted states to overturn election results. 64. Throughout the post-election period, Justice Department officials reviewed Mr. Trump's claims of election fraud, found no support for any of them, and informed him of such. 65 in 1. Such discussion, when the acting Attorney General advised Mr. Trump that the Justice Department could not just snap its fingers and change the election outcome. 66 Mr. Trump told the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General that they should just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. 67 In the same call, alluding to replacing Justice Department leadership if they did not do as he directed. Mr. Trump also said, people tell me, co-conspirator 4 is great. I should put him in. 68 Mr. Trump knew about co-conspirator 4 because he had been introduced to co-conspirator 4 by a 62C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 158 to 159, SCO 4957448 at 139 to 140, SJC Trail, SCO 00775937 at 59 to 63, 106 to 108, HSC Trail, SCO 12,263,324 at 5 to 12, Handwritten Notes December 27, 2020, SCO 00764172 at 18 to 19, HSC Trail. 63 CECF No. 252 at 158 to 159 and N.705, SCO 00689680 at 2, Michael Balsamo, disputing Trump, Barr says no. Widespread election fraud, Associated Press, Dec. 1, 2020. 64 SCO 00775937 at 62, 107, HSC Trail, SCO 4957448 at 46 to 51, SJC Trail, SCO 11,522,446 at 23-24, int. Rep. SCO 11,511,407 at 177-183, int. Trail. SCO 11,542,142 at 90-98, int. Trail. SCO 115,173.80 at 96-99, int. Trail. 65C, e.g., SCO 00775937 at 47-58, HSC Trail. SCO 00764172 at 18-19, HSC Trail. 66 SCO 00775937 at 58, HSC Trail. SCO 12,263,324 at 8, Handwritten Notes December 27, 2020. 67 SCO 00775937 at 58, HSC Trail. SCO 12,263,324 at 9, Handwritten Notes December 27, 2020. 68 SCO 1226463 at 88, SJC Trail. See also SCO 00775937 at 62, HSC Trail. 17. Member of Congress and had been secretly engaging with co-conspirator 4, who was communicating with Mr. Trump in contravention of policies designed to protect the independence of the Justice Department. 69. On December 28, as his secret communications with Mr. Trump continued, co-conspirator 4 emailed the acting Attorney General and acting Deputy Attorney General a proposed letter that falsely claimed that the Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, and recommended that those state legislatures convene in special session to reconsider certification of their electoral votes. 7. Degree co-conspirator 4 proposed to send it to the governor, speaker, and president pro temp of each relevant state to indicate that in light of time urgency and sworn evidence of election irregularities presented to courts and to legislative committees, the legislatures thereof should each assemble and make a decision about elector appointment in light of their deliberations. 71 Within about an hour of receiving the draft letter, the acting deputy Attorney General pointedly rejected co-conspirator 4's proposal, writing, "I know of nothing that would support the statement. We have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states." 72 He also observed that the Justice Department had no role in states' administration of their own elections, writing, "I cannot imagine a scenario in which the department would recommend that a state assemble its 69 SCO 02270007, email from co-conspirator 4 December 22, 2020, coordinating arrival, SCO 4957448 at 84-86, SJC. Trail, SCO 124208899, SCO 12,420,900. Email with attachment the 11th of November 2020, memo regarding White House communications, SCO 00827266 at 54-58, HSC Trail, SCO 12,941,569, signal messages between co-conspirator 4 and Member of Congress December 21, 20, SCO 12,947,964, signal messages between co-conspirator 4 and Member of Congress December 22, 20, SCO 129478774, SCO 12,947,878, signal messages between co-conspirator 4 and Member of Congress, with attachment December 21, 20. 70 SCO 1248180, SCO 12481891. Email from co-conspirator 4, with attachment December 28, 2020. 71 ID 72 SCO 123928995. Email to co-conspirator 4 December 28, 2020. 18. Legislature to determine whether already certified election results should somehow be overridden by legislative action. 73. Nonetheless, Mr. Trump continued to circumvent Justice Department leadership and engage directly with co-conspirator 4. With Mr. Trump's intervention, co-conspirator 4 obtained a highly classified briefing on foreign interference in the 2020 election on January 2. 2021, a briefing that yielded nothing to support the conspirators' allegations, as demonstrated by contemporaneous electronic messages between co-conspirator 4 and the same member of Congress who had introduced co-conspirator 4 to Mr. Trump. 74. Yet the following day, Mr. Trump attempted to install co-conspirator 4 as the acting attorney general. On January 3, after Mr. Trump offered the position to co-conspirator 4 and co-conspirator 4 informed Justice Department senior leadership that he was accepting it. 75. Mr. Trump, co-conspirator 4, and senior officials from the Justice Department and White House counsel's office gathered for a hastily scheduled meeting in the Oval Office. 76. Mr. Trump made clear that he wanted to appoint co-conspirator 4 because co-conspirator 4 would cause the Justice Department to send to the targeted states the false letter that the acting attorney general and the acting deputy attorney general had rejected as inaccurate and improper. 77. Mr. Trump ultimately did not do so only because he was informed that if he did, mass resignations within the Justice Department and the 73 ID 74 SCO 129465533 at 2 signal messages between co-conspirator 4 and member of Congress the 2nd of January 2021. Bottom line is there is nothing helpful to P. 75 SCO 049574448 at 157 to 159 SJC Trail. 76 SCO 1226463 at 47 to 48 SJC Trail. SCO 049574448 at 46 to 48 SJC Trail. SCO 11522446 at 23 to 24, int. Rep. SCO 11542142 at 95, int. Trail. 77 SCO 1226463 at 49, 152 to 153, SJC Trail. SCO 049574448 at 48 to 52, SJC Trail. SCO 11542142 at 97, 100, int. Trail. 19. White House would result in co-conspirator 4, leading a graveyard. 78 Near the end of the meeting, when co-conspirator 4 raised the idea of the Justice Department opining on the Vice President's role during the congressional certification, Mr. Trump told all those assembled that no one other than him should be talking to the Vice President. 79. D. Mr. Trump's pressure on the Vice President. Mr. Trump wanted no one else speaking with Vice President Pence because he and co-conspirators were already implementing a secret plan to use Mr. Pence's ministerial role as President of the Senate to Mr. Trump's advantage. Co-conspirator 2, with assistance from co-conspirators 5 and 6, spearheaded the execution of a strategy which co-conspirator 2 had recently conceded was not supported by the Constitution or Federal Law 80 for Mr. Pence to decline to count the legitimate electoral certificates in the targeted states where Mr. Trump's electors had signed fraudulent ones. 81 In the weeks before the certification, Mr. Trump began pressuring Mr. Pence to cooperate, both directly and by mobilizing Mr. Trump's supporters. In repeated conversations, day after day, Mr. Trump pressed Mr. Pence to use his ministerial position as President of the Senate to change the election outcome, often by citing false claims of election fraud as justification. He even falsely told Mr. Pence that the Justice Department was finding major infractions. 82 When Mr. Pence repeatedly refused to act as Mr. 78 SCO 007095557 at 159, SJC Trail, SCO 11542142 at 99, int. Trail, see also SCO 007753937 at 125, HSC Trail. 79 SCO 11517380 at LO 104, int. Trail. 80 CECF No. 252 at 61 and N.324, SCO 1576281 at 2, SCO 1576283 at 2. Email from co-conspirator 2, with attachment October 16, 2020, SCO 129863001. 81 CECF No. 252 at 65 and N.352, SCO 121843337, SCO 12184338. Email and memo from co-conspirator 22. Co-conspirator 5 and co-conspirator 6 December 23, 2020, SCO 121013000, SCO 12101301. Email and memo from co-conspirator 2 to co-conspirator 601, 03, 2021. 82C, EG, ECF number 1 at I-90, CECF No. 252 at 62 to 74, C, EG, SCO 0001465 at 157 to 182, SCO 000144442 at 29 to 43, Pence, so help me God pp. 441 to 455, SCO 4982306, handwritten notes December 25, 2020, SCO 4982309. 20. Trump wanted, 83 Mr. Trump told him that hundreds of thousands of people would hate his guts and think he was stupid and that Mr. Pence was too honest. 84 Surrounding these communications, Mr. Trump frequently took to Twitter to exhort supporters to travel to Washington for January 6, such as when he tweeted on January 1, the big protest rally in Washington, D.C., will take place at 11 a.m. on January 6. Locational details to follow. Stop the Steal. 85. On January 4, 2 days before the certification proceeding, Mr. Trump arranged for Mr. Pence to meet with co-conspirator 2 in the Oval Office, in hopes that co-conspirator 2 could convince Mr. Pence to accede. 86 During the meeting, co-conspirator 2 outlined 2 ways that he claimed Mr. Pence could affect the election outcome using his role in the certification. He could reject the legitimate electors outright, denying Mr. Biden an electoral majority and likely sending the selection of the president to the House of Representatives, where fellow Republicans controlled the majority of state delegations, or he could send the elector slates to targeted states legislatures for them to choose which electoral votes should be counted, affording Republican-controlled legislatures the opportunity to reject Mr. Biden's electors and replace them with Mr. Trump's. 87 In response to Mr. Pence's questioning, co-conspirator 2 admitted that both handwritten notes December 29, 2020, SCO 4982313, handwritten notes 02, 2021, SC0049823315, handwritten. Notes 0 the 3rd of January 2021, SC0049823330, handwritten notes 0 the 4th of January 2021. 83C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 62 and NN.332 to 333, 63 and N.338, 65 and NN.349 to 350, 71 and NN.394 to 395, SCO00014655 at 157 to 182, SCO00014442 at 29 to 43, pence, so help me God pp. 441 to 455, SC0049823330, handwritten notes. The 4th of January 2021, SC0049823320 at 2, handwritten notes 0 the 6th of January 2021, noting, I don't have the authority. 84 CECF no. 252 at 63 and N.338, SCO00014442 at 34, pence, so help me God p. 446. 85C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 64 and N.340, SC0004555068, SCO 12,987,393, Donald J. Trump tweet the 1st of January 2021, c. Also, e.g., SCO00455147, SCO 12,987,408, Donald J. Trump tweet December 26, 2020. 86 CECF no. 252 at 64 and NN.344 to 345, 65 and N.353, SCO 11,618,747 at 156 to 158, 166 to 169, text messages from Co-conspirator 601, 02, 2021 the 5th of January 2021, SCO02301015 at 4, Presidential Daily Diary 0 the 4th of January 2021. 87 CECF no. 252 at 66 and N.362, SCO00071167 at 50 to 51, SCO 11,527,024 at 187 to 189, int. Trail, SCO 00016118 at 73 to 74, SCO 00014442 at 38 to 39, pence, so help me God pp. 450 to 451. 21. Proposals violated the ECA and were untested. 88 when Mr. Pence turned to Mr. Trump and pointed out that even Mr. Trump's lawyer, co-conspirator too, did not think Mr. Pence had the authority to return electoral votes to the states. Mr. Trump responded that he liked the other thing better, which Mr. Pence understood to mean Mr. Pence simply rejecting the electoral votes outright. 89 in the end, Mr. Pence again stated that he did not believe he could do what he was being asked. 90. That night, Mr. Trump used a speech in Dalton, Georgia, to focus the crowd on the idea that Mr. Pence could change the results of the election, saying, I hope Mike Pence comes through for us. I have to tell you, I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much. 91 the next day, on January 5th, when Mr. Trump again failed to make headway with Mr. Pence in a private conversation, Mr. Trump warned that he would have to publicly criticize Mr. Pence. 92 Mr. Trump then in response to a New York Times report on the conversation between Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence, issued a false statement claiming, "The Vice President and I are in total agreement that the Vice President has the power to act." 93. 88 CECF No. 252 at 67 and N.363, SCO 000144442 at 38 to 39, Pence, so help me God pp. 450 to 451, SCO 000071167. At 52 to 53, SCO 000161118 at 75 to 76. 89 CECF No. 252 at 67 and N.364, SCO 000144442 at 39, Pence, so help me God p. 451, SCO 000071167 at 51. SCO 000161118 at 74 to 78. 90 CECF No. 252 at 67 and N.366, SCO 000144442 at 39, Pence, so help 1, Fay Godp. 451, SCO 000071167 at 55 to 56. 91 CECF No. 252 at 68 and N.371, SCO 022351776 at 3, remarks by Mr. Trump at Victory Rally in Dalton, GA. The 4th of January 2021, SCO 049768283 at I-056 to 1115. Video of Dalton, GA Speech 0 the 4th of January 2021. 92 CECF No. 252 at 71 and NN.392 to 396, SCO 000161118 at 107 to 110, SCO 0001465 at 189, 193 to 200. SCO 000144442 at 41 to 42, Pence, so help 1, Fay God pp. 453 to 454, SCO 4982319, Handwritten Notes 0 the 5th of January 2021. 93 CECF No. 252 at 72 and N.404, SCO 004444946, Donald J. Trump Campaign Statement 0 the 5th of January 2021. SCO 00016I18 at 134, 136, SCO 11545613 at 152 to 153, int. Trail, SCO 008294440 at 222 to 225, HSC Trail, SCO 0081082 at 172 to 177, HSC Trail. 22. E. Mr. Trump's supporters attack the United States Capitol. Mr. Trump's efforts to remain in power converged and culminated on January 6, the day that Mr. Biden was to be certified president. That day, Mr. Trump was scheduled to speak at the ellipse to the crowd of supporters he had summoned to Washington with false claims of election fraud. 94 at around 1 a.m. On the morning of January 6, Mr. Trump tweeted, "If Vice President at Mike_Pence comes through for us, we will win the presidency." Many states want to decertify. The mistake they made in certifying incorrect and even fraudulent numbers in a process not approved by their state legislatures, which it must be. Mike can send it back. 95 just before he left the White House to give his speech at the ellipse, Mr. Trump phoned Mr. Pence one last time, 96 when Mr. Pence told Mr. Trump that he planned to issue a public statement making clear that he lacked the authority to do what Mr. Trump wanted. Mr. Trump expressed anger at him. 97. He then directed staffers to reinsert into his planned ellipse speech some language that he had drafted earlier targeting Mr. Pence. 98. 94 CECF No. 252 at 136 and NN.631 to 632, 139 to 140 and NN.642 to 645, SCO00454954, SCO 12,987,365, Donald J. Trump tweet the 5th of January 2021, SCO 00455147, SCO 12,987,408, Donald J. Trump tweet December 26, 2020, SCO 00455067, SCO 12,987,392, Donald J. Trump tweet the 1st of January 2021, SCO 00454979, SCO 12,987,370, Donald J. Trump tweet the 4th of January 2021. 95 CECF No. 252 at 72 to 73 and N.405, 137 and N.636, SCO 00454942, SCO 12,987,357, Donald J. Trump tweet the 6th of January 2021. 96 CECF No. 252 at 73 and N.410, 140 and N.646, SCO 00014442 at 47 to 48, Pence, so help me God pp. 459 to 460. SCO 11,532,623 at 203, int. Trail, SCO 11,534,332 at 211, int. Trail. 97 CECF No. 252 at 73 to 74 and N.411, 140 and N.647, SCO 11,522,446 at 25, int. Rep. SCO 00014655 at 206 to 207. SCO 00014442 at 47 to 48, Pence, so help me God pp. 459 to 460, SCO 04982320, handwritten notes 0 the 6th of January 2021. 98 CECF No. 252 at 74 and N.412, 140 and N.648, SCO 00013901 at 59 to 60, SCO 02241925, Save America Rally. Draft Speech 0 the 6th of January 2021, SCO 00017298 at 135 to 139, SCO 00842413 at 163, 165, HSC Trail, SCO 02343119. Email among speechwriting staff 0 the 6th of January 2021, SCO 02343413. Email from speechwriter 0 the 6th of January 202L. SCO 00006256 at 160, SCO 11,522,446 at 26, int. Rep. 23. During his speech at the Ellipse, 99 Mr. Trump made one more attempt to retain power. In his remarks, Mr. Trump repeated many of the same lies he had been telling for months regarding dead voters, non-citizen voters, and vote dumps, and he told newer ones. Lies that targeted states wanted to change their electors and that Mr. Pence had the authority, and might be persuaded, to change the election results. 100 The lie regarding Mr. Pence was particularly deceptive because Mr. Trump knew what his supporters in the crowd did not, that Mr. Pence had just told him in no uncertain terms that he would not do what Mr. Trump was demanding. Mr. Trump told a crowd of his supporters that he had remarked to advisors the night before was angry 101 that the election had been stolen and the country would no longer exist if this purported crime were not stopped, and that the discovery of fraud licensed them to go by very different rules. 102 Although Mr. Trump at one point also told his supporters to peacefully and patriotically make their voices heard. 103 He used the word fight more than 10 times in the speech before concluding by directing his supporters to march to the Capitol to give allied members of Congress the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our 99 Mr. Trump's speech at the Ellipse on January 6, 2021, was a campaign event. The rally at which Mr. Trump spoke was planned and executed by private political supporters, and it was completely funded by a $2.1 million private donation. Mr. Trump promoted the event using the word rally, a word connoting a private political effort. And Mr. Trump's White House staff recognized the event to be a private, unofficial exercise. Finally, the speech itself used campaign language and closely resembled Mr. Trump's other campaign speeches, including one he had given in Dalton, Georgia, for the Senate runoff election just 2 days earlier. CECF number 252 at 118 to 126 in NN.577 to 598. 100 CECF No. 252 at 75 to 76 and NN.423 to 428, SCOO2244118 at 3, 6, 11 to 12, 16 to 17, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 0 the 6th of January 2021. 101 CECF No. 1 at approximately 98, SCO000015613 at 155 to 156. 102 CECF number 252 at 77 and NN.432 to 436, SCOO2244118 at 19 to 20, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally. The 6th of January 2021. 103 CSCOO2244118 at 6, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 0 the 6th of January 2021. 24. Country. 104 He also told the angry crowd that, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. 105 Throughout the speech, Mr. Trump gave his supporters false hope that through such action, they could cause Mr. Pence to overturn the election results, even improvising new lines directed at Mr. Pence as the speech went on. 106. At Mr. Trump's urging, thousands of his supporters marched from the Ellipse to the Capitol building. 107 There, Mr. Pence began the certification at around 1 p.m. 108 Outside the building, the crowd swelled and broke through barriers cordoning off the grounds. 109 The crowd that attacked the Capitol was filled with Mr. Trump's supporters, as made clear by their Trump shirts, signs, and flags. 110 As described in detail below, the crowd violently attacked the law enforcement officers attempting to secure the building. 111. 104 CECF No. 252 at 77 to 78 and NN.432 to 443, SCOO2244118 at 5, 6, 9, 22, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 0 the 6th of January 2021. 105 CECF No. 252 at 77 to 78 and NN.432 to 443, SCOO2244118 at 22, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. 106 CECF No. 252 at 76 and NN.430 to 431, SCOO2244118 at 3, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. 0L06, 2021, compare SCOO2244118 at 16, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally 0 the 6th of January 2021, with SCOO074551 at 12, Save America rally teleprompter speech the 6th of January 2021. 107 CECF No. 252 at 78 and N.444, see also, e.g., SCO 11,506,080 at 1 hour 9 minutes and 30 seconds, video of Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021, SCO 12,918,852, video of March to Capitol the 6th of January 2021, SCO 12,919,559 at 1:30 to 2:52, video of March to Capitol 0 the 6th of January 2021, SCO 0661469 at 21:13 to 22:07, video of Fox News coverage 0 the 6th of January 2021. 108 CECF number 252 at 78 and N.445, SCO 12,945,127 at 2047, video of House floor the 6th of January 2021, SCO 036663330 at 2. Congressional Record 0 the 6th of January 2021. 109 CECF No. 252 at 78 and N.448, see also, e.g., SCO 12,876,233 at 2:20 to 3:50, video of Capitol riot. The 6th of January 2021. 110 CECF No. 252 at 78 to 79 and N.450, 82 and N.477, SCO 12,806,961 at 56 to 56, SCO 12,919,902 at 38 to 59. SCO 000291113, SCO 1273892, SCO 12,806,977 at 4:30, videos of Capitol riot 0 the 6th of January 2021, see also. SCO 11,506,096 at 61 to 63, int. Trail. 111 CECF No. 252 at 82 and NN.475 to 477, see also, e.g., SCO 12,919,902 at 38 to 48, SCO 1273892, SCO 12,806,977 at 4:30, SCO 127383332, SCO 12,919,680 at 54 to 30, videos of Capitol riot the 6th of January 2021. 25. Photograph of the Capitol on January 6, 2021, John Manchilto, AP, 112. Photograph of the Capitol on January 6, 202-1, Ken Chedeno, UPI, 113. 112 Perry Stein, Aaron C. Davis, Spencer S. Shue, and Tom Jackman, FBI did not him, Underco, agents at Jan. 6. Riots, Watchdog says, Wash. Post, Dec. 12, 2024, https://www.washingtonpost.com/national security, the 12th of December 2024, FBI JAN 6 report. 113 Doug Cunningham, Jan. 6 rioters face criminal penalties as sentences, convictions mount. United Press. International, Inc. June 2, 2023. https://wv-w.upi.com/top_news/s/2023/06/jan-6-rioters-sentences L151,685,561,006. 26. Photograph of the Capitol 011 January 6, 2021, Shannon Stapleton, R. Uters, 114. Photograph of the Capitol on January 6, 202 L. Lev Radin, Pacific. Press, Light Rocket, Getty Images, 115. 114 Handwing Scenes FRVMTL, E. January 6, U.S. Capitol Attack. Reuters, S. October 13, 2022. https://vv-rw.reuters.com/uu/picture/harrowing-scenes-from-the-jan-6-iderch 60v8/115 Aaron Blake, more Republicans now call Jan. 6 a legitimate protest than a riot, Wash. Post, July 7, 2022. https://www.washingtonpost.com/politics/2022/07/07 Many Republicans no longer call JAN 6 an insurrection or even riot. 27. Photograph of the Capitol on January 6, 2021, David Buttow/R.Edux, 116. Photograph of the Capitol on January 6, 2021, Roberto Schmidt, AFP via Getty Images, 117. 116 Statement from Leaders, updated, Our Children Are Watching, nonprofit and foundation leaders respond to Capitol Hill violence, The Chronicle of Phil, Anthropy, Jan. 7, 2021, https://www.philanthropy.com/article/how nonprofit and foundation leaders are responding to Capitol Hill violence. 117 Eric Westervelt, off-duty police officers JM. Estigated, charged with participating in Capitol riot, NPR, Jan. 15, 2021, https://v w.npr.org/2021/01/15,956,923 Police officers across nation face federal charges for involvement in Capitol Re. 28. After his speech, Mr. Trump returned to the White House and, at around 1:30 p.m., settled in the dining room off of the Oval Office. 118 There, he watched television news coverage of events at the Capitol and reviewed Twitter on his phone. 119 When the angry crowd advanced on the Capitol building and breached it at around 2:13 p.m., forcing the Senate to recess. 120. Several of Mr. Trump's advisors rushed to the dining room and told him that a riot had started at the Capitol and that rioters were in the building. 121 Over the course of the afternoon, they forcefully urged Mr. Trump to issue calming messages to his supporters. 122 Mr. Trump resisted, repeatedly remarking that the people at the Capitol were angry because the election had been stolen. 123. Just before 2:24 p.m., the news channel playing on the television in the dining room where Mr. Trump was sitting aired an interview with an individual marching from the ellipse to the Capitol, who expressed his anger at Mr. Pence and stated, "But I still believe President." 118 CECF No. 252 at 79 and N.452, SCO 00783547 at 36 to 39, HSC Trail, SCO 000015613 at 180. 119 CECF number 252 at 79 and NN.451 to 452, SCO 007835547 at 38 to 39, HSC Trail, SCO 11528445 at 52 to 53, int. Trail, SCO 000015613 at 183 to 185, SCO 0006256 at 164, 168, SCO 11522446 at 26, int. Rep. SCO 00481112. Spreadsheet of data from Mr. Trump's White House phone. 120 CECF No. 252 at 79 and N.453, SCO 12,881,998 at 104 to 125, video of Senate wing door CCTV. The 6th of January 2021, SCO 12,945,145 at 44, 16-44 to 36, video of Senate floor 0 the 6th of January 2021. 121 CECF No. 252 at 141 and N.653, SCO 0006256 at 163 to 166, SCO 000150002 at 37 to 38, SCO 006866662 at 117. 119, HSC Trail, recalling entering the dining room with Mr. Trump and conveying, this was a situation now out of control, while they were all fixated on the television set, SCO 11,532,623 at 222 to 228, 235, int. Trail, recalling Mr. Trump being told about riot at Capitol, SCO 0003294 at 114. 122 C, e.g., ECF number 252 at 141 to 142 and NN.653, 663, SCO 000155613 at 194 to 201, SCO 0003294 at 115 to 116, 121. 123, 131 to 132, SCO 11,511,407 at 227 to 228, int. Trail, SCO 0006256 at 164 to 166, 174, SCO 11,522,446 at 26, int. Representative, recalling presenting Mr. Trump with draft language for a statement that was never published, SCO 000150002. At 38, SCO 11,542,142 at 134 to 135, int. Trail, I thought that the president had to issue a strong statement, quickly, telling everybody to leave the Capitol, and condemning what was going on there. SCO 11,532,623 at 240, 262 to 265. Int. Trail, recalling a staffer entering the dining room and telling Mr. Trump to call for calm, and asking Mr. Trump's daughter to come in to help advocate with the president. 123 CECF number 252 at 141 and N.654, SCO 0006256 at 164 to 166, SCO 000155613 at 189, 202 to 203, SCO 000111109. at 179 to 182, SCO 11,534,332 at 193 to 194, int. Trail, recalling Mr. Trump commenting to House Minority Leader that a lot of these people are upset with the election. They felt like it was stolen from him, and that, maybe these people are more upset about the election results than you are. 29. Trump has something else left. 124 Then, at 2:24 p.m., sitting alone, Mr. Trump issued a tweet attacking Mr. Pence and fueling the riot. Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. 125 1 minute later, the United States Secret Service was forced to evacuate Mr. Pence to a secure location at the Capitol. 126 When an advisor at the White House learned this, he rushed to the dining room and informed Mr. Trump, who replied, "So what?" 127. The rioters at the Capitol had been motivated and directed by Mr. Trump, and he continued to resist advisors' requests to direct them to leave. Throughout the afternoon, crowds at the Capitol hunted for Mr. Pence and other lawmakers, with some chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." 128 At 2:38 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., Mr. Trump issued two tweets falsely suggesting that events at the Capitol were peaceful and asking individuals there, whom he termed we, to remain that way. Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. And I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law. 124 CECF No. 252 at 79 to 80 and NN.452, 460, SCO 066146119 at 2145 to 2242, video of Fox News coverage. 0L 06 2021. 125 CECF No. 252 at 80 and N.462, 141 and NN.655, 657, SCO 0045646, SCO 12,987,690, Donald J. Trump tweet. The 6th of January 2021, SCO 000I5613 at 188 to 189, 196 to 198, SCO 0001109 at I60 to 16I. 126 CECF number. 252 at 81 and N.465, 141 and N.658, SCO 000299459, video of Pence evacuation the 6th of January 2021. 127 CECF No. 252 at 142 and N.662, SCO 000092250 at 214 to 220. 128 CECF No. 252 at 81 and N.466, SCO 128762111, SCO 1273813, SCO 1273817, SCO 127380306. SCO 12,738,312 at 059-0I. 40. Videos of Capitol Riot 0 the 6th of January 2021. 30. And our great men and women in blue. Thank you. 129 At 4:17 p.m., he tweeted a video message in which he for the first time asked his supporters to leave the Capitol while at the same time falsely claiming that we had an election that was stolen from us. a landslide election, and embracing the people who had attacked the Capitol, telling them, "We love you. You're very special." 130 and at 6:01 p.m., he tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." 131. At around the same time as he issued his 6:01 p.m. tweet, Mr. Trump tried to reach two United States senators, and he also directed co-conspirator 1 to call members of Congress in attempt to enlist them to further delay the certification. 132 When Mr. Trump's White House counsel called him at around 7 p.m. and asked him to withdraw any objections to the certification, Mr. Trump refused. 133 Nonetheless, the certification resumed late in the evening of 119 CECF number 252 at 142 and NN.664 to 665, SC000454933, SC0049635517, SC004544932, SC0049635518. Donald J. Trump tweets the 6th of January 2021. 130 CECF No. 252 at 143 and N.666, SC000456473. Video of Rose Garden speech the 6th of January 2021, SC0128766968. Draft TR of Rose Garden speech the 6th of January 2021. 131 CECF number 252 at 143 and N.667, SC000456472, SC012987689, Donald J. Trump tweet the 6th of January 2021. 132 CECF number 226 at 197, C, and D, ECF No. 252 at 83 to 84 and NN.485 to 492, SCO, 12,706,940 at row 1383. Spreadsheet of Executive Assistant's text messages, SC00213180 at 2392, toll records the 6th of January 2021. SCO00009250 at 234 to 235, SCO 11,616,952, email from Executive Assistant the 6th of January 2021, SCO 00404535, text. Message from co-conspirator 6 the 6th of January 2021, SCO 11,520,423, co-conspirator 1 toll analysis the 6th of January 2021. SC00203518 at 5396-5397, co-conspirator 1 toll records the 6th of January 2021, SC0020544919 at 71, co-conspirator 1. Toll records the 6th of January 2021, SC00413477. Voicemail from co-conspirator 1 the 6th of January 2021, telling Senator, "We need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you. And I know they're reconvening at 8 tonight, but the only strategy we can follow is to object to numerous states and raise issues so that we get ourselves into tomorrow, ideally until the end of tomorrow. SC00647565. Voicemail from co-conspirator 1 the 6th of January 2021, asking Senator to object to every state and kind of spread this out a little bit like a filibuster. 133 CECF No. 1 at 1120, SCO-00003294 at 141 to 143, SCO-02301375 at 4, Presidential Daily Diary, 6 January 2021. 31. January 6 and, at 3:41 a.m. On January 7, Mr. Pence announced the certified results of the 2020 presidential election in favor of Mr. Biden. 134. As he did in his 4:17 p.m. and 6:01 p.m. tweets on January 6, Mr. Trump has provided additional evidence of his intent by continuing to support and ally himself with the people who attacked the Capitol. He has called them patriots, 135, and hostos, 136, reminisced about B. January 6 as a beautiful day, 137, and championed the January 6 choir, 138, a group of January 6 defendants who, because of their dangerousness, are detained at the District of Columbia Jail. 139. 134 CECF No. 252 at 85 and N.495, SCOO 4955950 at 1914 to 2034, video of Congress Joint Session 6 January 2021. SCOO 3666330 at 41, Congressional Record 0 6 January 2021. 135 CECF number 252 at 83 and N.478, SCOO 4976301 at 1652 to 1702, video of Waco Rally March 25, 2023. SCOO 4976442 at 48 to 29-48 to 44, video of Mr. Trump at Faith and Freedom Coalition June 17, 2022, SCOO 4976291 at 1642 to 1658, video of Trump interview 1 February 2022. 136 CECF No. 252 at 83 and N.479, SCO 12,982,756 at 35 to 50-36 to 22, video of Greensboro Rally 2 March 2024. 137 CECF No. 252 at 83 and N.481, SCO 12,851,309 at 45 to 18-45 to 40, video of Trump interview August 23, 2023. SCOO 4958191 at 7, CNN Town Hall TR. 10 May 2023. 138 CECF No. 252 at 83 and NN.482 to 483, SCOO 4976301 at 3 o'clock to 5:35, video of Waco Rally March 25, 2023. SCO 12,982,756 at 35 to 50-36 to 21, video of Greensboro Rally 2 March 2024. 139 C. United States vs. Nichols, number 21 MJ29, ECF number 9, ED. Tex. Jan. 25, 2021, ordering pretrial detention in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6 choir, United States vs. Nichols, number 2 LCR 117, ECF number 75, DDC. Dec. 23, 2021, denying defendant's motion for pretrial release, id. ECF number 307 at 27. N. IO, 35 to 36, DDC. April 30, 2024, Government Sentencing Memorandum referencing defendant's involvement in January 6 choir, see also United States vs. Mink, number 21 MJ 105, ECF number 19, WD. Pa. Jan. 29, 2021, in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6th Choir, ordering defendant's pretrial detention, United States vs. 1v Fink, number 21 crossing -25, ECF number 45, DDC. Dec. 13, 2021, court order denying defendant's motion to revoke pretrial detention, United States vs. Sandlin, number 21 MJ 110, ECF number 8, D. Nev. Feb. 3, 2021, ordering pretrial detention in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6th Choir, United States vs. Sandlin, number 2L crossing -88, ECF number 31, DDC. April 13, 2021, denying defendant's motion for release on bond, id. ECF Nos. 44, 44-1, DDC. August 31, 2021, mandate return following denial of defendant's appeal of pretrial detention order, United States vs. Shively, number 21 crossing 151, ECF number 42, DDC. May 9, 2022, in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6th Choir, revoking conditions of release and ordering pretrial detention, United States vs. Cater, number 21 crossing -222, ECF number 25, DDC. May 12, 2021, in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6th Choir, denying defendant's motion for release from custody, United States vs. McGrew, number 21 crossing -398, ECF number 40, DDC. November 2, 2021, order of detention pending trial in prosecution of defendant who later became a member of the January 6th Choir. 32. 2. The law. Based on the above facts, and after analyzing the relevant criminal statutes, the office sought, and a grand jury found probable cause for, an indictment of Mr. Trump on 4 federal charges: conspiring to obstruct the governmental function of selecting and certifying the President of the United States, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 371, obstructing and attempting to obstruct the official proceeding on January 6, 2021, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, c. 2. Conspiring to obstruct the official proceeding, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, k, and conspiring to violate the federal rights of citizens to vote and have their votes counted, in violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 241. Because of the unprecedented facts and the variety of legal issues that would be litigated in this case, the office was aware that the case would involve litigation risks, as would any case of this scope and complexity. However, after an exhaustive and detailed review of the law, the office concluded that the charges were well supported and would survive any legal challenges absent a change in the law as it existed at the time of indictment. As set forth in Section VD below, after the original indictment was returned, the Supreme Court ruled in Trump v. United States, 603 U.S. 593, 2024, that Mr. Trump had absolute immunity for core presidential conduct, enjoyed a rebuttable presumption of immunity for other official presidential acts, and had no immunity for unofficial conduct. ID. At 606, 609, 614-615. The Supreme Court's decision required the office to reanalyze the evidence it had collected. The original indictment alleged that Mr. Trump, as the incumbent president, used all available tools and powers, both private and official, to overturn the legitimate results of the election despite notice, including from official advisors, that his fraud claims were false and he had lost the election. Given the Supreme Court's ruling, the office reevaluated the evidence and assessed whether Mr. Trump's non-immune conduct, either his private conduct as a candidate or official conduct for which the office could rebut the presumption of immunity, violated federal 33 law. The office concluded that it did. After doing so, the office sought, and a new grand jury issued, a superseding indictment with identical charges but based only on conduct that was not immune because it was either unofficial or any presumptive immunity could be rebutted. This section reviews the federal laws violated by Mr. Trump's non-immunized conduct. A. Conspiracy to defraud the United States, 18 U.S.C. Section 371. The defraud clause of the General Conspiracy Statute makes it a crime, if two or more persons conspire to defraud the United States, or any agency thereof in any manner or for any purpose, and one or more of such persons do any act to affect the object of the conspiracy. 18 U.S.C. Section 371. The defraud clause applies not just to schemes to cheat the government out of money or property, but also to schemes to interfere with or obstruct one of its lawful governmental functions by deceit, craft, or trickery, or at least by means that are dishonest. Hammerschmidt vs. United States, 265 U.S. 182, 188, 1924. Under long-standing, established precedent, the government must prove the following elements to establish a violation of the defraud clause. 1. The defendant entered into an agreement. 2. To obstruct a lawful function of the government or an agency of the government. 3. By deceitful or dishonest means. And 4. At least one overt act was taken in furtherance of that conspiracy. United States vs. Concord Management and Consulting LLC, 347 F. Sup. 3D 38, 46, DDC. 2018, citation and quotations omitted, see. Also Hammerschmidt, 265 U.S. at 188, United States vs. Dean, 55 F.3D 640,647, D.C. CIR. 1995. The office concluded that Mr. Trump's conduct satisfied each of these established elements of a defraud clause offense. The process of selecting and certifying the president, as described above and prescribed by the Constitution and federal law, is plainly a lawful function of the federal government. Cf. Ray vs. Blair, 343 U.S. 214,224, 1952, noting that he presidential electors exercise a federal function. Burroughs vs. United States, 290 U.S. 534, 545, 1934, stating that electors exercise 34 federal functions under and discharge duties in virtue of authority conferred by the Constitution of the United States. United States vs. Brock, 94 F. 4th 39, 51, D.C. CIR. 2024, noting the unique congressional function of certifying electoral college votes. Indeed, Mr. Trump never challenged the indictment on that basis, though he filed more than 100 pages in support of dismissal motions. As the Court of Appeals found in the context of the immunity litigation in this case, former President Trump's alleged efforts to remain in power despite losing the 2020 election were, if proven, an unprecedented assault on the structure of our government. United States vs. Trump, 91 F. 4th 1173, 1199, D.C. CIR. 2024, vacated and remanded on other grounds. 603 U.S. 593, 2024. Mr. Trump also sought to obstruct the certification. His sole objective was to ensure that no one other than himself was certified as the president. Nor is there any doubt that Mr. Trump conspired with others to achieve his goal, and that at least one overt act was committed. With 3 of the 4 elements of a Section 371 violation established, the office anticipated that a central dispute at trial would be whether Mr. Trump pursued his obstructive purpose by deceit, craft or trickery, or at least by means that are dishonest. Hammerschmidt, 265 U.S. at 188. The office concluded that the evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that he did. The core of Mr. Trump's obstructive scheme was a false narrative of outcome-determinative voter fraud, which he and his surrogates frequently repeated and widely disseminated over the course of 2 months. Crucially, not only was Mr. Trump's voter fraud narrative objectively false, he knew that it was false. Mr. Trump's false claims were repeatedly debunked, often directly to him by the very people best positioned to ascertain their truth. Campaign personnel told Mr. Trump his claims were unfounded, so did state officials, a white 35 House official who engaged with Mr. Trump in his capacity as a candidate, and even his own running mate. 14 Degrees. For example, Mr. Trump's campaign manager informed him that a claim that had been circulating that a substantial number of non-citizens had voted in Arizona was false. 141 state officials issued public statements dispelling Mr. Trump's claims of widespread election fraud. 142 Georgia's Secretary of State refuted multiple false claims of election fraud directly to Mr. Trump, including the false allegation that 5,000 dead people had voted in Georgia. 143 When Mr. Trump raised various fraud allegations with Michigan's Senate Majority Leader, he was told that he had lost because he had underperformed with educated females. 144. Vice President Pence told Mr. Trump that he had seen no evidence of outcome-determinative fraud in the election. 145 And, tellingly, a senior advisor reiterated to Mr. Trump that County Conspirator 1 would be unable to prove his false fraud allegations in court, to which Mr. Trump responded, "The details don't matter." 146. Courts in which Mr. Trump brought numerous lawsuits all rebuffed his claims, which in some instances prompted him to issue public rebukes acknowledging those decisions. 147 Still. 140 CECF No. 252 at 11 to 12 and NN.34 to 40, 13 to 14 and NN.45 to 51, 17 to 18 and N.69, 24 and NN.112 to 113, 29 to 30 and NN.136 to 144. 32 to 33 and NN.159 to 160, 38 and NN.189 to 191, 39 and N.200, 46 to 47 and NN.241 to 244. See also SCO 00006256 at 46 to 50, 70 to 77. SCO 12,920,242 at 1 to 7, int. Rep. SCO 00014655 at 38 to 44, 63 to 66, 91 to 96, 98 to 102. SCO 00016750 at 58 to 63. SCO 11,509,251 at 40 to 42, int. Trail. SCO 12,998,394 at 4, 6, 10, trail. Of Georgia Secretary of State Call 0 the 2nd of January 2021. SCO 00829361 at 15 to 17, HSC Trail. SCO 00016926 at 20 to 22, SCO-000035548 at 171, SCO-000099955 at 109 to 112. 141 CECF No. 226 at 118, ECF No. 252 at 17 to 18 and N.69, SCO-000016750 at 58 to 63. 142 CECF number 226 at 113, ECF No. 252 at 14 and N.52 to 53, see also Supra at N.12. 143 CECF number 252 at 29 to 30 and N.136 to 144, SCO 12,998,394 at 4, 6 to 10, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call. 2nd of January 2021. 144 CECF No. 252 at 32 to 33 and N.159 to 160, SCO 0082931 at 15 to 17, HSC Trail. 145 CECF No. 252 at 12 and N.40, SCO 0001465 at 38 to 44. 146 CECF number 252 at 11 to 12 and N.34 to 35, SCO 0006256 at 46 to 49, SCO 12,920,242 at 1, 4, int. Rep. 147 CECF No. 252 at 36 and N.181 to 182, 41 and N.208 to 210, 44 to 45 and N.225 to 230. See also, e.g., Law vs. Whitmer, number 200C001631B, order at 13 to 24, 28 to 34, Nev. Dist. Court. Dec. 4, 2020, https://electioncases.osu.edu/wp content, uploads, 2020, LL, La VG Loria order granting motion to dismiss. PDF, https://perma.cc/32u2bta6. 36. Other federal and state officials, some appointed by Mr. Trump, and others who publicly supported and voted for him, publicly debunked allegations of outcome determinative voter fraud. 148 Mr. Trump did not reach out to any of these officials to ask relevant questions about the election because he was not seeking honest answers. This was a pattern revealed throughout the investigation. Mr. Trump unquestioningly accepted at face value and amplified election fraud claims that benefited his quest to retain power. Conversely, he avoided consulting informed sources, such as state election officials, who possessed evidence that could debunk his claims. The office concluded that this consistent pattern would constitute powerful proof at trial that Mr. Trump knew the claims he was making were false. Mr. Trump's false claims were often divergent from one day to the next and otherwise internally inconsistent. 149 For example, in Arizona, the conspirators started with the allegation that 36,000 non-citizens voted in that state. 155 days later, it was beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote. 151 3 weeks later, the bare minimum was 40 or 50,000. The reality is about 250,000. 152 days after that, the assertion was 32,000, 153 and ultimately, the Trump vs. Iden, 394 Wis. 2D 629, 633, Wis. 2020, SCO-00455197, SCO-00455196, SC000455195. SCO 12,987,423, SCO 129874222, SCO 12,987,421, Donald J. Trump tweets December 21, 2020. 148 CECF No. 252 at 14 and NN.52 to 53, 20 and NN.86 to 87, 23 and N. LO6, 33 and N. 165, 38 and N.192, 42 and N.212, 42 to 43 and N.216, 46 and NN.238 to 239, see also Supra at N. 12, SCOO 4976277, video of Georgia Secretary of State Press. Conference L. 7 February 2020, SCO 11,509,450 at 103 to 104, int. Trail, SCOO 3036930, Joint Statement on Election Security. The 12th of November 2020, SCOO 4952679, tweet November 17, 2020, SCOO 7167983, email from GOP Comms Alert circulating. Associated Press article titled, Bar, No Evidence of Fraud That'd Change Election Outcome, the 1st of December 2020. 149 CECF number 252 at 15 and NN.55 to 59, SCOO 4976384 at 2046 to 2105, Common Sense Episode 89 November 25, 2020. SCOO 4976459 at 2 hours 6 minutes and 23 seconds to 2 hours 7 minutes and 0 seconds, video of Arizona State hearing November 30, 2020, SCOO 6628641 at 1852 to 1942. War Room Episode 608 December 24, 2020, SCOO 6628646 at 35 to 19-35 to 45, War Room Episode 625 the 2nd of January 2021. 150 CECF No. 252 at 15 and N.55, SCOO 4976384 at 2046 to 2105, Common Sense Episode 89 November 25, 2020. 151 CECF No. 252 at 15 and N.56, SCOO 4976459 at 2 hours 6 minutes and 23 seconds to 2 hours 7 minutes and 0 seconds, video of Arizona State hearing. November 30, 2020. 152 CECF No. 252 at 15 and N.57, SCOO 6628641 at 1852 to 1942, War Room Episode 608 December 24, 2020. 153 CECF No. 252 at 15 and N.58, SCOO 6628646 at 35, 19-35 to 45, War Room Episode 625 the 2nd of January 2021. 37. Conspirators landed back where they started, at 36,000, a false figure that they never verified or corroborated. 154 And in Georgia, the conspirators initially suggested that a large enough number of dead voters had cast ballots to overcome Mr. Trump's losing margin of about 12,000 voters, 155. 1 month later, the number was 10,315, 156. 3 days after that, the assertion was close to 5,000 people, 157, and then 2 days later, the number bounced back to 10,315. 158 Mr. Trump bears legal responsibility for each of these false claims because they were made by him and his co-conspirators in furtherance of the conspiracy that he led. See Salinas vs. United States, 522. U.S. 52, 63-64, 1997, the partners in the criminal plan must agree to pursue the same criminal objective and may divide up the work, yet each is responsible for the acts of each other. See also Fed. R. Evid. 80L. D. 2. E. Statement by an opposing party's conspirator during an in furtherance of the conspiracy is admissible against that party. United States vs. Brockenborough. 575 F.3d 726, 735, D.C. CIR. 2009, United States vs. Tarantino, 846 F.2d 1384, 1411-1412, D.C. CIR. 1988. The office developed further evidence of Mr. Trump's knowledge that his claims were untrue from witnesses who reported that he planned to use fraud claims before the election had even happened. For instance, in advance of the election, advisors told Mr. Trump that the election would be close and that initial returns might be misleading, showing an early lead for Mr. Trump that would diminish as mail-in ballots were counted. In response, Mr. Trump suggested that if that prediction were true, which it ultimately was, he would simply declare 154 CECF no. 252 at 15 and N.59, SCOO 4976283 at 01 hour 4 minutes and 4 seconds to 104. 13. Video of Dalton, Goss Beach 0 the 4th of January 2021. SCOO 2244118 at 17, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 0 the 6th of January 2021. 155 CECF no. 252 at 21 and N.96, SCOO 4976323 at 2243-2351, video of Trump interview November 29, 2020. 156 SCOO 4976407 at 3 hours 29 minutes and 0 seconds to 3 hours 29 minutes and 34 seconds, video of Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing December 30, 2020. 157 CECF no. 252 at 30 and N.142, SCO 12,998,394 at 3, trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 0 the 2nd of January 2021. 158 CECF no. 252 at 122 to 123 and N.592, SCOO 4976283 at 53, 25-53 to 59, video of Dalton, Goss Beach 0 the 4th of January 2021. 38. Victory before all ballots were counted and a winner was projected. 159 He also made repeated public statements in the lead-up to Election Day in which he sowed public doubt in the election results, setting the stage for his later fraud claims. 160 And Mr. Trump made his first statement claiming fraud in the election only hours after polls closed when no investigations had begun, much less concluded. 161. Mr. Trump's intent in spreading knowing falsehoods was further evidenced by statements he made to those around him in private. In contrast with his public false claims, Mr. Trump made admissions that reflected his understanding that he had lost. In a private moment, Mr. Trump confessed to his family members that, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election. You still have to fight like hell." 162 When President-elect Biden appeared on television in November, Mr. Trump said to a staffer, "Can you believe I lost to this Fiang guy?" 163 And when his own vice president declined to join the conspiracy, Mr. Trump berated him for being too honest. 164. Because the evidence showed that Mr. Trump knew his claims were false, it amply satisfied the mens rea standard for a Section 371 charge, which would be satisfied by evidence that Mr. Trump either knew his fraud claims were false or that he acted with deliberate disregard for their truth or falsity. The concept of deliberate disregard, sometimes referred to as reckless. 159 CECF No. 252 at 5 and NN.2 to 4, SCO 11,621,981 at 74 to 83, 92 to 93, int. Trail, SCO 0001670 at 14 to 18, 27 to 30. SCO 0000619 at 9 to 12, 19 to 20, SCO 0000358 at 8 to 29, SCO 0001611 at 144 to 145. 160 CECF No. 252 at 6 and NN.5 to 10, SCO 0071249 at 37 to 20, video of Trump interview on Fox News July 19, 2020. SCO 12,998,418, Donald J. Trump tweet July 30, 2020, SCO 12,992,141 at 57 to 33, video of Oshkosh, Wisconsin rally. August 17, 2020, SCO 12,992,142 at 22:08, video of Trump speech August 24, 2020, SCO 12,992,143 at 3:11 to 3:28, video of Trump statement October 27, 2020. 161 CECF No. 252 at 7 to 8 and N. 16, SCO 0497628, video of White House speech 4 November 2020. 162 CECF No. 252 at 14 to 15 and N.54, SCO 0000925 at 156, SCO 11,529,771 at 99 to 102, int. Trail. 163 SCO 11521307 at 88, int. Trail. 164 CECF No. 252 at 63 and N.338, SCO 000144442 at 34, pence, so help me God p. 446. 39. Disregard, or reckless or deliberate indifference has deep roots in the law of fraud. See U.S. X. Rel. Scott vs. SuperValue Inc., 598 U.S. 739, 750 to 752, 2023, 1J. Story, Commentaries on Equity. Jurisprudence Section 193, 10th ed. 1870, whether the party, thus misrepresenting a material fact, knew it to be false, or made the assertion without knowing whether it were true or false, is wholly immaterial, for the affirmation of what one does not know or believe to be true is equally, in morals and law, as unjustifiable as the affirmation of what is known to be positively false. That concept is reflected in case law and jury instructions for the District of Columbia, as well as precedent from every other circuit. See, e.g., United States vs. Philip Morris USA Inc., 566 F.3d. 1095, 1121, D.C. CIR. 2009, 1 Criminal Jury Instructions for the District of Columbia 5.200. 2024. 165 here, the evidence showed that Mr. Trump decided, even before the election, that he would allege outcome determinative fraud, whether it occurred or not, if he were not declared the winner, and he adhered to that plan, repeating false claims that he knew to be untrue. Although Mr. Trump's conduct fell comfortably within the established elements of a Defraud clause offense. The office noted that the Supreme Court has in several recent decisions limited the reach of other federal fraud and obstruction statutes. See, e.g., Simonelli v. United States, 598 U.S. 306, 2023, reversing conviction of construction contractor for wire fraud, 18 U.S.C. Section 1343, for scheming with public official to tailor bid requirements for government contracts to favor himself because the government did not prove the defendant deprived the victim of a traditional property interest. Kelly v. United States, 590 U.S. 391, 2020, reversing 165. See also, e.g., United States v. Correa, 55 F. 4th 12, 26, 1st CIR. 2022, Knickerbocker Merchandising Co. v. United States, 13 F.2d 544, 546, 2d CIR. 1926, United States v. Coyle, 63 F.3d 1239, 1243, 3d CIR. 1995, United States v. Hester, 880 F.2d 799, 803, 4th CIR. 1989, United States v. Dillman, 15 F.3d 384, 392 to 393, 5th CIR. I-994. United States v. Kennedy, 714 F.3d 950 1958, 6th CIR. 2013, United States v. Schwartz, 787 F.2d 257,265, 7th CIR. 1986, United States v. Marley, 549 F.2d 561, 563 to 564, 8th CIR. 1977, it must also be noted that the courts have long recognized that scienter may be established where reckless disregard of truth or falsity is present. United States v. Deering, 504 F.3d 897,903, 9th CIR. 2007, United States v. Cochran, 109 F.3d 660,665, 10th CIR. 1997, United States v. Clay, 832 F.3d 1259, 1311, 11th CIR. 2016. 40. Convictions for wire fraud, 18 U.S.C. Section 1343, and federal program fraud, 18 U.S.C. Section 666, where defendants aim to inflict political retribution on mayor by closing lanes of a bridge that served the mayor's city because the object of the scheme was not to obtain money or property. Skilling v. United States, 561 U.S. 358, 2010, paring back honest services fraud statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1346, to reach only core bribery and kickbacks and reversing conviction of executive who was convicted of making false statements to inflate his company's value but was not alleged to have taken bribes or kickbacks for his efforts. Arthur Anderson LLP v. United States, 544 U.S. 696. 2005, requiring showing of knowingly corrupt conduct under obstruction of justice statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, b. 2, and reversing conviction of accounting firm convicted of shredding documents in advance of an SEC investigatory demand based on failure of jury instructions to convey the requisite consciousness of wrongdoing. Given these decisions restricting the reach of other fraud and corruption statutes, the office considered whether the Supreme Court might also adopt a new construction of the defraud clause in Section 371, such as one that would the first time limited to money or property fraud. The office concluded, however, that the creation of such a new rule would not be supported in the law given that the well-established elements of a defraud clause offense are firmly grounded in the statute's text, history, and long-standing judicial precedent. For more than 100 years, the Supreme Court has stated repeatedly that the fraud covered by the statute reaches any conspiracy for the purpose of impairing, obstructing, or defeating the lawful function of any department of government, and that this branch of liability is distinct from money or property limitations in other areas of fraud law. Tanner vs. United States, 483 U.S. 107, 128. 1987, citation and quotations omitted, see Dennis vs. United States, 384 U.S. 855, 861, 1966. It has long been established that this statutory language is not confined to fraud as that term has 41. Been defined in the common law. It reaches any conspiracy for the purpose of impairing, obstructing, or defeating the lawful function of any department of government. Citation and quotations omitted, Glasser vs. United States, 315 U.S. 60, 66, 1942, upholding prosecution of a federal prosecutor for conspiring to receive bribes to influence his official duties, no financial fraud against the United States alleged. The indictment charges that the United States was defrauded by depriving it of its lawful governmental functions by dishonest means. It is settled that this is a defrauding within the meaning of Section 37 of the Criminal Code, the predecessor to Section 371, Hammerschmidt 265 U.S. at 188, to conspire to defraud the United States. Also means to interfere with or obstruct one of its lawful governmental functions by deceit, craft, or trickery, or at least by means that are dishonest. It is not necessary that the government shall be subjected to property or pecuniary loss by the fraud, but only that its legitimate official action and purpose shall be defeated by misrepresentation, chicane, or the overreaching of those charged with carrying out the governmental intention. Haas vs. Henkel. 216 U.S. 462, 479, 1910. It is not essential that such a conspiracy shall contemplate a financial loss or that one shall result. The statute is broad enough in its terms to include any conspiracy for the purpose of impairing, obstructing, or defeating the lawful function of any department of government. Against the backdrop of that Supreme Court precedent, Congress has reenacted indeed expanded the scope of the defraud clause, reflecting congressional ratification of the court's construction of it. See, e.g., Forest Grove SCH. Dist. V. Ta. 557 U.S. 230, 239 to 240. 2009, Congress is presumed to be aware of an administrative or judicial interpretation of a statute and to adopt that interpretation when it reenacts a statute without change. Citation and quotations omitted. In 1948, for instance, when Congress codified the general conspiracy 42 statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 371, where the defraud clause currently resides, see Pub. L. No. 80 to 772, 62. Stat. 701, it was already settled that defrauding the United States by depriving it of its lawful governmental functions by dishonest means is a defrauding within the meaning of the defraud clause, Glasser, 315 U.S. at 66, and at that time, Congress added the words, or any agency thereof, in the defraud clause after United States. Pub. L. No. 80 to 772, 62 Stat. 701. The House report from the Judiciary Committee accompanying the pertinent bill specifically stated that the amendment was designed to reflect the construction placed upon the predecessor statute by the courts. H.R. Rep. No. 80-304 at A 28, 1947. And it has consistently been the department's position in litigation that the defraud clause proscribes conspiracies to obstruct a lawful function of the federal government through deceit. C. E.g. Gas Pipe, Inc. v. United States, number 21-183, 2021 WL 5,193,105, brief in Oppen, U.S. October 8, 2021, stating petitioner's contention that defraud clause is limited to money and property schemes is inconsistent with over a century of Supreme Court precedent. Flynn vs. United States, number 20-1129, 2021 WL 7,210,413, brief in Oppen, U.S. May 19, 2021, stating defraud clause is not unconstitutionally vague in part because of the Supreme Court's long-standing interpretation that interference or obstruction must be by deceit or dishonest means. Copland v. United States, number 12-1299, 2013 WL 3,324,197, brief in Oppen, U.S. July 1, 2013, explaining that petitioners claim that the decisions in mail and wire fraud cases like McNally vs. United States, 483 U.S. 350, 1987, and Skilling undermine long-standing, congressionally adopted construction of the defraud clause, is erroneous and misplaced, and disregards important limitations inherent in the defraud clause, including the requirement that a conspiracy under the defraud clause must be deceptive or deceitful. 166. Accordingly, the office concluded that 166. The Supreme Court denied certiorari in each of these cases. See Gas Pipe, Inc. v. United States, 142 S. Court. 484. 43. Mr. Trump's conduct fell within the scope of Section 371 given the statute's long-standing congressionally ratified construction and its historic use by the Justice Department. The office also recognized various limiting principles in the application of Section 371 that separate Mr. Trump's conduct from mere hardscrabble politics. A defraud clause violation, as honed by years of judicial decisions, including repeated applications by the Supreme Court, requires not only an agreement among co-conspirators, but identification of a specific function of the federal government, the intent to obstruct that function through deceit, and an overt act. C. E.g., United States vs. Johnson, 383 U.S. 169, 172, 184-185, 1966, in exchange for undisclosed campaign contributions and legal fees, congressmen conspired to defeat the lawful functions of the Department of Justice by urging dismissal of pending indictments. First, a defraud clause. Conspiracy must be targeted at a lawful function of the United States or any agency thereof. C. E.g., United States vs. Haldeman, 559 F.2 D31, 121, D.C. CIR. 1976, the unlawful agreement to attempt to use the CIA to interfere with the investigation of the Watergate break-in was thus fairly charged in Count 1 of the indictment as one of the means by which the defendants intended to accomplish one of the principal objects of their conspiracy, defrauding the United States of its right to have its officials and agencies transact their business honestly, impartially, and free from corruption or undue influence or obstruction. In contrast, a conspiracy targeted at a private party or at a state or local government does not suffice, even if the entity receives federal funds or serve as an intermediary performing official functions on behalf of the federal government. Tanner, 483 U.S. at 130 to 131. Second, obstruction of the governmental function must be a purpose or object of the conspiracy and not merely a foreseeable consequence of the conspiratorial scheme. United States vs. Goldberg, 105 F.3d 770, 773, 1st CIR. 1997, emphasis. 2021, Flynn vs. United States, I4IS. Court. 2853, 2021, Copland vs. United States, 571 U.S. 8L9, 2013. 44. M. Original, citing Dennis, 384 U.S. at 861. Thus, for example, financial CNMES do not automatically become federal conspiracies to defraud the IRS, simply because the crime may have foreseeable tax implications. ID. And this requirement means that the conspiracy must be aimed at defeating and obstructing the government function, rather than simply participating in it. Third, the defraud clause is limited only to wrongs done by deceit, craft or trickery, or at least by means that are dishonest. Hammerschmidt, 265 U.S. at 188. Fourth, the overt act requirement provides another limitation, the function of which is to manifest that the conspiracy is at work, and is neither a project still resting solely in the minds of the conspirators nor a fully completed operation no longer in existence. Yates vs. United States, 354 U.S. 298, 334, 1957. Citation and quotations omitted, overruled on other grounds by Burks vs. United States, 437 U.S. 1, 1978. Finally, while a court in the District of Columbia has stated that materiality is not an element of a defraud clause conspiracy, see Concord Management and Consulting LLC, 34-7F. Sup. 3D. At 50N.5, the office was prepared to prove the materiality of Mr. Trump's deceptive statements, and to offer a materiality instruction as another limitation on the scope of Section 371. Under that limitation, even conspirators who make knowingly false statements with an obstructive intent will not violate the defraud clause unless their statements are material. All of these requirements for establishing a conspiracy to defraud under Section 371, taken collectively, ensure that common political conduct or political speech does not fall within the scope of the defraud clause. The evidence collected during the investigation met these requirements as to Mr. Trump's conduct. B. Obstruction and conspiracy to obstruct, 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, K, and C, 2. The federal statute prohibiting obstruction of an official proceeding makes it a crime to corruptly, 1. Alter, destroy, mutilate, or conceal a record, document, or other object, or attempt to do so, with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an 45. Official proceeding, or 2. Otherwise obstruct, influence, or impede any official proceeding, or attempt to do so. 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, c. A separate provision defines the term official proceeding to include a proceeding before the Congress. 18 U.S.C. Section 1515, a, l, b. In Fisher vs. United States, 603 U.S. 480, 2024, decided during the pendency of Mr. Trump's immunity appeal, the Supreme Court clarified the scope of an obstruction offense under Section 1512, c. 2, holding that the statute applies only when a defendant impairs, or attempts to impair, the availability or integrity for use in an official proceeding of records, documents, objects, or other things used in the proceeding. ID. At 498. In language that applies directly to the allegations in the superseding indictment, the Supreme Court explained that Section 1512, c.2's criminal prohibition includes creating false evidence. ID. At 491. Before seeking the original indictment, which, like the superseding indictment, alleged that one component of Mr. Trump's and his co-conspirators' obstruction involved replacing valid elector certificates from the contested states with false ones they had manufactured. The office anticipated the possibility of such a result in Fisher and confirmed that the evidence would prove Mr. Trump's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt even under a narrow interpretation of Section 1512, c.2. C. ECF number 139 at 20-21. In construing Section 1512, c.2, to reach impairing or attempting to impair the integrity or availability of records, documents, or other objects through creating false evidence, the Supreme Court cited United States v. Reich, 479 F.3d 179, 183, 185-187, 2 DCIR. 2007, Sotomayor, J. in which a defendant was convicted under Section 1512, c.2, after he forged a court order and sent it to an opposing party intending to cause that party to withdraw a mandamus petition then pending before an appellate court, just as the defendant in Reich violated Section 1512, c.2, by injecting a false order into ongoing litigation to which he was a party, id. At 186, the evidence showed that the co-conspirators created fraudulent electoral 46 certificates that they intended to introduce into the congressional certification proceeding on January 6 to obstruct it. 167. The office was also prepared to prove that Mr. Trump willfully caused his supporters to obstruct and attempt to obstruct the proceeding by summoning them to Washington, D.C., and then directing them to march to the Capitol to cause the Vice President and legislators to reject the legitimate certificates and instead rely on the fraudulent electoral certificates. 168 C18. U.S.C. Section 2, b, making a defendant criminally liable for willfully causing an act to be done, which if directly performed by him or another would be a federal offense. United States vs. Shaw, 176 F.3d 517, 522, D.C. CIR. 1999, upholding a conviction for willfully causing a violation of 18 U.S.C. Section 1001. The Supreme Court's opinion in Fisher therefore did not undermine the viability of the Section 1512 counts. Much of the evidence that supports the Section 371 conspiracy to defraud likewise proves that Mr. Trump and co-conspirators violated Section 1512, K, and Section 1512, C, 2. 2. Demonstrate a violation of Section 1512, C, 2, following Fisher, the government must prove, 1. The defendant obstructed, influenced, or impeded an official proceeding, or attempted to do so. 2. In the course of doing so, the defendant committed or attempted to commit an act that 167 CECF No. 252 at 48-49 and NN.251 to 254, 51-52 and N.274, 56-57 and NN.302 to 307, 58 and N.312, 65 and N.352. SCOO2341381, fraudulent, Arizona's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341386. Fraudulent, Georgia's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341398, fraudulent, Michigan's. Fraudulent, Georgia's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341398, fraudulent, Michigan's. Electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341415, fraudulent, Nevada's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341409, fraudulent, New Mexico's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341435, fraudulent, Pennsylvania's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCOO2341449, fraudulent, Wisconsin's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO003106626. Co-Conspirator 5 Memo 6 December 2020, SCO0003948. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 8 December 2020, SCO003099946. Email from Co-Conspirator 5 to Co-Conspirator 1 December 13, 2020, SCO121843337, SCO12184338, email from Co-Conspirator 2 to Co-Conspirator 5 and Co-Conspirator 6, with attachment December 23, 2020, memo, SCO12101300. SCO12EO1301, email from Co-Conspirator 2 to Co-Conspirator 6, with attachment 3 January 2021, memo. 168 CECF No. 252 at 72 to 73 and NN.405 to 407, 74 and NN.411 to 414, 75 and N.422, 76 to 78 and NN.428 to 444, 80 and N.462, c. Also, e.g., SCO004555253, SCO12987427, Donald J. Trump tweet December 19, 2020, SCO00455068, SCO12987393. Donald J. Trump tweet OL 01 2021, SCO02244118, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America Rally 6 January 2021. 47. Impaired the integrity or rendered unavailable records, documents, objects, or other things for use in the official proceeding. 3. The defendant intended to impair the integrity of or render unavailable such records, documents, objects, or other things for use in the official proceeding. And 4. The defendant acted corruptly. See United States vs. Baez, number 21 crossing -507, ECF number 106 at 8, DDC. Sept. 23, 2024, describing elements required to establish a violation of Section 1512, c. 2, following Fisher. Mr. Trump's conduct establishes each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The congressional certification proceeding was an official proceeding for purposes of Section 1512. As every district court judge in the District of Columbia to have considered this question has concluded, see United States vs. Bingert, 605 F. Sup. 3D 111, 120, DDC. 2022, and as the D.C. Circuit has agreed, see Fisher, 64 F. 4th at 342 to 343, D.C. CIR. 2023, vacated and remanded on other grounds, 603 U.S. 480, 2024. The evidence described above supporting the Section 371 charge also establishes Mr. Trump's knowingly obstructive conduct. And as described above, Mr. Trump willfully caused others to attempt to obstruct the certification proceeding on January 6. Finally, the government was prepared to prove Mr. Trump's corrupt intent under any definition beyond a reasonable doubt. To act corruptly means 1. Acting dishonestly, 2. Intending the use of unlawful means, 3. Violating a legal duty or causing or seeking to cause someone else to violate a legal duty, or 4. Seeking an unlawful or improper benefit or advantage. Acting corruptly also means acting with consciousness of wrongdoing. See United States vs. Robertson, 86 F. 4th 355, 368-369, D.C. CIR. 2023, United States vs. Wyforison, 98 F.3d 619, 630. D.C. CIR. 1996, Arthur Anderson LLP, 544 U.S. at 706-707, 2005. Mr. Trump and co-conspirators used deceptive and dishonest means. He intended the use of independently 48. Criminal means to obstruct the congressional certification proceeding. He and co-conspirators plainly sought to cause state and federal officials to violate a legal duty, and Mr. Trump acted with an intent to procure an unlawful benefit either for oneself or for some other person. Fisher, 64 F. 4th at 352, Walker, J., concurring, citation and quotations omitted. Most. Basically, Mr. Trump sought, unlawfully, to secure a professional advantage the presidency. Id. At 356 N.5 to which he was not lawfully entitled. C. Conspiracy Against Rights, 18 U.S.C. Section 241. Section 241 makes it unlawful for two or more persons to conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district, in the free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege secured to him by the Constitution or laws of the United States. A violation of Section 241 requires proof of three elements. 1. Mr. Trump entered into a conspiracy. 2. To willfully injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate a person in the United States. 3. In the exercise or enjoyment of a right secured by the Constitution or federal law. 18 U.S.C. Section 241, c. e.g., United States vs. Epley, 52 F.3d 571, 575-576, 6th CIR. 1995. Mr. Trump's conduct meets each element. 169 The right to vote for president based on the determination by state legislatures to appoint electors based on their constituents' votes is fundamental. Bush v. Gore, 531 U.S. 98, 104, 2000, cf. Burdick vs. Takushi, 504 U.S. 428, 441. 1992, the right to vote is the right to participate in an electoral process that is necessarily structured to maintain the integrity of the democratic system. United States vs. Robinson, 813. F.3d 251, 255-256, 6th CIR. 2016, Section 241, prohibits interference with a voter's right to cast. 169 The office further set forth its position on the applicability of Section 241 in response to Mr. Trump's motion to dismiss the charge in the district court. CECF number 139 at 22-25. 49. A ballot for his or her preferred candidate. And prohibits interference with the right of voters to have their votes free from dilution by unlawfully procured votes. It is a right rooted in the principles of accountability to and consent by the governed, which has distinguished this nation from its founding. As the Supreme Court has recognized, he right to vote freely for the candidate of one's choice is of the essence of a democratic society, and any restrictions on that right strike at the heart of representative government. Reynolds vs. Sims, 377 U.S. 533, 555. 1964, see also Yik Wo vs. Hopkins, 118 U.S. 357, 370, 1886. Voting is regarded as a fundamental political right because it is preservative of all rights. Wesbury v. Sanders, 376. U.S. 1, 17, 1964. No right is more precious in a free country than that of having a voice in the election of those who make the laws under which, as good citizens, we must live. Other rights, even the most basic, are illusory if the right to vote is undermined. Mr. Trump acknowledged that voting in a presidential election is a fundamental right under the Constitution. CECF number 163 at 23, arguing that urging states or Congress to use their power to select or to count electors does not affect the fundamental right to vote because it does not arbitrarily value one person's vote over that of another. Bush, 531 U.S. at 104 to 105, or restrict the exercise of that right. Rather, it encourages the states and Congress to exercise their constitutional prerogatives a certain way. Indeed, given that all states have made the popular vote an integral means of appointing electors, the right to vote in a presidential election is among the most precious federal rights protected by the Constitution. Cf. United States vs. Classic, 313. U.S. 299, 314, 1941. When a state makes a primary election, an integral part of the procedure for the popular choice of a congressman, it becomes a right established and guaranteed by the Constitution. See also Trump vs. Anderson, 601 U.S. 100, 115 to 116, 2024, per curiam, noting 50. The uniquely important national interest in a presidential election because the president represents all the voters in the nation. Citation, quotations, and emphasis omitted. This history of the Section 241 offense with which Mr. Trump was charged, along with courts' universal and long-standing recognition of the voting rights protected by that statute, confirm that protecting the right to vote is critical to the existence of the right. Section 241's predecessor statute was passed as part of the Enforcement Act of 1870, a Reconstruction-era law, to address the continued denial of rights to black citizens, sometimes accompanied by violent assaults. United States vs. Price, 383 U.S. 787, 801 to 802, 1966. That act sought to combat widespread anti-Reconstruction violence, which included acts of terror aimed at disenfranchising black voters. The same year as the act's passage, Congress established the U.S. Department of Justice, and the department zealously pursued its mission to enforce voting rights in the Reconstruction era. Through the application and interpretation of Section 241 and its predecessor statute, courts have repeatedly underscored the importance of the right to vote. Courts have held that the right encompasses the ability to cast a vote. Ex parte Yarbrough, the Ku Klux cases, 110 U.S. 651, 657 to 658, 1884, protecting right of an emancipated person to vote, and to have that vote counted. United States vs. Fosley, 238 U.S. 383, 386, 1915, we regard it as equally unquestionable that the right to have one's vote counted is as open to protection by Congress as the right to put a ballot in a box. They have further confirmed that one's vote cannot lawfully be denied, destroyed, or diluted. See e.g., Classic, 313 U.S. at 321. 322, holding that Section 241's predecessor statute applied to conspiracies to prevent the official counting of ballots in a primary election, United States vs. Saylor, 322 U.S. 385, 1944, Section 241 applies to prohibit conspiracies to dilute legitimate votes by stuffing the ballot box, United States vs. Plava, 66F.2d 529, 530, 2d CIR. 1933, Board of Elections inspectors charged with 51. Falsely tabulating ballots to favor certain candidates, convictions reversed on separate jury grounds, United States vs. Skurla, 126F. Sup. 713, 715, WD. Pa. 1954, defendants charged for casting and causing to be cast false and forged ballots, causing an incorrect vote tally, and using unqualified individuals to impersonate lawful voters, United States vs. Townsley, 843 F.2d 1070. 1073 to 1075, 8th CIR. 1988, scheme to discard certain absentee ballots. Mr. Trump and co-conspirators sought to deprive, that is, injure or oppress citizens of their constitutional right to have their presidential election votes counted. The words, injure or oppress, in Section 241 are not used in any technical sense, but cover a variety of conduct intended to prevent, harm, inhibit, hinder, frustrate, obstruct, or interfere with the free exercise and enjoyment of a right. See United States vs. Handy, number 22 crossing-96, 2023 WL 6,199,084, at *3. DDC. Sept. 22, 2023, United States vs. Mackey, 652 Sup. 3D 309, 336 to 337, EDNY. 2023. Although they were not in a back room altering the vote tallies in a local election, or stuffing falsified ballots into the ballot boxes, as alleged in prior cases charged under this statute, Mr. Trump and co-conspirators nonetheless sought the same result, to effectively cast aside legitimate votes in a manner that would have deprived citizens of their right to vote and have their votes counted. As co-conspirator 1 admitted, their primary objective was to just flat out change the vote, deduct that number of votes from the, declare those votes, 300,000 votes in Philadelphia, illegal, unlawful. Reduce the number by 300,000. 170. Mr. Trump attempted to carry out this objective in multiple ways. He urged state officials to disregard the legitimate majority of votes for Mr. Biden and pressured and threatened Georgia's Secretary of State to find more than 11,000 votes to dilute Mr. Biden's vote count in the state. 171. And he urged Mr. 170 SCOO 6628582 at 1307 to 1322, War Room Episode 491, the 11th of November 2020. 171 CECF No. 252 at 29 and N.137, SCO 12,998,394 at 12, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 January 2021. 52. Pence to discard the legitimate electoral certificates that reflected millions of citizens' votes in the targeted states. 172. The evidence collected showed that Mr. Trump targeted this voting right with precision. He centered his false claims of election fraud on select states or cities in counties within those states, with large numbers of voters who had not chosen to re-elect him. D. Defenses. Before presenting the original indictment to the grand jury, the office considered Mr. Trump's potential defenses to these charges, including a good faith defense and advice of counsel. Defense and constitutional defenses. The office concluded that each of the defenses was legally or factually flawed and thus would not prevail. First, it was expected that Mr. Trump would argue that he acted in good faith when he sought to stop the transfer of presidential power because he genuinely believed that outcome-determinative fraud had undermined the election's integrity and caused him to lose. As set forth above in Section 2A, the office developed strong proof that Mr. Trump knew that his election fraud claims were false. For example, Mr. Trump made persistent claims of a large number of dead voters in Georgia, including in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6, even though his senior campaign advisor and Georgia's Secretary of State had told him that the claims were untrue. 173 He spread lies, including in his Ellipse speech, of sinister, fraudulent vote dumps in Michigan, even after Michigan's Senate Majority Leader told him that nothing suspicious had occurred. 174 And Mr. Trump repeatedly made provably false allegations about fraud in 172 CECF No. 252 at 66 to 67 and NN.361 to 365, 71 and NN.392 to 399, SCO 000146555 at 198 to 200. 173 CECF No. 252 at 21 and N.95, 30 and N.142, SCO 022441118 at 16, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. 6 January 2021, SCO 000118882 at 33 to 37, SCO 12,998,394 at 6, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 January 2021. 174 CECF No. 252 at 32 to 33 and N.160, SCO 022441118 at 18, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. 0L 06 2021 SCO 115,454.70 at 62 to 64 int Trail SCO 0082931 at 16 to 17 HSC Trail. 53. Pennsylvania, despite having been told by the chairman of the state Republican Party that the vote count was occurring as expected. 175. Even if Mr. Trump maintained that he sincerely believed he won the election, a conclusion unsupported by the evidence collected in the investigation, it would not provide a defense to the Section 371 charge. A defendant may not use deceit to obstruct a government function even if he believes the function itself to be unconstitutional, because a claim of unconstitutionality will not be heard to excuse a voluntary, deliberate and calculated course of fraud and deceit. Dennis, 384 U.S. at 867. One who elects such a course as a means of self-help may not escape the consequences by urging that his conduct be excused because the statute which he sought to evade is unconstitutional. ID. There are appropriate and inappropriate ways to challenge perceived illegalities. ID. Just as the president of a company may be guilty of fraud for using knowingly false statements of fact to defraud investors even if he subjectively believes that his company will eventually succeed, see, e.g., United States vs. Arif, 897 F.3d1, 9. 10 and N.9, First CIR. 2018, United States vs. Kennedy, 714 F.3d 951, 958, 6th CIR. 2013, United States vs. Chavis, 461 F.3d 1201, 1209, 10th CIR. 2006, Mr. Trump could be convicted of using deceit to obstruct the government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified, even if he established that he subjectively believed that he had reason to do so because of his claims that the election was rigged. It bears emphasis that Mr. Trump's knowing deceit was pervasive throughout the charged conspiracies. This was not a case in which Mr. Trump merely misstated a fact or two in a handful of isolated instances. On a repeated basis, he and co-conspirators used specific in 175 CECF No. 252 at 37 to 38 and NN.187 to 190, SCOO 2244118 at 11 to 12, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America. Rally 0 the 6th of January 2021, SCO 0001696 at 20 to 24. 54. Knowingly false claims of election fraud in his calls and meetings with state officials, in an effort to induce them to overturn the results of the election in their states, 176 to his own vice president. To induce Mr. Pence to violate his duty during the congressional certification proceeding, 177 in. On January 6, as a call to action to the angry crowd he had gathered at the Ellipse and sent to the Capitol to disrupt the certification proceeding. 178 Mr. Trump and co-conspirators used other forms of deceit as well, including when they falsely represented that the fraudulent electoral votes would be used only if Mr. Trump prevailed in pending contests in their states, 179, and when they caused the fraudulent electors to falsely swear that they were duly certified and send those false certifications to Congress. 180 regardless of any claim that Mr. Trump subjectively believed the outcome of the election was unfair or rigged, the office concluded that these knowingly deceitful statements and acts would overcome any good faith defense. The office also expected that Mr. Trump might claim that his consultation with attorneys, several of whom were co-conspirators, should negate a finding that he acted with a 176 CECF No. 252 at 17 and NN.67 to 68, I8 and N.72, 29 to 30 and NN.139 to 144, 32 and N.159, SCO, 12,733,339 at 4, int. Rep. SCO 007675550 at 10 to 11, HSC Trail, SCO 11,509,251 at 41 to 42, int. Trail, SCO 12,998,394 at 1 to 3, Trail of Georgia. Secretary of State Kahlo 2nd of January 2021, SCO 0082931 at 16 to 17, HSC Trail 177 CECF No. 252 at 67 and N.365, SCO 0001465 at 155 to 158, 170 to 171, SCO 0498239, handwritten notes. December 29, 2020, SCO 0498230 at I, handwritten notes OI, 04, 2021. 178 CECF No. 252 at 75 to 76 and NN.423 to 428, SCO 2244118 at 6, 12 to 22, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America. Rally 6th of January 2021. 179 CECF number 252 at 50 and N.260, 53 and N.282, SCO 000099955 at 8 to 11, SCO 12,949,797 at 82 to 83, int. Trail, SCO 0001692 at 48 to 50, SCO 000095540 at 15 to 19. 180 CECF No. 252 at 56 and N.30I, SCO 023413881, fraudulent, Arizona's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 234I386, fraudulent, Georgia's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 2341398, fraudulent, Michigan's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 2341415. Fraudulent, Nevada's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 2341409, fraudulent, New Mexico's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 2341435, fraudulent, Pennsylvania's electoral votes for president and vice president, SCO 2341449, fraudulent, Wisconsin's electoral votes for president and vice president. Even in Pennsylvania and New Mexico, where the fraudulent certificates contained future contingent language, the cover memoranda and envelopes sent to Congress represented that the documents were the state's electoral votes for president and vice president. 55. Criminal state of mind. In pretrial litigation, the court granted the government's motion that Mr. Trump should be required to declare whether he intended to employ such a defense and, if he did, to produce the discovery required by the attendant waiver of Mr. Trump's attorney-client privilege. ECF number 147. A defendant's claim that he relied in good faith on his attorney's advice is not an affirmative defense that defeats liability even if the jury accepts the government's allegations as true, but functions instead as evidence that, if believed, can raise a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors about whether the government has proved the required element of the offense that the defendant had an unlawful intent. United States vs. Scully, 877 F.3d 464. 476, 2 DCIR. 2017, quoting United States vs. BeachNet Nutrition Corp., 871 F.2d 1181, 1194, 2d. CIR. 1989. Under D.C. Circuit law, an advice of counsel defense consists of two elements. The defendant, 1, relied in good faith on the counsel's advice that his course of conduct was legal, and 2, made full disclosure of all material facts to his attorney before receiving the advice at issue. United States vs. Gray Burrises, 920 F.3d 61, 66, D.C. CIR. 2019, quoting United States vs. DeFries, 129 F.3d 1293, 1308, D.C. CIR. 1997. The office concluded that if Mr. Trump chose to raise such a defense, it would fail. Because an advice of counsel defense is not available, where counsel acts as an accomplice to the crime. United States vs. West, 392 F.3d 450, 457, D.C. CIR. 2004, Roberts, J. The evidence showed that the central attorneys on whom Mr. Trump may have relied for such a defense, such as co-conspirator 1 or co-conspirator 2, were partner S in a venture, with the result that any advice of counsel defense necessarily would fail. ID. Citing United States vs. Carr, 740 F.2d 339347, 5th CIR. 1984, cf. United States vs. Santolo, 818 F.2d 980990, 1st CIR. 1987, a criminal lawyer has no license to act as a lawyer. Criminal co-conspirator 1 assisted Mr. Trump in using knowingly false claims of election fraud in furtherance of the 56 charged conspiracies. At press conferences, 181 at hearings before legislatures in the targeted states, 182 and directly with officials in the targeted states, 183 co-conspirator 1 made a wide range of specific, though ever-changing, false claims of election fraud. Co-conspirator 1 continued to do so after his lies were publicly or directly debunked. 184 co-conspirator L's involvement spanned from his insistence that Mr. Trump declare victory on election night 185 to the voicemails 186 that co-conspirator 1 left for senators on the night of January 6, using false claims of election fraud to ask that the legislators further delay the certification. Co-conspirator 2 was instrumental in Mr. Trump's efforts to organize his electors to cast fraudulent votes and send them to the vice president, and then to pressure the vice president to use the fraudulent electoral certificates to overturn the election results. Throughout his involvement in Mr. Trump's conspiracies, co-conspirator 2 conceded privately to other attorneys, both private attorneys and those responsible for advising Mr. Trump and the vice president, that his plans violated federal law and would not withstand scrutiny in court. 187. 181 CECF No. 252 at 43 and NN.217 to 2I8, C, e.g., SCOO4976260, video of Four Seasons Total Landscaping Press Conference 7 November 2020, SCOO4976264, video of RNC Press Conference November 19, 2020. 182 CECF number 252 at 19 to 20 and NN.83 to 85, 21 and N.97, 25 and NN. L19 to 120, 39 and NN.195 to 197, SCOO 4976265 at 1552. 30. 00, video of Pennsylvania hotel hearing November 25, 2020, SCOO 4976459 at 2 hours 6 minutes and 23 seconds to 2 hours 7 minutes and 0 seconds, video of Arizona State hearing November 30, 2020, SCOO 4976326 at 25:00:31:05, video of Michigan House Committee meeting. The 2nd of December 2020, SCOO 4976332 at 01 hour 4 minutes and 50 seconds to 1 hour 10 minutes and 25 seconds, video of Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing. The 3rd of December 2020. 183 CECF No. 252 at 19 and NN.77 to 82, 33 and NN.163 to 164, 34 and NN.168 to 169, SCO 11,545,470 at 53, int. Trail. SCO 00829361 at 20 to 22, HSC Trail, SCO 00312350, text messages from co-conspirator 1 the 7th of December 2020. SCOO 539033705390346, text messages the 8th of December 2020, SCO 11,508,370 at 62 to 64, int. Trail. 184 CECF No. 252 at 14 and N.53, 23 and NN.105 to 106. See also, e.g., SCOO 4976279 at 1 hour 36 minutes and 58 seconds to 2 hours 1 minute and 58 seconds, video of Georgia House Committee hearing the 10th of December 2020, SCOO 4952956, tweet the 4th of December 2020, SCOO 4976277 at 8:44. 09. LO, video of Georgia Secretary of State press conference L. 7 February 2020, Supra ad N. 12. 185 CECF No. 252 at 7 and N.15, SCO 00003548 at 61 to 62, SCO 00016750 at 31 to 35. 186 CECF No. 252 at 84 and NN.488 to 492, SCO 04134777, voicemail from co-conspirator 6 January 2021. SCO 06475675, voicemail from co-conspirator 6 January 2021. 187 CECF No. 252 at 61 and NN.324 to 326, 63 and N.336, 66 and N.356, 69 and N.384, SCO 00007167 at 66. SCO 02248764 at 3, email from co-conspirator 6 January 21, SCO 12,245,492, email from co-conspirator 2. 57. Furthermore, Mr. Trump could not have succeeded in showing that he relied in good faith on legal advice from these attorneys. The evidence showed that Mr. Trump was not looking to co-conspirator 1 or co-conspirator 2 for legal advice. Instead, Mr. Trump was the head of a conspiracy who sought legal cover from his co-conspirators. As co-conspirator 1 acted repeatedly in furtherance of the conspiracies, multiple advisors to Mr. Trump warned him that co-conspirator 1 would not successfully challenge the election results and was not acting in Mr. Trump's best interest. Mr. Trump ignored them all because he was not relying on co-conspirator 1 as an attorney. 188 Similarly, co-conspirator 2's willingness to advocate for actions that he knew and even privately conceded were unlawful demonstrates that both he and Mr. Trump understood his role was not that of an attorney offering legal advice on which Mr. Trump was acting. 189 For instance, in a lawsuit in Georgia, co-conspirator 2 filed a false certification by Mr. Trump after having written to other attorneys in an email that both he and Mr. Trump knew. Some of the allegations incorporated in the filing were inaccurate. 190 And co-conspirator 2's decision to advocate to the Vice President's counsel and Chief of Staff on January 5, 2021, that the Vice President should unlawfully reject legitimate electoral certificates, an act that co-conspirator 2 had previously recognized was not supported by the Constitution or federal. December 29, 2020, SCO 00039087, text messages among co-conspirator 2, co-conspirator 5, and co-conspirator 6. December 28, 2020. 188 CECF No. 252 at I-1 to 12 and NN.32 to 35, SCO 12,920,242 at I-4, 7, int. Rep. SCO 00006256 at 44 to 52. SCO 12,945,195, email November 28, 2020, SCO 00764172 at 26 to 27, HSC Trail, SCO 11,532,925 at 70 to 71, int. Trail. SCO 00014655 at 68 to 73. 189 CECF No. 252 at 61 and NN.324 to 326, 63 and N.336, 66 to 67 and NN.356 to 364, 69 to 70 NN.382 to 385, C, e.g. SCO 12,245,107 at 1-2, draft letter from co-conspirator 2, SCO 00280481 at 2, memo from co-conspirator 2 to co-conspirator 6 December 23, 2020, SCO 00006256 at 130-135, SCO 00007167 at 50-53, 60-63, SCO 00016118 at 72. 80, SCO 00014442 at 38-39, pence, so help me God pp. 450-451, SCO 04982330, handwritten notes. The 4th of January 2021, Trump vs. Kemp, number 20 CV 5310, ECF number 21 at 27-29, ND. GA. Jan. 5, 2021, transcript of motions. Hearing, SCO 04976350 at 56-53-57-36, 0I. 559-107, 02, 01, I9, 12-1, 27-28, video of HSC testimony. SCO 4094748, handwritten notes 0 the 5th of January 2021, SCO 007948788 at I081 I5, HSC Trail 190 CECF number 252 at 27 and NN.127-130, Kemp, number 20 CV 5310, ECF number 1 at 33-34, ND. GA. Dec. 31, 2020. Complaint, SCO 00006256 at 205-206, SCO 00282435 at 1, email from co-conspirator 2 December 31, 2020. 58. Law 191 was a sharp reversal from his position just one day earlier and happened only because Mr. Trump had made clear that it was his preferred strategy. 192 The office was otherwise confident that it would be able to demonstrate that with respect to all attorneys, Mr. Trump could not meet the elements of the defense, such as the requirement that he make full disclosure to any attorneys of all relevant facts and then rely faithfully on their advice. See Gray Burris's 920 F.3d. At 66. Finally, the office anticipated that Mr. Trump would claim that his conduct was protected by the First Amendment. As the district court recognized, the First Amendment embodies our profound national commitment to the free exchange of ideas, and it bars the government from restricting expression because of its message, its ideas, its subject matter, or its content. ECF number 171 at 31, quoting Ashcroft vs. Am. Civ. Liberties Union, 535 U.S. 564, 573, 2002, and United States vs. Stevens, 559 U.S. 460,468, 2010. At the same time, it is well established that the First Amendment does not protect speech that is used as an instrument of a crime. ID. Many long-established criminal laws permissibly criminalize speech that is intended to induce or commence illegal activities. United States vs. Williams, 553 U.S. 285, 298, 2008, such as fraud, bribery, perjury, extortion, threats, incitement, solicitation, and blackmail, see, e.g. Stevens, 559 U.S. At 468-469, fraud, Williams, 553 U.S. At 298, incitement, solicitation. Citizens United vs. Fed. Election Common, 558 U.S. 310, 356, 2010, Bribery, Rice vs. Paladin. Enters, Inc., 128 F.3D 233, 244, 4th CIR. 1997, Extortion, Threats, Blackmail, Perjury. ECF. No. 171 at 31 to 32, ellipsis omitted. Prosecutions for conspiring, directing, and aiding in abetting do not run afoul of the Constitution when those offenses are carried out through 191 CECF number 252 at 61 and NN.324 to 326, SCO 12,245,107 at 1 to 2, draft letter from co-conspirator 2. 192 CECF No. 252 at 66 to 67 and NN.361 to 364, 69 and NN.382 to 384, SCO 0000767 at 51, 60 to 61, SCO 0497635 at 119, 12 to 1 hour 21 minutes and 30 seconds, video of HSC testimony, SCO 4094748, handwritten notes 0 the 5th of January 2021. 59. Speech, ID. At 32, quoting Nat. Org. For Women vs. Operation Rescue, 37F.3D 646, 655 to 656. DC. CIR. 1994, and citing Williams, 553 U.S. At 298. Consistent with that precedent, the original and superseding indictments recognized that Mr. Trump had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the 2020 presidential election and even to claim, falsely, that there had been outcome-determinative fraud during the election and that he had won. ECF number 1 it, R3, ECF No. 226 it, R3. They charged Mr. Trump, however, with using knowingly false statements to defeat a government function, injure the right to vote, and obstruct an official proceeding. That is, he made dozens of specific claims that there had been substantial fraud in certain states, such as that large numbers of dead, non-resident, non-citizen, or otherwise ineligible voters had cast ballots, or that voting machines had changed votes for the defendant to votes for Biden. ECF number 1 it, R11, ECF No. 226 it, R12. Those were factual claims that were verifiably false, and Mr. Trump knew that they were false. Id. Mr. Trump then used those lies as the instruments of his 4 criminal offenses. Because he used those knowingly false statements regarding specific facts to commit the crimes charged in the superseding indictment, they were not protected by the First Amendment. C. Stevens. 559 U.S. At 468 to 469, including fraud in the list of well-defined and narrowly limited classes of speech, the prevention and punishment of which have never been thought to raise any constitutional problem. Citation and quotations omitted. United States vs. Nordine, 579 F. Sup. 3D 28, 53 to 54, DDC. 2021, B. Y. Focusing on corrupt actions, Section 1512, C. 2. Does not even reach free speech. See also United States vs. Alvarez, 567 U.S. 709, 719 to 721. 2012, Plurality Opinion, explaining that while falsity alone may not suffice to bring the speech outside the First Amendment, the First Amendment permits criminal laws that proscribe 60. Knowing or reckless falsehoods in connection with some other legally cognizable harm, including protecting the integrity of government processes. In pretrial motions, Mr. Trump moved to dismiss the original indictment based on the First Amendment. CECF number 113 at 4-18. The office filed an opposition brief, ECF number 139, at 29-34, and the district court denied the motion, finding that the indictment properly alleges defendants' statements were made in furtherance of a criminal scheme, ECF number 171 at 33. As the court explained, Mr. Trump was not being prosecuted for his view on a political dispute. He was being prosecuted for acts constituting criminal conspiracy and obstruction of the electoral process, it at 34, and the fact that his alleged criminal conduct involved speech does not render the indictment unconstitutional, it at 32. Because he was not being prosecuted simply for making false statements, but rather for knowingly making false statements in furtherance of a criminal conspiracy and obstructing the electoral process, there was no danger of a slippery slope in which inadvertent false statements alone are alleged to be the basis for criminal prosecution. ID. At 36, citation omitted, see generally id. At 32-37, rejecting other First Amendment claims. E. Other charges. The office considered, but ultimately opted against, bringing other charges. 1. Potential charge was 18 U.S.C. Section 2383, sometimes referred to as the Insurrection Act, which provides that W. Hoover incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. 18 U.S.C. Section 2383. Section 2383. Originated during the Civil War, as part of the Second Confiscation Act of 1862. See Act of July 17, 1862, ch. 195, Section 2, Pub. L. No. 37-160, 12 Stat. 589,590. 61. Cases interpreting Section 2383 are scarce and arose in contexts that provided little guidance regarding its potential application in this case. See, e.g., United States vs. Greathouse. 26F. Saws. 18, 23, CCND. Cal. 1863, construing the original version of the Act to encompass treason, consisting of arming a vessel to commit hostilities against United States vessels, in the context of the rebellion by the Confederate States, United States vs. Cathcart, 25F. Saws. 344, 345. CCSD. Ohio 1864, rejecting legal argument that treason against the United States was legally impossible in the context of the rebellion by the Confederate States, in Re Grand Jury, 62F. 834. 837838, S. D. Cal. 1894, Grand Jury charge describing offense in the context of a labor dispute involving interference with transportation of the mail, in Re charge to Grand Jury, 62F. 828. 829-830, ND. Ill. 1894, Grand Jury charged that insurrection is arising against civil or political authority, and requires such a number of persons as would constitute a general uprising in that particular locality, in the context of offense of obstructing the mails. It does not appear that any defendant has been charged with violating the statute in more than 100 years. To establish a violation of Section 2383, the office would first have had to prove that the violence at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, constituted an insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, and then prove that Mr. Trump, incite, d, or assist, ed. the insurrection, or g, avenue, aid or comfort thereto. 18 U.S.C. Section 2383. Courts have found or described the attack on the Capitol as an insurrection. In Anderson v. Griswold, 543p.3d 283, 329, Colo. 2023, Rev. D. On other grounds sub nom. Trump v. Anderson, 601 U.S. 100, 2024, per curiam, the Colorado Supreme Court found that Mr. Trump engaged in an insurrection as that term is used in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Federal courts in the District of Columbia have also used the term insurrection to describe the attack on the Capitol, but did so in cases where there was no criminal charge under Section 2383. 62. C. E.g., United States vs. Schwijik, number 21 crossing -536, 2023 WL 3,002,493, at *3, DDC. April 19, 2023, as this court and other courts in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia have stated previously, what occurred on January 6, 2021 was in fact an insurrection and involved insurrectionists and, therefore, the terms to which defendants object are accurate. Descriptors: United States vs. Carpenter, number 21 crossing -305, 2023 WL 1,860,978, at *4, DDC. Feb. 9, 2023, what occurred on January 6 was in fact a riot and an insurrection, and it did in fact involve a mob. See also United States vs. Funchal, 991 F.3d 1273, 1279, 1281, D.C. CIR. 2021. Using the term insurrection in a case that did not involve Section 2383. These cases, however, did not require the courts to resolve the issue of how to define insurrection for purposes of Section 2383, or apply that definition to the conduct of a criminal defendant in the context of January 6. The office recognized why courts described the attack on the Capitol as an insurrection, but it was also aware of the litigation risk that would be presented by employing this long-dormant statute. As to the first element under Section 2383 proving an insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, the cases the office reviewed provided no guidance on what proof would be required to establish an insurrection, or to distinguish an insurrection from a riot. Generally speaking, an insurrection is a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or state. In re charge to grand jury, 62 at 830, see also. Insurrection, Merriam-Webster 649, 11th ed. 2020, an act or instance of revolting against civil authority or an established government. Insurrection, American Heritage Dictionary. 909, 4th ed. 2000, the act or an instance of open revolt against civil authority or a constituted government. Insurrection, 7 the Oxford English Dictionary 1060, 2nd ed. 1989, the 63. Action of rising in arms or open resistance against established authority or governmental restraint. Some sources distinguish an insurrection from a rout, riot, or offense connected with mob violence by the fact that in insurrection there is an organized and armed uprising against authority or operations of government, while crimes growing out of mob violence, however serious they may be and however numerous the participants, are simply unlawful acts and disturbance of the peace which do not threaten the stability of the government or The Existence of Political Society. Black's Law Dictionary, 12th ed. 2024, quoting 77. CJS. Riot, Insurrection Section 29, at 579, 1994, see also Anderson, 543p.3d at 329 to 336, noting Mr. Trump's argument that an insurrection is more than a riot but less than a rebellion, and agreeing that an insurrection falls along a spectrum of related conduct. In case law interpreting insurrection in another context, one court has observed that insurrection typically involves overthrowing a sitting government rather than maintaining power, which could pose another challenge to proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Trump's conduct on January 6 qualified as an insurrection given that he was the sitting president at that time. Cf. Citgo Petroleum Corp. v. Starstone Inns. SE, number 21 CV 389, 2023 WL 2,525,651, at *13, SDNY. Mar. 15, 2023, in every case over the course of over 60 years to find the existence of an insurrection within the meaning of an insurance policy, the insurrection has occurred against not by the established, effective and de facto government, citation. And quotations omitted, Pan Am World Airways, Inc. v. Aetna SAS. And Sir. Company, 505F.2D 989. 1017, 2 DCIR. 1974, the District Court held that the word insurrection means 1. A violent uprising by a group or movement, 2. Acting for the specific purpose of overthrowing the constituted government and seizing its powers. Citation and quotations omitted, Accord, e.g. Home Inns. Co. of New York vs. Davila, 212F.2D 731738, 1st CIR. 1954, noting that if Puerto 64 Rican extremists had a maximum objective to overthrow of the insular government on the island, that group's uprising would constitute insurrection. Hartford Fire Inns. Co. v. W. Union Company, 630 F. Sup. 3D 431, 435 to 437, SDNY. 2022, a Russian-backed separatist group's attack on a plane in service of overthrowing the current government in eastern Ukraine was an insurrectionary act. Eunice Bros. and Company, Inc. v. Cigna Worldwide Inns. Company, 91F.3D 13, 14 to 15. 3D CIR. 1996, applying Davila in finding that, where individuals outside of the Liberian government led their respective armies in a violent uprising against the Liberian government, damage to properties fell within an insurance contract's insurrection clause. The office did not find any case in which a criminal defendant was charged with insurrection for acting within the government to maintain power, as opposed to overthrowing it or thwarting it from the outside. Applying Section 2383 in this way would have been a first, which further weighed against charging it, given the other available charges, even if there were reasonable arguments that it might apply. As to the second element under Section 2383, there does not appear to have ever been a prosecution under the statute for inciting, assisting, or giving aid or comfort to rebellion or insurrection. The few relevant cases that exist appear to be based on a defendant directly engaging in rebellion or insurrection, but the office's proof did not include evidence that Mr. Trump directly engaged in insurrection himself. Thus, however strong the proof that he incited or gave aid and comfort to those who attacked the Capitol, application of those theories of liability would also have been a first. See Alexander Cesis, Incitement to Insurrection in the First Amendment, 57 Wake Forest L. Rev. 971, 973 and N.6, 2022, the likelihood of conviction under the Federal Incitement to Insurrection Statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 2383, is fraught with uncertainty because no federal court has interpreted it. 65. The office determined that there were reasonable arguments to be made that Mr. Trump's ellipse speech incited the violence at the Capitol on January 6 and could satisfy the Supreme Court's standard for incitement under Brandenburg v. Ohio, 395 U.S. 444,447, 1969, holding that the First Amendment does not protect advocacy directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and likely to incite or produce such action, particularly when the speech is viewed in the context of Mr. Trump's lengthy and deceitful voter fraud narrative that came before it. For example, the evidence established that the violence was foreseeable to Mr. Trump, that he caused it, that it was beneficial to his plan to interfere with the certification, and that when it occurred, he made a conscious choice not to stop it and instead to leverage it for more delay. But the office did not develop direct evidence such as an explicit admission or communication with co-conspirators of Mr. Trump's subjective intent to cause the full scope of the violence that occurred on January 6. Therefore, in light of the other powerful charges available, and because the office recognized that the Brandenburg Standard is a rigorous one. See, e.g., NA. A. CF vs. Claiborne Hardware Company, 458 U.S. 886, 902, 927 to 929, 1982, speech delivered in passionate atmosphere that referenced possibility that necks would be broken and violators of boycott would be disciplined, did not satisfy Brandenburg Standard. Brandenburg, 395 U.S. at 446 to 447, reversing conviction where Ku Klux Klan leader threatened revengeance for suppression of the white race. It concluded that pursuing an incitement to insurrection charge was unnecessary. By comparison, the statutes that the office did charge had been interpreted and analyzed in various contexts over many years. The office had a solid basis for using sections 371, 1512, and 241 to address the conduct presented in this case, and it concluded that introducing relatively untested legal theories surrounding Section 2383 would create unwarranted litigation risk. 66. Importantly, the charges the office brought fully addressed Mr. Trump's criminal conduct, and pursuing a charge under Section 2383 would not have added to or otherwise strengthened the office's evidentiary presentation at trial. For all of these reasons, the office elected not to pursue charges under Section 2383. 193. F. Co-conspirator liability. As described in the factual recitation above, Mr. Trump was charged with participating in crimes with at least 6 co-conspirators, and the office's investigation uncovered evidence that some individuals shared criminal culpability with Mr. Trump. Following the original indictment, on August 1, 2023, the office continued to investigate whether any other participant in the conspiracies should be charged with crimes. In addition, the office referred to a United States Attorney's Office for further investigation evidence that an investigative subject may have committed unrelated crimes. Before the department concluded that this case must be dismissed, the office had made a preliminary determination that the admissible evidence could justify seeking charges against certain co-conspirators. The office had also begun to evaluate how to proceed, including whether any potential charged case should be joined with Mr. Trump's or brought separately. 193. The office also considered, but decided not to pursue, charges under certain other federal criminal statutes, including 18 U.S.C. Section 2101, the Anti-Riot Act, and 18 U.S.C. Section 372, conspiracy to impede or injure an officer of the United States. The office was aware that courts have struck down and limited various prongs of the Anti-Riot Act. See United States vs. Rundo, 990 F.3d 709, 716-717, 9th CIR. 2021, per curiam, United States vs. Marcellus, 972. F.3d 518, 535-539, 4th CIR. 2020. And as to Section 372, the office had strong evidence that Mr. Trump and his county conspirators agreed to use deceit to defeat the government function of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the election, to obstruct the certification, and to injure the right of citizens to vote and have their votes counted. Further, as explained above, the office also had strong evidence that the violence that occurred on January 6 was foreseeable to Mr. Trump, that he caused it, and that he and his co-conspirators leveraged it to carry out their conspiracies. But because the investigation did not develop proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the conspirators specifically agreed to threaten force or intimidation against federal officers, the office did not pursue a charge under Section 372. After considering the facts, the law, and the principles of federal prosecution, the office concluded that the charges ultimately pursued would fully address Mr. Trump's criminal conduct, allow the office to present the full scope of that conduct to a jury, and avoid unnecessary litigation. As a result, the office decided not to seek any of these other potential charges. 67. Because the office reached no final conclusions and did not seek indictments against anyone other than Mr. Trump, the head of the criminal conspiracies and their intended beneficiary, this report does not elaborate further on the investigation and preliminary assessment of uncharged individuals. This report should not be read to allege that any particular person other than Mr. Trump committed a crime, nor should it be read to exonerate any particular person. 3. The principles of federal prosecution. As set forth above, the office concluded that Mr. Trump's conduct violated several federal criminal statutes and that the admissible evidence would be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction. Therefore, under the long-standing principles of federal prosecution, the office considered whether 1. The prosecution would serve a substantial federal interest, 2. Mr. Trump was subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction, or 3. There existed an adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. U.S. Department of Justice, Justice Manual. Section 9-27.220. As described below, multiple substantial federal interests were served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. He was not subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction, and there was no adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. The Supreme Court's decision on presidential immunity, handed down after the initial decision to prosecute and analyzed below in Section VD2, did not alter the office's view that the principles of federal prosecution compelled prosecuting Mr. Trump, although that decision prevented use of certain evidence uncovered regarding Mr. Trump's misuse of presidential power. He also engaged in non-immune criminal conduct that is set forth in the superseding indictment. Accordingly, this section discusses only evidence that was not immunized either because it involved Mr. Trump's private conduct or because the office would have rebutted any presumption of immunity. 68. A. Prosecuting Mr. Trump served multiple substantial federal interests. Mr. Trump's prosecution served multiple federal interests, including the federal interest in The integrity of the United States process for collecting, counting, and certifying presidential elections, and in a peaceful and orderly transition of presidential power, the federal interest in ensuring that every citizen's vote is counted, the federal interest in protecting public officials and government workers from violence, and the federal interest in the fair and even-handed enforcement of the law. All of these federal interests, which are rooted in the law, the Constitution, and our basic democratic values, are substantial and command protection from Mr. Trump's criminal design to subvert them. 1. The substantial federal interest in protecting the integrity of the electoral process and the peaceful transfer of power was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. As set forth above, the investigation revealed that Mr. Trump and others conspired to use false claims of election fraud to attempt to disrupt the United States electoral process and obstruct the congressional certification of the 2020 presidential election results. Prosecution 4. That conduct thus vindicated abiding federal interests in protecting the electoral process and the previously unbroken tradition before Mr. Trump's charged conduct of a peaceful transition of presidential power from one administration to the next. These federal interests are fundamental to our system of government, favoring no particular administration or political party. Indeed, electoral processes like selecting the president are necessarily structured to maintain the integrity of the democratic system. Verdict, 504 U.S. at 441. Preserving the integrity of the electoral process, and preventing corruption are interests of the highest importance. First, Nat. Bank of Boston vs. Bellotti, 435 U.S. 765, 788-789, 1978. 69. The office was cognizant of Mr. Trump's free speech rights during the investigation and would not have brought a prosecution if the evidence indicated he had engaged in mere political exaggeration or rough-and-tumble politics. See supra at Section 2, D, First Amendment Defense. Discussion. Robert Jackson, the federal prosecutor, address delivered at the Second Annual Conference of United States Attorneys, April 1, 1940, in the enforcement of laws that protect our national integrity and existence, we should prosecute any and every act of violation, but only overt acts, not the expression of opinion, or activities such as the holding of meetings, petitioning of Congress, or dissemination of news or opinions. Emphasis in original. As set forth in the original and superseding indictments, Mr. Trump had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim, falsely, that there had been outcome determinative fraud in the election and that he had won. ECF number 1 it, R3, ECF no. 226 it, R3. He also had lawful recourse to challenge the election results, including through lawsuits, recounts, and audits. In fact, Mr. Trump and his allies vigorously pursued these methods of contesting the election results, but they were unsuccessful. After Election Day, Mr. Trump or his campaign were plaintiffs or interveners in at least 16 lawsuits seeking to change the outcome of the election, 194 in Mr. Trump's supporters. 194 in reinforcement of election laws and securing ballots cast or received after 7 p.m. on November 3, 2020, number SPCV 2000982, Chatham County, Georgia. Super Court, Donald J. Trump for President Inc. v. Bookvar. No. 602 MD 2020, PA. Combe Court, Aguilera vs. Fontes, number 20 CV 14083, Maricopa County, Arizona. Super Court, Donald J. Trump for President Inc. v. Benson, number 2000225 MZ, Mich. Court, CL, Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. v. Philadelphia County BD. Of Elections, number 20 CV 5533, ED. PA, Donald J. Trump for President Inc. v. Montgomery 1Y County BD. Of Elections, number 2020 to 18,680, Montgomery County, PA. Court. Com. Pies, Donald J. Trump. For President Inc. v. Hobbs, number 2020 CV 014248, Maricopa County, Arizona. Super. Court, Donald J. Trump for President, Inc. v. Bookvar, number 20 CV 02078, MD. PA, Donald J. Trump for President Inc. v. Benson, number 20 CV L083, WD. Mish, Trump vs. Evers, number 2020 AP, L97L, Wis. Sup. Court, Trump vs. Wisconsin Election Commission. No. 20 CV 1785, ED. Wis, Trump vs. Iden, number 2020 CV 7092, number 2020 CV 2514, CIR. Court. Wis, Donald J. Trump. For President Inc. v. Raffensperger, number 2020 CV 343255, Fulton County, Georgia. Super. Court, Texas vs. Pennsylvania, 141. S. Court. 1230, 2020, Donald J. Trump for President Inc. v. Toulouse Oliver, number 20 CVO 1289 MV, DNM, Kemp. No. 20 CV 5310, ND. GA. 70. Filed dozens of other such lawsuits, 195, but all of these failed to change the outcome in any state. Mr. Trump pursued recounts in only 2 states, a statewide machine recount in Georgia and a recount in Wisconsin's Milwaukee and Dane counties, and both served only to confirm the previously reported result. In Wisconsin, the recount increased Mr. Trump's margin of loss. 196. Following public requests, Secretaries of State in Georgia and Michigan ordered additional audits and recounts in Georgia, a statewide hand recount and an audit in Cobb County, and in Michigan, a statewide audit and a hand recount in Antrim County, where Mr. Trump seized on claims of a clerk's temporary clerical error, but all merely confirmed previously reported results. 197. The conduct of Mr. Trump and co-conspirators, however, went well beyond speaking. Their minds are contesting the election results, though our legal system. Instead, Mr. Trump targeted a key federal government function, the process by which the United States collects, counts, and CE1II the results of the presidential election, and sought to obstruct or defeat it through fraud and deceit. He did so using knowingly false claims of election fraud to attempt to induce state officials to reject citizens' votes and instead appoint Mr. Trump's electors, when he deceived his electors and caused them to falsify electoral certificates and submit them to Congress, when he attempted to enlist Mr. Pence with false claims of election fraud and pressure. 195C, e.g., Costantino vs. City of Detroit, number 2014780, Wayne County, Mich. CIR. Court, Republican Party of Arizona vs. Fontes, number 2020 CV 014553, Maricopa County, Arizona. Super. Court, Law vs. Whitmer, 20 OC00163188, First. Judd. Court. Carson City, Nevada, Ward vs. Jackson, number 2020 CV015285, Maricopa County, Arizona. Super. Court, Pearson v. Kemp, number 18 CVO 4809, ND. Ga. King. Whitmer, number 20 CV 13134, ED. Mish. 196 CECF number 252 at 28 and N.131, 33 to 34 and N.167, 41 and N.207, SCO 12,847,178, Georgia Secretary of State News. Released December 29, 2020, SCO 036568676, Wisconsin Order for Recount November 19, 2020, SCO 066137115, Wisconsin. Statement of Canvass November 30, 2020, Trump vs. Iden, 394 Wis.2d 629, 633, Wis. 2020. 197 CECF No. 252 at 12 and N.39, 28 and N.131, 46 and NN.241 to 243, SCO 4976281 at 322 to 416, video of interview the 2nd of January 2021, SCO 12,847,178, Georgia Secretary of State News release December 29, 2020, SCO 4957382. Michigan Secretary of State News release December 17, 2020, SCO 4952782 at 33, Michigan Bureau of Elections. Audits of the November 3, 2020 general election April 21, 2021. 71. And when he used, and attempted to leverage, an angry crowd of his supporters fueled by Mr. Trump's lies to stop the certification proceeding. Mr. Trump did this in contravention of the framers' intent to prevent a sitting president from perpetuating himself in power. In Free Governments, Benjamin Franklin explained, the rulers are the servants, and the people their superiors and sovereigns. To the records of the Federal Convention of 1787, at 120, Max Farrand ed., 1911. Although the framers recognized the necessity of an energetic executive, they justified and checked his power by ensuring that he always retained a due dependence on the people. The Federalist Number 70, A. Hamilton. C. Sala Law LLC v. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, 591 U.S. 197, 223-224, 2020. As the Supreme Court noted in Trump, he president, plays no direct role in the process of appointing electors, nor does he have authority to control the state officials who do. And the framers, wary of cabal, intrigue and corruption, specifically excluded from service as electors all those who from situation might be suspected of too great devotion to the president in office. 603 U.S. at 627 to 628, quoting the Federalist Number 68, at 459, A. Hamilton, J. Cook. ed. 1961. Accordingly, Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution provides that no senator or representative, or person holding an office of trust or profit under the United States, shall be appointed an elector. U.S. Const. Art. 2, Section 1, CL. 2. The considerable federal interest in protecting the integrity of the United States electoral process weighed in favor of proceeding with Mr. Trump's prosecution. So too did the federal interest defending from future harm the United States' exceptional tradition of peaceful transitions of presidential power. That tradition was initiated by George Washington when he announced in his September 1796 farewell address that he would decline to seek a third term, followed by John Adams when he relinquished the power of the 72 presidency to his political rival Thomas Jefferson after the election of 1800, and continued by every sitting president until 2020, even through the turbulent Civil War and Reconstruction eras. And Congress and the courts have also recognized the federal interest in orderly presidential transitions. See, e.g., Presidential Transition Act of 1963, Pub. L. 88 to 277, 78 Stat. 153, 153 to 154, Section 2, legislation, to promote the orderly transfer of the executive power, because any disruption occasioned by the transfer of the executive power could produce results detrimental to the safety and well-being of the United States and its people. Trump vs. Thompson, 20 F. 4th 10, 16-17, D.C. CIR. 2021, recognizing Congress's unique legislative need for documents directly relevant to the inquiry into an attack on the legislative branch and its constitutional role in the peaceful transfer of power. United States vs. Tario, 605 F. Sup. 3D 73, 78, DDC. 2022, when assessing very serious nature and circumstances of a January 6 related offense, court observed that Hay involve, among other things, an alleged conspiracy to obstruct the certification of the Electoral College vote and thus to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power, one of our nation's crown jewels. In his first inaugural address, President Ronald Reagan remarked on the country's tradition of a peaceful transition of presidential power. To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion, and yet, in the history of our nation, it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place, as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Inaugural Address, 1981. In connection with preserving that tradition, vice presidents have presided over the certification of their own election losses. In 1961, then Vice President Richard M. Nixon fulfilled his role as President of the Senate at the January 6 certification proceeding. 73. Announcing that John F. Kennedy had won the presidency. In so announcing his own defeat, Nixon stated, "This is the first time in 100 years that a candidate for the presidency announced the result of an election in which he was defeated and announced the victory of his opponent. I do not think we could have a more striking and eloquent example of the stability of our constitutional system and of the proud tradition of the American people of developing, respecting, and honoring institutions of self-government." 107 Cong. Rec. 291, Jan. 6, 1961. And in 2001, after a hard-fought legal dispute over the 2000 presidential election, Vice President Albert Gore Jr. similarly presided over the certification of his opponent, George W. Bush, as president-elect. See 147 Cong. Rec. 101, Jan. 6, 2001. Protecting the well-established American tradition of a peaceful transfer of power weighed in favor of prosecution. 2. The substantial federal interest in counting every citizen's vote was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. Few federal interests are stronger in our representative democracy than that of protecting every eligible citizen's right to vote and to have that vote counted. The evidence establishes that, in contravention of that right, Mr. Trump urged state officials to disregard the legitimate majority of votes for Mr. Biden and instead appoint Mr. Trump's electors, pressured and threatened Georgia's Secretary of State to find more than 11,000 votes to dilute the legitimate vote count and allow Mr. Trump to be declared the winner of the state, and urged Mr. Pence to discard the legitimate electoral certificates that reflected millions of citizens' votes in the targeted states. 198. An additional factor meriting Mr. Trump's prosecution therefore was the need to vindicate and protect the voting rights of these and all future voters. 198 CECF No. 252 at 19 and NN.77 to 82, 29 and N.137, 65 and N.349, 67 and N.364, 71 and NN.392 to 398, 73 to 74 and NN.410 to 411. Supra at Section L. See also, e.g., SCOO 2295943 at 3, Presidential Daily Diary November 22, 2020, SCO 0076750 at 9 to 12. HSC Trail, SCO 12,998,394 at 12, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 2 January 2021. 74. The strength of the federal interest in protecting the right to vote is plain from the history of suffrage in America, as chronicled in the Constitution, which has been amended not fewer than 5 times to extend and protect the franchise for all adult citizens regardless of race, sex, age, and education. See U.S. Const. Amend. 14, Section 2, providing that if a state failed to ensure all eligible citizens the right to vote, the state's proportional representation would be reduced. Amend. 15, Section 1, the right to vote shall not be denied or abridged on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Amend. 19, same, on account of sex. Amend. 24, Section 1, same, by reason of failure to pay any poll tax or other tax. Amend. 26. Section 1, same for citizens who are 18 years of age or older on account of age, and a consistent line of court decisions maintaining that suffrage can neither be denied outright nor destroyed by alteration of ballots. Reynolds vs. Sims, 377 U.S. 533, 555, 1964, citations omitted. The strength of the federal interest is further reflected by the history of the Section 241 offense with which Mr. Trump was charged, and, as set forth in Section 2, see above, by courts. Universal and long-standing recognition of the right protected by that statute. In attempting to disenfranchise voters who did not choose to re-elect him, Trump targeted a bedrock fundamental right that the government has a strong interest in protecting. Closing parenthesis. The substantial federal interest in protecting election officials and other government officials from violence was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. Another federal interest that merited Mr. Trump's prosecution was addressing his resort throughout the charged criminal conspiracies to threats and encouragement of violence against his perceived opponents. Consistently, when elected officials refused to take improper actions that Mr. Trump urged, like discarding legitimate votes or appointing fraudulent electors, Mr. Trump attacked them publicly on Twitter, a social media application on which he had more than 80 million followers. 199. Inevitably, threats and intimidation to these officials followed. 20 degrees 4. Instance, after Mr. Trump targeted a Philadelphia city commissioner in a tweet criticizing the commissioner for stating that there was no evidence of widespread election fraud in Philadelphia. 201 threats against the commissioner grew more targeted, more detailed, and more graphic. 202. These threats extended to include highly personal information like the names and ages of the commissioner's family members, as well as photos or the address of his home. 203. Fulton County, Georgia, election officials similarly reported receiving threats including death threats following Mr. Trump's false public accusations against Fulton County election workers. 204. Mr. Trump also targeted private citizens who served as election workers. He took particular aim at a mother and daughter who worked at Atlanta's State Farm Arena counting ballots on Election Day. He and his co-conspirators spread pernicious false claims that these election workers had committed misconduct. 205 Although the lies were promptly and publicly 199 CECF No. 252 at 18 and NN.73 to 76, 20 and N.88, 26 to 27 and NN.123 to 126, 28 and N.132, 31 and N.146, 40 and N.206, c. e.g., SCO 00456209, SCO 00715415, Donald J. Trump tweet the 11th of November 2020, SCO 0045561, SCO 128584431. Donald J. Trump retweet November 30, 2020, SCO 0045560, SCO 12,987,528, Donald J. Trump tweet November 30, 2020. SCO 0045536, SCO 12,858,636, Donald J. Trump retweet the 6th of December 2020. 200 CECF No. 252 at 21 and NN.92 to 93, 38 and NN.192 to 194, SCO 11,545,129 at 86 to 88, int. Trail, SCO 00767550 at 52. 54, HSC Trail. 201 CECF Number. 252 at 38 and N.193, SCO 12,876,770 at 2:20 to 4:13. Video of interview with CNN the 11th of November 2020. SCO 0045629, SCO 12,987,659, Donald J. Trump tweet the 11th of November 2020. 202 CECF Number. 252 at 38 and N.194, SCO 11,545,129 at 87, int. Trail, SCO 0497639 at 2:03, 17 to 2:04, 10, video of HSC hearing. 203 CECF No. 252 at 38 and N.194, SCO 11,545,129 at 87, int. Trail, SCO 0497639 at 2 hours 3 minutes and 17 seconds to 2 hours 4 minutes and 10 seconds, video of HSC hearing. 204 SCO 11507432 at 46 to 50, 57 to 62, int. Trail, SCO 11,528,118 at 54 to 62, int. Trail. 205 CECF No. 252 at 25 to 26 and NN.119 to 122, SCO 0497633 at 33 to 31 hour 4 minutes and 37 seconds, video of Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee hearing 3 December 2020, SCO 0045561, SCO 12,987,506, Donald J. Trump tweet 3 December 2020. SCO 0497629 at 0L, 36 to 58201, 58, video of Georgia House Committee hearing 10 December 2020. 76. Debunked, 206 Mr. Trump continued to repeat them, 207 and the election workers were subjected to vile threats. As one of the women explained, when someone as powerful as the President of the United States eggs on a mob, that mob will come. They came for us with their cruelty, their threats, their racism, and their hats. They haven't stopped even today. 208 Mr. Trump persisted in publicly spreading false and harmful social media posts about the same election workers into 2023. 209 in 2024, co-conspirator 1 conceded in a defamation lawsuit filed by the election workers that his statements about them were defamatory per se, and false, and a jury awarded them damages of more than $145 million. 210. Mr. Trump took aim at Mr. Pence when Mr. Pence repeatedly informed Mr. Trump that he could not in good conscience do as Mr. Trump asked. On January 6, this included Mr. Trump's retributive targeting of Mr. Pence during his ellipse speech and the 2:24 p.m. tweet attacking Mr. Pence that Mr. Trump issued even though he knew that the riot was ongoing at the Capitol. Taken together, these actions resulted in rioters at the Capitol on January 6 singling out Mr. Pence for their ire and chanting, "Where is Pence? Bring him out." 211 and "Hang Mike Pence." 212. 206 SCOO49529556, tweet 4 December 2020, SCOO49762777 at 8:44 to 9:10, video of Georgia Secretary of State Press Conference 7 December 2020. 207 CECF No. 252 at 26 and N.122, SCO 12,998,394 at 2, Trail of Georgia Secretary of State Call 0 2 January 2021. 208 CECF No. 252 at 25 to 26 and N. 121, SCO 00783640 at 8, HSC Trail. 209 CECF Number 252 at 26 and N.122, SCOO 49634742, Donald J. Trump Truth Social Post 0 2 January 2023. SCOO 49634743, Donald J. Trump Truth Social Post 3 January 2023. 2 to Freeman vs. Giuliani, number 21 CV3354, ECF number 90 at 1 to 2, DDC. August 8, 2023, Def. Stipulation, ECF number 142. DDC. Dec. 18, 2023, Final Judgment. 2 TTCECF No. 1 at if 113, CECF No. 252 at 81 and N.467, SCO 127,383-18. Video of Capitol Riot 0 6 January 2021. 2T. 2 CECF No. 1 at R113, CECF No. 252 at 81 and N.466, SCO 12,876,211. Video of Capitol Riot 0 6 January 2021. 77. In addition to prompting these threats against the targets of Mr. Trump's criticisms, Mr. Trump's words inspired his supporters to commit acts of physical violence. On January 6, Mr. Trump used his ellipse speech to direct his supporters to go to the Capitol and fight like hell. 213 He explicitly licensed them, not long after co-conspirator 1 had exhorted the crowd to engage in trial by combat. 214 To operate under very different rules. 215 Because fraud was allegedly involved, and he told them they were not going to let it happen. 216 Urging them to stop the election certification proceeding that was about to begin. The people who took Mr. Trump at his word formed a massive crowd that broke onto restricted Capitol grounds and into the building, violently attacking law enforcement officers, protecting the Capitol and those inside. Officers have described being assaulted by rioters, wielding bear spray, metal bats and flagpoles, and other improvised weapons. 217A Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, commander recounted that the scene was a non-stop barrage of just strikes, with weapons and things being thrown, and pepper spray, and you name it. Everything being hurled at these officers. You could hear them yelling. You could hear them, screams in moans, and everything else. 218 multiple officers stated that they feared for their lives when among the rioters that day. One MPD officer put that fear at 100% from the moment he entered the crowd, and he explained that he thought he might die. You know, you're 213 CECF no. 252 at 77 and NN.437, 440, SCOO2244118 at 22, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. RNSCOO4949418 at 2 hours 22 minutes and 7 seconds. Video of Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. 215 SCOO2244118 at 20, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally OL, 06, 2021. 216 ID. At 2. 217 CECF no. 252 at 82 and NN.475 to 476, SCO 11506096 at 125 to 126, int. Trail, SCO 11506269 at 38 to 39, int. Trail. SCO 12808448 at 127 to 128, int. Trail, SCO 11520948 at 95 to 97, int. Trail, SCO 12997436 at 64, United States vs. Irwin and Richter, number 21 crossing -589, trial day ITR. January 22, 2024. 218 SCO 11529214 at 98, int. Trail. 78. Getting pushed, kicked, you know, people are throwing metal bats at you and all that stuff. I was like, yeah, this is fucking it. 219 AUS. Capitol Police officer similarly recalled thinking, I think I might die today. 220 and in one instance, an MPD officer recounted that rioters dragged him into the crowd, where they beat and tased him while yelling things like, I got one. And kill him with his gun. 221. The January 6 rioters assaulted at least 140 law enforcement officers that day, and at least 123 defendants have been charged with using a deadly or dangerous weapon or causing serious bodily injury to law enforcement. 222 This violence took a lasting toll. In addition to the significant physical injuries inflicted that day, 223 officers suffered unseen injuries, including depression and other forms of psychological trauma. 224. 219 CECF no. 252 at 82 and NN.475 to 476, SCO 11506096 at 126, int. Trail. 220 SCO 12807683 at IO6107, int. Trail. 221 SCO 1291935 at 0I, 1228 to 113, 50, video of interview from HBO's 4 Hours at the Capitol, I0, 22,021. 222 press release, U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, 3 years since the Jan. 6 attack on the Capitol, Jan. 5, 2024, https://www.justice.gov/usow-dc/36-months-jan-6-attack-capitol-o 223 SCO1L 506,096 at 96 to 99, 134 to 135, int. Trail. MPD officer recounting knee injury and concussion from defending against rioters on January 6, SCO 12,875,808 at 228 to 230, United States vs. Mackay, number 2L crossing -40, trial day LTR. August 29, 2022, MPD sergeant describing being bruised, abrazed, and covered in chemical munitions, from January 6, id. At 229, 50% of sergeant's 30-person platoon injured, SCO 12,997,205 at L0L, United States vs. Sparks. No. 2L crossing -87, trial TR. February 29, 2024, Capitol Police officer describing concern on January 6 for fellow officers he saw, still irritated from the tear gas, people still coughing, people limping, battered, bruised, bloody, and learning that a fellow officer had passed away, SCO 12,997,436 at 63 to 64, United States vs. Irwin and Richter, number 2L crossing -589. Trial day ITR. January 22, 2024, Capitol Police Deputy Chief listing office's injuries from rioters, including a serious concussion and a near career-ending leg injury, SCO 12,807,683 at 124 to 125, int. Trail. Capitol Police officer describing jaw injury and concussion from rioter assault, id. At 1:35, Capitol Police officer detailing lingering effects of Capitol siege injuries, including persistent migraines, fainting, and imbalance. MSCO 12,876,218 at 8:53 to 9:45, video of impact statement, MPD officer recounting that there were a lot of unseen injuries, that MPD has put a lot of effort and resources into getting these officers the help that they need for some of these emotional injuries, and that the events of January 6 had definitely taken a toll on a lot of the officers over there that day. SCO 11,529,214 at 116, int. Trail. MPD officer stating there were some people that went through, some depression and, really some soul-searching, SCO 12,807,683 at 16, int. Trail. Capitol Police officer describing survivor's guilt and engaging in officer peer support program, id. At 143. Describing officer reactions to January 6, including shell shock and inability to move on from that day. SCO 12,919,375 at 1 hour 28 minutes and 0 seconds to 1:28:20, video of MPD officer's interview from HBO's 4 Hours at the Capitol. L0, 22,021, MPD officer describing that he had a mild heart attack and traumatic brain injury from rioter assaults. 79. Officers at the Capitol understood that if the rioters reached the lawmakers and other staff inside the building, violence would have been done to them as well. 225 only through the heroism of the law enforcement officers who defended the Capitol were lawmakers and their staff protected from harm. 226 Many members of Congress feared for their lives. Once the rioters breached the Capitol building, elected representatives, congressional staff, and members of the press hid in terror from the mob, in barricaded offices or unmarked rooms as rioters roamed the hallways. United States vs. Crestman, 525F. Sup. 3D14-19, DDC. 2021. 227. For instance, in detailing his efforts to evacuate a U.S. senator and her staff from an unmarked hiding spot, 1. On January 6, but what he most struggles with is, kind of, some of the emotional after effects, or psychological trauma, of that day. 225 SCO 11506096 at L07108, int. Trail. MPD officer describing effort to keep rioters from entering the Capitol. Because, for staff inside, that would mean possible death. People are getting killed, maimed, and adding that while officers have gear on and weapons, someone who just showed up this morning to go to work, who was like a clerk or something, walked in their office. They're not ready for that, And if one of these rioters get their hands on them, it's over with. SCO 11,529,214 at 78-80, int. Trail. MPD officer describing seeing rioters trying to beat officers up with such ferocity and wondering, what are they going to do to somebody else that's in here? That's maybe a staff or a congressman or somebody with the press. How or what are they going to do to them? Like, we can take the beating. And I don't know if these other people can take the beating, too. SCO 11,544,684 at 7, int. Representative, Capitol Police officer recalling that the rioters turned on Vice President Pence in being concerned for Pence's safety inside the Capitol if rioters breached the police line. See also SCO 127389295. Video of Capitol riot the 6th of January 2021, rioters inside the Capitol yelling, "Where are the fucking traitors? Drag 'em out. By their fucking hair." And, who's first? SCO 12,738,313, video of Capitol riot the 6th of January 2021, rioter yelling, "Bring Mitch out. Bring Pelosi out. Bring Schumer out." SCO 127383I7, video of Capitol riot the 6th of January 2021. Rioters chanting, "Pence is a traitor." And, "Traitor Pence. Traitor Pence." SCO 12,738,306, video of Capitol riot. The 6th of January 2021, rioter yelling, "We're coming for you, Nancy." SCO 12,738,312 at 059-0I, 40, video of Capitol riot. The 6th of January 2021, rioter inside the Capitol yelling, "Nancy Pelosi. Where you at, Nancy?" And, "Nancy. Where are you? Nancy? We're looking for you." Closing parenthesis. 226 C 167 Kong. Record S5686, Daily ed. August 3, 2021, Statement of Sen. Klobuchar, the insurrection at the Capitol was more than an assault on democracy. It was also an actual life or death situation for the many brave law enforcement officers who show up here to do their work every day. Id. At S5687, Statement of Sen. Blunt, I am incredibly grateful for the heroic actions we saw that day, January 6, from the Capitol Police, from the Metropolitan Police, who were here within 10 or 12 minutes of being called. 167 Kong. Record H2790, June 15, 2021, Statement of Rep. McHenry, T. He brave men and women who stood and faced danger on January 6. Deserve to be recognized for their actions. Without their courageous work and their dedication, many of us here today could have been seriously injured or worse. 227. See also SCO 12,919,375 at 29 to 44 minus 30 to 52, 41 to 45 minus 43 to 15. Video of interview from HBO's 4 Hours at the Capitol, L0, 22,021. Congressional staffer describing hiding under a table from rioters who had breached the Capitol building, hearing rioters banging on the door to the room in which she was barricaded, and fearing she would die that day. 80. U.S. Capitol police officer described the senator as afraid for her life, shaking, and very she was scared. 228. He added that the senator later relayed to him that what the rioters did on January 6 had scared and frightened everybody, and had put a lot of people's lives in danger. 229. The violence of January 6 was foreseeable to Mr. Trump, who had remarked just the evening before that his supporters were angry. 230. And who to cheers of invade the Capitol building and take the Capitol. 231. Had told those supporters during his ellipse speech to show strength and to be strong. 232. When he told them, "We're not going to let it happen," the crowd chanted, "Fight for Trump." 233. And when he warned his gathered supporters that, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. 234. The crowd marched to the Capitol in response. Indeed, officials and advisors close to Mr. Trump recognized and voiced their concerns over this high potential for election-related violence. On January 4, a senior advisor explicitly warned co-conspirator 2 that if Mr. Pence unilaterally rejected legitimate electoral votes, it would cause riots in the streets. 235. Co-conspirator 2 replied that there had previously been points in the nation's history where violence was necessary to protect the 228. SCO 1152098 at 150 to 152, int. Trail. 229 ID at 151. 230 CECF No. 1 at I. 98. SCO 0001561 at 155 to 156. 231 CECF No. 252 at 77 to 78 and N.443, SCO 12,876,144 at 028 to 043. Rallygoer video the 6th of January 2021. 232 CECF number 252 at 77 to 78 and N.442, SCO 022441118 at 6. Remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. 233 CECF No. 252 at 77 and NN.438 to 439, SCO 022441118 at 2. Remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. 234 SCO 022441118 at 22. Remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally OL 06 2021. 235 CECF No. 252 at 66 and N.356, SCO 0000626 at 130 to 133. SCO 11,522,446 at 6, int. Rep. SCO 007909949 at 26, HSC Trail. 81. Republic. 236 on January 5, after Mr. Trump told Mr. Pence that he would have to publicly criticize him, Mr. Pence's chief of staff was sufficiently concerned for Mr. Pence's safety that he alerted the head of the vice president's protective detail. 237 and a counsel to the vice president issued a prescient warning to co-conspirator 2 the same day, when he warned that the Conspirators' plan would result in a disastrous situation where the election might have to be decided in the streets. 238 Indeed, as the riot at the Capitol unfolded on January 6, the Vice President's counsel chided co-conspirator 2 that whipping large numbers of people into a frenzy over something with no chance of ever attaining legal force through actual process of law has led us to where we are. 239. There is unquestionably a public interest in ensuring that elected officials and election workers can carry out their duties without fear of threats and retaliation. See, e.g., Memorandum from Lisa Monaco, Deputy Attorney General, Guidance regarding threats against election workers, June 25, 2021. The right to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy, the right from which all other rights ultimately flow. For this vital right to be effective, election officials must be permitted to do their jobs free from improper partisan influence, physical threats, or any other conduct designed to intimidate. Accordingly, the need to promote this federal interest weighed in favor of proceeding against Mr. Trump. 236 CSCO 00006256 at 133, SCO 11522446 at 6, int. Rep. SCO 00790949 at 26, HSC Trail. 237 SCO 11545613 at 165 to 171, int. Trail. 238 CECF No. 252 at 69 to 70 and N.385, SCO 0497630 at 01 hour 26 minutes and 1 second to 126, 32, video of HSC testimony. 239 SCO 00256421 at 2, email to co-conspirator 201, 06, 2021. 82. 4. The substantial federal interest in the even-handed administration of the law was served by Mr. Trump's prosecution. There is a substantial federal interest in ensuring the even-handed administration of the law with respect to accountability for the events of January 6, 2021, and the office determined that interest would not be satisfied absent Mr. Trump's prosecution for his role. Multiple district court judges have recognized Mr. Trump's role in the events of January 6. See United States vs. Laos, number 21 crossing -242, ECF number 37 at 55 to 56, DDC. November 19, 2021, transcript of sentencing. Court stating that Jan. 6 defendant was called to Washington, D.C. by an election official. He was prompted to walk to the Capitol by an elected official, and telling defendant, "I think you were a pawn in a game that was played and directed by people who should have known better." United States vs. Peterson, number 21 crossing -309, ECF number 32 at 23, DDC. Dec. 1. 2021, transcript of sentencing, court stating that incendiary statements at the Ellipse rally absolutely, quite clearly and deliberately stoked the flames of fear and discontent and explicitly encouraged those at the rally to go to the Capitol and fight for one reason and one reason only, to make sure the certification did not happen. United States vs. Barnard, number 21 crossing 235, ECF number 53 at 28, DDC. Feb. 24, 2022, transcript of sentencing, the events of January 6 involved a rather unprecedented confluence of events spurred by then-President Trump and a number of his prominent allies who bear much responsibility for what occurred on that date. To date, more than 1,500 people have been criminally charged for their roles in the January 6 attack on the United States Capitol. With that in mind, Mr. Trump's relative culpability weighed heavily in favor of charging him as the individual most responsible for what occurred at the Capitol on January 6. See Justice Manual Section 9 to 27.230.4, requiring prosecutors to assess the degree of the person's culpability in connection with the offense, both in the abstract and in comparison with any others involved in the offense. 83. Rioters have cited Mr. Trump as the reason they traveled to Washington, D.C., and went to the Capitol that day. In the weeks before January 6, Mr. Trump issued several tweets calling his supporters to Washington, D.C., for his rally at the Ellipse, and they answered the call. In the days after Mr. Trump's December 19 tweet promising that the rally would be wild, for instance, Kelly Meggs, a member of the Oath Keepers group who was later convicted of seditious conspiracy among other charges, messaged associates that "It's going to be wild. Trump wants us to make it wild. That's what he's saying." United States vs. Rhodes. No. 22 crossing -15, ECF number 815 at 61, DDC. Feb. 21, 2024, motion hearing trail. Meggs added, "He called us all to the Capitol. And he wants us to make it wild. ID. At 61 to 62. Rioter David Kuntz, a member of the Three Percenters militia group who would later plead guilty to charges related to breaching the Capitol building, planned travel to Washington, D.C., on January 6 in direct response to the December 19 tweet. United States vs. Wilson, number 23 crossing -427, ECF number 47. At 6 to 7, DDC. April 17, 2024, superseding indictment. Kuntz later shared Trump's December 27 tweet, which told supporters, "See you in Washington, D.C., on January 6. Don't miss it. Information to follow." Kuntz commented, "He is asking us to be there, and good he does. Need us, I am sick, going armed period. ID. At 11, see also Wilson, number 23 crossing -427, ECF number 95 at 8. DDC. Dec. 2, 2024, Statement of Offense. In his Ellipse speech, Mr. Trump explicitly directed his supporters to march on the Capitol. At one point, in reply to a line in his speech that, "We will not let them silence your voices, we're not going to let it happen," a portion of the rally crowd chanted, "Fight for Trump. Fight for Trump." 240 when he repeatedly exhorted his supporters to walk down. 241 to the U.S. 240 CECF no. 252 at 77 and NN.438 to 439, SCOO2244118 at 2, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 202L, SCO00747921 at 31803, 47, Rally Goer Video 0 the 6th of January 2021. 84. Capitol to help prevent Congress's planned certification, they listened. Law enforcement. Witnesses at and near the Capitol on January 6 describe large crowds descending upon Capitol grounds from the direction of the Ellipse rally. 242 and video and photographic evidence shows that hundreds of individuals in attendance at the Ellipse rally were later participants in the Capitol siege and in some cases were among the most violent of the rioters. 243. During the siege, Mr. Trump's supporters continued to heed his words. Video evidence from that afternoon shows rioters, in real time, crediting Mr. Trump for their presence and conduct at the Capitol. For example, as the crowd sought to push past officers protecting the Capitol's east front, one rioter shouted, "We were invited here. We were invited by the President of the United States." 244 inside, another rioter yelled at officers to stand down. You're outnumbered. There's a fucking million of us out there. And we're listening to Trump 241 CECF number 252 at 77 and N.440, SCOO2244I18 at 6:22, remarks by Mr. Trump at Save America rally. The 6th of January 2021. 242 SCO11506096 at 59 to 62, int. Trail, SCO 11,520,948 at 71 to 74, int. Trail. 243C, e.g., SCO 12,919,600 at 27 to 22-27 to 26. Video of Rioter 1 at the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,284 at 317 to 318. Video of Rioter 1 at the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,807,276 at 308. 314. Video of Rioter I on Capitol grounds the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,212 at 317 to 321. Video of Rioter 1 on Capitol grounds the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,384 at 8:20 to 8:34. Video of Rioter 2 in the Capitol Rotunda. The 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,401 at 4:06 to 4:14. Video of Rioter 2 walking down Pennsylvania Avenue from the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,918,732 at 4:29 to 4:31. Photograph of Rioter 2 in the Capitol Rotunda. The 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,918,900 at 0:01 to 0:07. Video of Rioter 2 inside the Capitol the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,421 at 0:00 to 0:02. Video of Rioter 3 in the crowd at the Save America rally the 6th of January 202I. SCO 12,807,145. Photograph of Rioter 3 on Capitol grounds the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,066 at 2:07 to 2:10. Video of Rioter 3 at the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,977 at 23:06 to 23:10. Video of Rioter 4 at the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,918,777. Photograph of Rioter 4 on Capitol grounds the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,807,279 at 01:09:28, 01:09:55. 01:10:05:01:10:37, 1 hour 10 minutes and 40 seconds to 1 hour 11 minutes and 9 seconds. Video of Rioter 4 on Capitol grounds the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,375 at 1 hour 13 minutes and 17 seconds to 1 hour 13 minutes and 22 seconds. Video of Rioter 4 on Capitol grounds from HBO's 4 Hours at the Capitol the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,916,307 at 24:16-25 to 50. Video of Rioter 4 inside Capitol Tunnel the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,918,918 at 0:11. 0:12. Video of Rioter 5 at the Save America rally the 6th of January 2021. SCO 12,919,079. Photograph of Rioter 5 on Capitol Grounds 6 January 2021, SCO 12,919,419 at 0:33 to 0:38. Video of Rioter 5 on Capitol grounds, SCO 12,738,292 at 0:24 to 0:32. Video of Rioter 5 at the Capitol, SCO 12,733,719 at 35:17-35 to 22. Video of Rioter 5 at the Capitol. SCO 12,807,327 at 0:00 to 0:01. Video of Rioter 6 at the Save America Rally 6 January 2021. SCO 12,807,375 at 0:49. 0:51. Photograph of Rioter 6 at the Capitol 6 January 2021, SCO 129L 6338 at 0:21 to 3 o'clock, 55, video of Rioter 6. At the Capitol 6 January 2021. Z14 SCO 1273836 at 0:03 to 0:18. Video of Capitol Riot 6 January 2021. 85. Your Boss. 245 United States vs. Harris, number 21 crossing -189, ECF number 84 at 5, DDC. October 20, 2023. That rioter was later convicted of obstruction and of assaulting an officer, among other violations. ID. At 11. As the day wore on, rioters continued to obey Mr. Trump's commands. At 4:25 p.m., just 8 minutes after Mr. Trump's video tweet telling supporters that they were very special, but should go home now, rioter Edward Vallejo, a member of the Oath Keepers, posted to a group Signal chat that, "Our commander-in-chief has just ordered us to go home." Rhodes, ECF number 822 at 55, sentencing hearing trail. Another rioter, Jacob Chansley, played that video tweet to a crowd at the Capitol and announced that Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. 246 Chansley left the Capitol at that point, having earlier breached the Senate chamber, taken a seat at the dais, and declared Vice President Pence to be a fucking traitor. United States vs. Chansley, number 21 crossing -3, ECF number 81 at 10 to 11, DDC. November 9, 2021. Govett Sentencing Memorandum. 247. After January 6, when rioters began to face accountability for their unlawful acts at the Capitol, many pointed to Mr. Trump in an attempt to excuse or mitigate their conduct. For example, following his arrest on charges stemming from the Capitol siege, rioter Alex Harkrider sought release from pretrial detention by arguing that, like thousands of others, at the Capitol, Mr. Harkrider was responding to the entreaties of the then Commander-in-Chief, former President Donald Trump. United States vs. Harkrider, number 21 crossing -117, ECF number 16 at 14, DDC. April 1, 2021, DEF motion to revoke order of detention, see also, e.g., United States vs. 245 SCO, I 2,876,131 at 2:26 to 2:33. Video of Capitol Riot 6 January 2021. 246 SCO 129,18754 at 24:47-27 to 22. Video of Capitol Riot 6 January 2021, id. At 28:0028:08, rioter announcing that he was going to do as Donald Trump has asked and he was going to go home. SCO 12,919,861 at 1 hour 55 minutes and 29 seconds. 01:55 to 45, Video of Capitol riot. The 6th of January 2021, id. At 01:57, 20:0 I, 57:34, rioter announcing that Donald Trump asked everybody to go home. So what are we gonna do? We're going to obey our president, we're gonna do as he asked. And we're gonna go home. SCO 12,876,155, video outside Capitol the 6th of January 202 I. 247. See also SCO 12,916,465, video of Senate Chamber O the 6th of January 2021. 86. Hale Cusinelli, number 21 crossing -37, ECF number 13 at 17, DDC. Mar. 2, 2021, DEF Motion 4. Modification of bond, requesting pretrial release in part because defendant was responding to the entreaties of the then Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, Chancellery, number 21 crossing -3, ECF. No. 12 at 10, DDC. Feb. 23, 2021, motion of def. For pretrial release, arguing that Chancellery was incited by Mr. Trump and noting his unsuccessful request for a presidential pardon. In closing argument at trial on seditious conspiracy and other charges related to January 6, defense counsel unsuccessfully asked the jury to acquit Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio because, in part, it was Mr. Trump's anger that caused what occurred on January 6, and it was not. Enrique Tarrio, United States vs. Nordine et al., number 21 crossing -175, trial TR. At 19991, DDC. April 25, 2023. And, at sentencing in January 6 cases, many rioter defendants, whether expressing remorse or not, have sought leniency by blaming Mr. Trump both for their presence at the Capitol and their underlying belief that the 2020 presidential election was fraudulent and that they must take action to stop the transition of the presidency. United States vs. Palmer. No. 21 crossing -328, ECF number 31 at 8, DDC. Dec. 13, 2021, sentencing memorandum in motion. For downward variance, see also, e.g., United States vs. LVFC CAI, 2L crossing -40, ECF number 528 at 2. DDC. Feb. 17, 2023, def. David Mahaffey's sentencing statement, United States vs. Grupo. No. 21 crossing -391, ECF number 28 to 2 at 2, DDC. October 19, 2021, def letter, citing language of ellipse rally speech and stating, I trusted the president and that was a big mistake. B. Mr. Trump was not subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction. The next consideration, under the principles of federal prosecution, is whether Mr. Trump was subject to effective prosecution in another jurisdiction. The office concluded that a prosecution carried out by a single local authority could not effectively hold him accountable for his efforts targeting the only election for national office. Although Mr. Trump was theoretically subject to state criminal charges for his conduct, based on the scope and magnitude of Mr. 87. Trump's alleged crimes, no local prosecution could effectively hold Mr. Trump accountable for his attempts to overturn the valid results of the election, obstruct the congressional certification, and disenfranchise millions of voters. Indeed, all citizens, not just the citizens in the 7 contested states that he targeted with his criminal plan, suffered the impact of Mr. Trump's crimes, warranting a federal prosecution accounting for all his conduct and the federal interests it implicated. In addition, when the office was making its charging decision in the summer of 2023, no other jurisdiction had initiated charges against Mr. Trump or co-conspirators. After the grand jury returned the original indictment against Mr. Trump in this case, however, he subsequently was also charged with a racketeering conspiracy in Georgia versus Trump, 23 South Carolina, 188947. Indictment, Fulton County, Georgia. Super Court. August 14, 2023, 19 defendant case pending since August 2023 in Fulton County Superior Court. Although the 40-count indictment in Fulton County encompasses some of the same core conduct for which Mr. Trump was charged federally, in the District of Columbia, its focus is on a conspiracy to commit fraud, that is, to change the outcome of the election, including through false statements to Georgia state legislators and other high-ranking state officials. See id. At 16 to 17. It does not fully address Mr. Trump's alleged criminal conduct in furtherance of a conspiracy to obstruct the January 6 certification proceeding, or a conspiracy against voters' rights. As described above, there are strong federal interests in protecting the integrity of the certification proceeding and the right to vote and have one's vote counted. C. There was no adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. Given the strong federal interests in holding Mr. Trump accountable described above, the office could not identify any adequate non-criminal alternative to prosecution. To be sure, because he was president at the time of his alleged offenses, Mr. Trump was subject to 88 impeachment and was in fact impeached, though he was not convicted. Impeachment, however, was never intended to be a substitute for criminal prosecution. He framers recognized that most likely there would be two sets of proceedings for individuals who commit impeachable offenses: the impeachment trial and a separate criminal trial. Nixon vs. United States, 506 U.S. 224, 234, 1993. The impeachment judgment clause itself expressly contemplates separate proceedings, stating that the punishment for impeachment and conviction shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust or profit under the United States, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment and punishment, according to law. U.S. Const. Art. I. Section 3, cl. 7. Not only are impeachment and prosecution separate and distinct proceedings, they apply different standards and pursue different objectives. When Congress decides whether a president should be impeached and convicted, that process does not depend on rigorously adjudicating facts and applying law, or on finding a criminal violation. Instead, the impeachment process is, by design, an inherently political remedy for the dangers to governance posed by an officeholder who has committed treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. U.S. Const. Art. 2, Section 4. Congress may decide not to impeach or convict for reasons that have little or no connection to the nature of the evidence of the officer's culpable conduct. For example, the political alignment of Congress may prevent impeachment and conviction, without regard to the officer's conduct. Indeed, prior to 2020, no senator had ever voted to convict an impeached president of the same political party. And in cases like this one, where the president has left office by the time an impeachment trial occurs, senators may question their authority to convict. 89. Regardless of the egregiousness of the conduct at issue. C. E.g., 167 Cong. Rec. S. 736, Daily. ed. Feb. 13, 2021, Statement of Sen. McConnell. During Mr. Trump's impeachment trial, his counsel insisted that the outcome of the proceeding would have no bearing on any future criminal prosecution, stating, clearly, a former civil officer who is not impeached is subject to criminal prosecution. 167 Cong. Rec. S. 607. Daily ed. Feb. 9, 2021, Cid. Ed. S. 601, noting that if a president committed a criminal offense, then, after he is out of office, you go and arrest him, adding, he Department of Justice does know what to do with such people. Senators who voted to acquit Mr. Trump expressed a similar view. See, e.g., 167 Cong. Rec. S. 736, Daily ed. Feb. 13, 2021, Statement of Sen. McConnell, stating that Mr. Trump is still liable for everything he did while he was in office as an ordinary citizen, and noting that we have a criminal justice system in this country. Thus, even if Mr. Trump had been convicted by the Senate, political accountability, in the form of impeachment, would not have been an adequate alternative for criminal accountability, especially considering the scope of Mr. Trump's offenses and the substantial federal interests they targeted. Mr. Trump's conduct had no historical analog. During pretrial litigation, Mr. Trump contended that his conduct was materially indistinguishable from that of other actors throughout American history, including past presidents and vice presidents who had either claimed that an election was tainted by fraud or presided over a certification proceeding at the joint session where electoral votes were in dispute. Mr. Trump further argued that because those actors had not been prosecuted for their purportedly similar conduct, it would be unconstitutional to prosecute him for his conduct, because doing so would either violate his right to fair notice, CECF number 113 at 25-31, ECF number 114 at 28-31, or result in selective or vindictive prosecution, CECF No. 116 at 6-8. That is, even accepting that 90. Mr. Trump engaged in the conduct alleged in the indictment, and that such conduct violated the charged statutes, he maintained that prosecution was improper because it conflicted with historical practice. The historical episodes that Mr. Trump invoked arising from elections in 1800, 1824, 1876, 1960, 2000, 2004, and 2016 did not involve similar conduct and did not supply a valid reason to decline to bring charges here. In litigation, the office addressed each historical episode. He cited and explained why none was meaningfully similar to the charged conduct. CECF number 139 at 40-47, ECF number 141 at 6-9. Taken together, those episodes showed that, here have been times, as in 1800, 1876, and 1960, when genuine questions have arisen over which slate of electors from a particular state has been duly appointed. Here have also been times, as in 1824, when the failure of any candidate to obtain a majority of electoral votes has thrown the election to the House of Representatives, and there have been times, as in 2000, 2004, and 2016, when those dissatisfied with the results have sought to raise objections to the electoral vote count, resulting in either the objections being overruled or, in one case, a brief adjournment. Designed as an Ohio-focused protest vote without the hope or even the hint of overturning the victory of the president. ECF number 139 at 46-47, quoting 151 Cong. Rec. 199, Jan. 6, 2005. But none of the historical episodes at issue involved any attempt by any person to use fraud and deceit to obstruct or defeat the governmental function that would result in the certification of the lawful winner of a presidential election. ID. At 40-47, CECF number 141 at 6-9. The district court found that there were no historical analogs to Mr. Trump's alleged criminal conduct when Mr. Trump filed a motion to dismiss the indictment on a claim that he was being selectively prosecuted because of a historical track record of similar, unprosecuted efforts to challenge elections. CECF No. 116 at 6, the district court rejected it, explaining that 91. Mr. Trump was not being prosecuted for publicly contesting the results of the election, he is being prosecuted for knowingly making false statements in furtherance of a criminal conspiracy and for obstruction of election certification proceedings. ECF number 198 at 5-7. Likewise, in its opinion denying Mr. Trump's immunity motion, the district court found that none of the contested elections Mr. Trump invokes is analogous to this case, as none involved any allegation that any official engaged in criminal conduct to obstruct the electoral process. ECF No. 171 at 47. IV. Investigative Procedure and Policy. Upon appointing the special counsel, the Attorney General explained that the appointment underscores the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters. It also allows prosecutors and agents to continue their work expeditiously and to make decisions indisputably guided only by the facts and the law. See press release, Office of Public Affairs, Department of Justice, appointment of a special counsel, November 18, 2022, https://www.justice.gov/opa/pr/appointment-special-counsel-o. The Attorney General also noted that, although the special counsel will not be subject to the day-to-day supervision of any official of the department, he must comply with the regulations, procedures, and policies of the department. ID. The office conducted its work accordingly. A. The investigative process 248. Employing traditional investigative tools, including voluntary interviews, grand jury subpoenas, and search warrants, and subject to the same legal requirements binding on all federal prosecutors. The office, spanning the period predating the special counsel's 248. The appendix to this report lists public information about key documents from significant litigation undertaken in the course of the investigation and prosecution. 92. Appointment to the completion of its work, developed a thorough record of independently verified facts on which it based its prosecutive decisions in the election case. The investigative record comprised voluntary witness interviews and grand jury testimony from numerous individuals, 249, as well as voluminous records such as emails, text messages, encrypted messages, memoranda, and other documents. These records were obtained through both voluntary productions by dozens of witnesses and through compulsory process and court orders, including grand jury subpoenas directed to witnesses and entities, court orders for non-content information, such as sender, recipient, date, and time, from electronic communications accounts, and search warrants to obtain evidence from physical sources and/or locations, electronic devices, and email and iCloud accounts. 250. The office also obtained records from other components of the Department of Justice, including the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, and other federal agencies, including the National Archives, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, and Office of the Director of National Intelligence. 251. Further, the 249. This record, including the period predating the special counsel's appointment, encompasses voluntary interviews of more than 250 individuals and grand jury testimony from more than 55 witnesses. 250 search warrants for electronic devices and accounts, as well as applications to obtain records of electronic communications, must be approved by a federal magistrate or district judge and are held to well-established standards of proof. To obtain a search warrant, for instance, the government must establish that there is probable cause to believe that the location, device, or account to be searched contains evidence of a crime. See U.S. Const. Amend. IV. Search warrants require probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, and the persons or things to be seized. Other court orders, for instance, those that give the government access to the non-content information described above regarding electronic communications, require a showing that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the information sought is relevant and material to an ongoing criminal investigation. See 18 U.S.C. Section 2703, d. 251. The office's investigation included consideration of the report issued on December 22, 2022, by the U.S. House of Representatives Select Committee to investigate the January 6 attack on the United States Capitol, as well as certain materials received from the committee. Those materials comprised a small part of the office's investigative record, and any facts on which the office relied to make a prosecution decision were developed or verified through independent interviews and other investigative steps. During the prosecution of the election case, Mr. Trump alleged that the Select Committee and Special Counsel's office were one and the same and sought additional discovery about the Select Committee's work. The district court rejected the claim. CECF number 263 at 47. Concluding that Mr. Trump has not supplied an adequate basis to consider the January 6 Select Committee part of the prosecution team. Regardless, the office provided or otherwise made available to Mr. Trump in discovery all 93. Office collected more than 1 terabyte of data from publicly available sources such as social media postings and websites. All discoverable material was provided or made available to Mr. Trump in discovery during the prosecution of the election case. Throughout its work, the office complied with the rules, regulations, procedures, practices and policies of the Department of Justice, 28 CFR. Section 600.7, including consulting the Justice Manual, the Department's publicly available guidebook on policies and procedures, and consulting or obtaining requisite approvals from other department components. For example, as required under the Justice Manual, the office obtained approvals from the Criminal Division's Office of Enforcement Operations, which provides legal guidance on the use of sensitive law enforcement tools, such as certain subpoenas and search warrants involving attorneys. And as discussed more below, the office consulted the Criminal Division's Public Integrity Section, PIN, which oversees the investigation and prosecution of federal crimes affecting government integrity, pursuant to Justice Manual requirements pertaining to the service of subpoenas and other process on members of Congress, the use of election fraud charges, and the Department's election year sensitivities policy, a long-standing department policy regarding the conduct of sensitive investigations during an election year. Even when not required, in accordance with the best traditions of the department, the office actively sought advice and guidance from subject matter experts throughout the department. For example, the office requested assistance from the Civil Division and Office of Information Policy, OIP, on civil litigation for public access to investigative and prosecutive materials. And the office conferred with the Office of the Solicitor General, OSG, which is materials received from the Select Committee. CECF number 263 at 47, the government states that it has already produced all the records it received from the committee. 94. Responsible for supervising and conducting government litigation in the United States Supreme Court, the Office of Legal Counsel, OLC, which provides binding legal advice to the executive branch, and the Criminal Division's Appellate Section, which conducts and oversees the Department's criminal appellate litigation on complex statutory, constitutional, and other legal issues including regarding charging decisions in the original and superseding indictments. See Supra at Section 2, Mr. Trump's challenge to the District Court's order on extrajudicial statements. See Infra at Section VB, Mr. Trump's executive privilege claims. See Infra at Section VC, and Mr. Trump's immunity challenge to the indictment. See Infra at Section VD. B. Investigative and prosecutive procedures in an election year. Mr. Trump's announcement of his candidacy for president while two federal criminal investigations were ongoing presented an unprecedented challenge for the Department of Justice and the courts. Given the timing and circumstances of the special counsel's appointment and the office's work, it was unavoidable that the regular processes of the criminal law and the judicial system would run parallel to the election campaign. Mr. Trump's position was that when the judicial process conflicted with his election campaign, the courts should always yield. As discussed below, the courts did not agree. Under these unique circumstances, the Department's actions would be criticized by one constituency or another, regardless of which path the investigations took. Accordingly, the office leaned on established department policy, practice, and wisdom, and focused on doing its job promptly and thoroughly. From the outset and throughout its work, the office recognized the weighty issues presented by the matters under its mandate and operated on the principle that the best interests of the department and the nation required prompt investigation and decision-making. The office's exceptional working pace ensured that its investigative work could be completed, charging decisions could be made, and any necessary indictments could be returned by the summer of 2023, long before the election. The office had no interest in affecting the presidential election, and it complied fully with the letter and spirit of the department's policy regarding election year sensitivities. It did so through fundamentally sound practices, moving its investigations swiftly, making charging decisions and returning indictments well before the election, litigating its cases on the timetables set by the courts, and consulting with PIN. 1. The department's election year sensitivities policy. The staff of the office was deeply familiar with and committed to the department's election year sensitivities policy, as it included fraud and public corruption prosecutors with many years of experience working in and leading PIN. The special counsel himself and one of his counselors had served as chief of PIN, two of the attorneys had been deputy chiefs in PIN, and two other attorneys in the office had been trial attorneys in PIN. Collectively, prosecutors in the office had many years of experience providing training, advice, and guidance to prosecutors and law enforcement agents throughout the department on how to comply with the department's election-related policies. In fact, the counselor in the office who had previously served as chief of PIN was one of the drafters of the first election year sensitivities memorandum issued to department attorneys. The department's policy regarding elections has two overlapping components. The first is focused on the prosecutor's purpose. It prohibits prosecutors from taking any action or timing any action for the purpose of effecting an election. Justice Manual Section 9 to 27.260 and Section 9-85.500. That flat prohibition applies to all actions by prosecutors and at all times during an investigation or prosecution. The second and overlapping component focuses on safeguarding the department's reputation for fairness and nonpartisanship, recommending that prosecutors take 96. particular care in an election year and consult with PIN when an action is likely to raise an issue or the perception of an issue. Justice Manual Section 9-85.500. 252. These policies are well established within the department. In 2008, in the wake of allegations and investigations concerning politicization in the department, 253, and recognizing that there was uncertainty regarding the terms of the department's policies and practices in election years, the Criminal Division and PIN evaluated the feasibility of establishing a specific and definitive set of rules regarding the duty to avoid interference with elections in the run-up to an election. While prosecutors had long been advised to exercise particular care in politically sensitive cases in the 2 or 3 months immediately prior to an election, the department had never had a formal 60-day or 90-day rule that governed such situations. 254. As part of its evaluation in 2008, the department considered whether to codify a particular rule, but ultimately concluded that the best course was, instead, to provide guidance in the form of an attorney general memorandum addressing the need for particular care to protect the department's reputation for impartiality in an election year, and setting forth in writing the core principle that prosecutors and agents may not act for a political purpose. 252. The department's election-related policies were first developed in the context of investigations involving ballot fraud, where PIN's Election Crimes Branch has for decades maintained a written non-interference policy that applies only in the context of ballot fraud investigations. See Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses, 8th ed. 2017, at 84-85. That policy, which precludes certain investigative actions in a ballot fraud investigation until after the election to which the investigation relates is completed and certified, was codified in the Justice Manual in August 2022. See Justice Manual Section 9-85.300. Because the 2020 presidential election had been completed and certified before our investigation began, the ballot fraud policy had no application to the office's work. 253. See Joint Report of the Department of Justice, Office of Professional Responsibility and Office of the Inspector General, an investigation of allegations of politicized hiring by Monica Goodling and other staff in the Office of the Attorney General, July 28, 2008, https://oig.justice.gov/sites/default/files/legacy/special/s0807/final.pdf. 254. The background regarding the election year sensitivities policy and the so-called 60-day rule was reviewed by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General in its June 2018 report, a review of various actions by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Department of Justice in advance of the 2016 election, at 16-18. https://oig.justice.gov, sites, default, files, reports, 1804. PDF 97. On March 5, 2008, Attorney General Michael Mukasey issued the first election year sensitivities memorandum setting forth this guidance. In relevant part, the Attorney General memorandum stated, Department of Justice employees are entrusted with the authority to enforce the laws of the United States and with the responsibility to do so in a neutral and impartial manner. This is particularly important in an election year. Now that the election season is upon us, I want to remind you of the department's existing policies with respect to political activities. The Department of Justice has a strong interest in the prosecution of election fraud and other election-related crimes, such as those involving federal and state campaign finance laws, federal patronage laws, and corruption of the election process. As department employees, however, we must be particularly sensitive to safeguarding the department's reputation for fairness, neutrality, and nonpartisanship. Simply put, politics must play no role in the decisions of federal investigators or prosecutors regarding any investigations or criminal charges. Law enforcement. Officers and prosecutors may never select the timing of investigative steps or criminal charges for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. Such a purpose is inconsistent with the department's mission and with the principles of federal prosecution. If you are faced with a question regarding the timing of charges or overt investigative steps near the time of a primary or general election, please contact the Public Integrity Section of the Criminal Division for further guidance. Memorandum from Michael Mukasey, Attorney General, Election Year Sensitivities, Mar. 5. 2008. Since 2008, Attorneys General have issued memoranda containing substantially the same guidance to prosecutors and agents in each election year. 255 in August 2022, just 3 months. 255 See Memorandum from William Barr, Attorney General, Election Year Sensitivities, May 15, 2020, adding language to the Election Year Sensitivities Memorandum to make clear that the policy applied not only to investigative and charging actions, but also to public statements by prosecutors and law enforcement agents. 98. Before the Attorney General appointed the special counsel, the department codified its election year policies in the Justice Manual. Federal prosecutors and agents may never select the timing of any action, including investigative steps, criminal charges, or statements, for the purpose of affecting any election or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. Such a purpose is inconsistent with the department's mission and with the principles of federal prosecution. See Section 9-27.260. Any action likely to raise an issue or the perception of an issue under this provision requires consultation with the Public Integrity Section, and such action shall not be taken if the Public Integrity Section advises that further consultation is required with the Deputy Attorney General or Attorney General. Justice Manual Section 9-85.500. See also id. Section 9 to 27.260, adding the election year sensitivities policy to the principles of federal prosecution. Implementation of the election year sensitivities policy can raise challenging questions. Taking action may be viewed as hurting a candidate, while refraining from action may be viewed as helping that candidate. This challenging landscape counsels in favor of structuring and timing investigations in a manner that enables prosecutors and agents to avoid these issues as much as possible and do what they do best: focus on the needs of the case. Consistent with that, PIN often counsels prosecutors to move their investigations along promptly and avoid unnecessary delay that could needlessly place them in the position of deciding whether to take overt action or bring charges in the period immediately before an election. Because of the office's deep familiarity and experience with these policies, it focused on completing both of its investigations promptly and making timely charging decisions long before the election. 2. Pre-indictment procedures. During the investigation and prosecution of this case, the office consulted regularly with PIN. For example, because the election case involved election fraud charges under 18 U.S.C. Sections 241 and 371, the office consulted with PIN and its Election Crimes Branch prior to returning. 99. The election case indictment in the District of Columbia, as required by Justice Manual Section 9. 85.210, violations of campaign financing laws, federal patronage laws, and corruption of elections consultation requirement. In addition, the office consulted with PIN regarding investigative steps that involved gathering evidence connected to congressional staff, pursuant to Justice Manual Section 9 to 85.110, investigations involving members of Congress. As discussed below. In Section VA2, the office also consulted PIN regarding issues that arose in litigation involving the Speech or Debate Clause, U.S. Const. Art. I, Section 6, CL. 1, a unique constitutional protection that provides a form of immunity to legislative acts by member of Congress and their staff. C, e.g. in re press application for access to judicial records ancillary to certain grand jury proc. Concerning former Vice President J. Fick Pence, number 23 MC 35, ECF number 11-5 at 19, DDC. June 9, 2023, publicly released Mar. 27, 2023, Memorandum Opinion, Application of Speech or Debate Privilege to Vice President when acting as President of the Senate, in re sealed case. ADF 4th 355, DC. CIR. 2023, Application of Speech or Debate Privilege to search of Congressman's cell phone. However, because the office proceeded expeditiously with its investigations and charging decisions, no election year sensitivities consultation with PIN was required prior to returning the original indictment in either the classified documents case in June of 2023 or the election case in August of 2023. 3. Post-indictment procedures. The two components of the department's election year sensitivities policy play out differently in the context of post-indictment litigation. First, the bedrock principle that prosecutors may not take any action for the purpose of affecting an election or providing an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or party applies fully during post-indictment litigation. On this score, the office did not take a single action at any time for any such purpose. 100. Rather, the office's M1SS10N was at all times to uphold the law and carefully follow the requirements of the criminal justice process. Unlike the purpose-focused component of department policy, the component that focuses on the department's reputation for impartiality stands on a different footing with respect to pre-indictment and post-indictment activity. This component of the policy applies fully to the timing of actions by prosecutors prior to indictment, bringing charges, taking overt investigative steps, and making public statements. Justice Manual Section 9-85.500. For such actions, prosecutors must take election year sensitivities into account, and they are required to consult with PIN ID. However, once the case is charged, this component of the policy does not limit the ability to litigate according to the schedule set down by the court and does not require consultation with PIN for such litigation. Whether it is during an election year or any other time, the duty of prosecutors after indictment is to litigate their cases fully and zealously, consistent with the Constitution, United States Code, Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, Rules of Professional Responsibility, and dictates of the calendar set forth by the court. See CNN This J. L. Forning. Garland comments on Trump case, CNN.com, transcripts, Jan. 19, 2024. https://transcripts.cnn.com/show/ctmo/date/2024-01-19/segment/02 https://perma.cc/hd2r6u8y. The page prosecutor has urged speedy trials, with which I agree. And it's now in the hands of the judicial system, not in our hands. Once a case is charged, no policy of the department limits the ability of prosecutors to litigate effectively on the schedule set by the court, and that is what the office did. Consistent with the department's policy, after indictment, the office litigated the election case according to the schedules set down by the District Court, the D.C. Circuit, and the 101. Supreme Court. 256. Given the gravity of the issues presented by the charges, the office sought to move the case forward expeditiously for two central reasons unrelated to the election. First, the Speedy Trial Act mandates expeditious resolution of criminal cases, and it does so not only for the benefit of the accused, but in the best interest of the public. See Zedner v. United States, 54-7. U.S. 489, 501, 2006, t. He, Speedy Trial Act was designed with the public interest firmly in mind. Strunk vs. United States, 412 U.S. 434,439 N.2, 1973, the public interest in a broad sense, as well as the constitutional guarantee, commands prompt disposition of criminal charges. Kobeldich vs. United States, 309 U.S. 323, 325, 1940, encouragement of delay is fatal to the vindication of the criminal law. Second, those fundamental interests were heightened in this case, which raised matters of utmost gravity, urgency, and national concern. Charging the former president with conspiring to thwart the peaceful transfer of power through lies that undermined the democratic process and ultimately fueled a violent attack on the United States Capitol. These criminal charges warranted prompt and fair disposition, and that is what the office sought to achieve. Both during the investigation and after the case was charged, however, Mr. Trump sought to delay the proceedings, taking the position that when the judicial process conflicted with his election campaign, the courts should always yield. C. E.g., ECF number 30 at 11, proposing April 256. The office did the same in the classified documents case in the Southern District of Florida, litigating the case according to the calendar set by the court. Trial had been set for May 20, 2024, but in late February, the court ordered the parties to submit proposals for a new schedule and held a conference to discuss them, including proposals for new trial dates. See United States vs. Trump, number 23 *-80101, ECF number 338, SD. Florida. Feb. 27, 2024. Trump, number 23 *80 EOI, ECF number 369, SD. Florida. Mar. 1, 2024. Before responding to the court, the office confirmed with PIN its own understanding that the election year sensitivities policy did not apply to post-indictment litigation or require an election year sensitivities consultation before requesting a new trial date. The office then proposed a trial date of July 8, 2024, while Mr. Trump proposed August 12, 2024. But the court never set a new trial date. See id. ECF Nos. 356 and 357, SD. Florida. Feb. 29, 2024. PIN later advised the office that prosecutors who request a trial date closer in time to an election than the July date that the office proposed could be required to consult with PIN. In any event, the office consulted regularly with PIN, and PIN agrees that the office complied fully with the election year sensitivities policy in both of its cases. 102. 2026 trial date, emphasizing that no major party presidential candidate has ever been charged while in the middle of a campaign. ECF No. 103 at 20, Mr. Trump's counsel arguing, the easiest solution to all of this is an obvious one, and that is to adjourn the case after the presidential election. That's the solution. ECF No. 242 at 7-8, asking court to reconsider scheduling order, emphasizing that President Trump is the leading candidate in the presidential election, which is just weeks away. The courts did not agree. They consistently rejected Mr. Trump's efforts to delay or stop the proceedings. The Comas' words and actions throughout the litigation reflected their fundamental commitment to the operation of the judicial process, notwithstanding the election campaign. C. E.g., ECF number 38 at 53, the public has a right to a prompt and efficient resolution of this matter, ECF No. 29 at 41, the fact that the defendant is engaged in a political campaign is not going to allow him any greater or lesser latitude than any defendant in a criminal case, id. At 15, and so what the defendant is currently doing, the fact that he's running a political campaign currently has to yield to the orderly administration of justice, id. At 19, I cannot, and I will not, factor into my decisions the effect it's going to have on a political campaign for either side. United States vs. Trump, 88 F. 4th 990, 1018, D.C. CIR. 2023, delaying the trial date until after the election, as Mr. Trump proposes, would be counterproductive, create perverse incentives, and unreasonably burden the judicial process. Id. At 1016, but there is another fundamental constitutional interest at stake here. The existence of a political campaign or political speech does not alter the court's historical commitment or obligation to ensure the fair administration of justice in criminal cases. A trial participant's engagement in political speech cannot degrade or diminish that essential judicial function. Trump, number 23-3228, per curiam order, D.C. CIR. Dec. 13, 2023, expediting briefing and oral. 103. Argument, Trump, number 23-3228, judgment, D.C. CIR. Feb. 6, 2024, accelerating the schedule for Mr. Trump to seek any further review. The office also sought to move the election case forward expeditiously in the Supreme Court based upon the public interest in a prompt resolution of the case and the precedent set by the Watergate Special Prosecutor in United States vs. Nixon, 418 U.S. 683, 1974, Nixon, where the court granted both the United States petition for certiorari before judgment, No. 73-1766, and also the President's cross petition for certiorari before judgment, No. 73-1834, because of the public importance of the issues presented and the need for their prompt resolution. ID. At 686 to 687, citations omitted. The office filed a petition for certiorari before judgment, which would have moved the election case directly to the Supreme Court from the District Court, and argued that the court should follow the Nixon model. The Supreme Court did not grant the office's petition for certiorari before judgment. However, like the D.C. Circuit, the Supreme Court ultimately expedited its consideration of the case, further confirming the office's emphasis on the strong public interest in a prompt resolution. 257. Following the Supreme Court's immunity decision, the office again proceeded in manner that was fully consistent with the letter and spirit of the department's election year. 257. After the D.C. Circuit issued its opinion affirming the District Court, Mr. Trump filed a motion in the Supreme Court to stay the circuit's issuance of its mandate until he could file, and the Supreme Court could resolve, a petition for certiorari that he intended to file in the Supreme Court. See Trump vs. United States, number 23A745. Application for a stay of the D.C. Circuit's mandate pending the filing of a petition for writ of certiorari, U.S. Feb. 12, 2024. In response to that motion, the office again pointed to the significant public interest in a prompt resolution of the case, and argued that the Supreme Court should either deny the stay or, as an alternative manner of moving the case promptly, treat Mr. Trump's motion as a petition for certiorari, grant the petition, and set the case for expedited briefing and argument. See Trump, number 23A745, Resp. In open to application for a stay of the mandate of the United States Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, U.S. Feb. 14, 2024. The Supreme Court adopted the office's alternative proposal and set an argument and briefing schedule to complete the litigation in the October term, which ended on July 1, 2024. See Trump, number 23-939, Order Granting Petition, U.S. Feb. 28, 2024. Briefing was completed by April 15, 2024. The Supreme Court held oral argument on April 25, 2024, and the Supreme Court issued its immunity opinion remanding for further proceedings on July 2024. See Trump, 603. U.S. at 642. 104. Sensitivities Policy, litigating the case according to the schedule established by the District Court. Taking action based upon the law and the best interests of the case, and consulting with PIN. Upon receiving the decision, the office immediately began a multifaceted process to determine the best way forward, including 1. A thorough evaluation of the opinion itself, 2. An exhaustive and detailed review of the evidence and the allegations in the original indictment to determine whether there was sufficient non-immune evidence to support the charges in light of the opinion. 3. Once the office determined that there was sufficient non-immunized evidence, an evaluation of whether to litigate the case based on the existing grand jury record and indictment or instead seek a superseding indictment that would be presented to a grand jury that had not heard any immunized evidence, and 4. Given the timing, evaluate whether all of the necessary steps could be undertaken consistent with the election year sensitivities policy. The office determined that there was sufficient non-immunized evidence to support the charges and that the best course of action for the case was to obtain a superseding indictment that implemented the Supreme Court's holding in Trump, and present that new indictment to a grand jury that had not heard evidence of immunized conduct. CECF number 228, Notice of Superseding Indictment. Before doing so, the office consulted with PIN for two purposes. 1. To obtain PIN's concurrence regarding the proposed election fraud charges under 18 U.S.C. Sections 241 and 371, as required by Justice Manual Section 9-85.300, and 2. Given the timing of the superseding indictment, to consult with PIN regarding election year sensitivities, pursuant to Justice Manual Section 9-85.500 and the Attorney General's Election Year Sensitivities Memorandum. PIN concurred with the return of the superseding indictment, which was returned by the grand jury on August 27, 2024. Following the superseding indictment, and consistent with the District Court's instructions, on August 30, 2024, the parties submitted their positions regarding the schedule for 105. Pretrial proceedings. ECF number 229. The office proposed that it file an opening brief regarding immunity in which it would provide detailed information without which the court could not undertake the fact-bound analysis that was required by the Supreme Court's remand. The office argued that its filing would include the information that the defense would need to address and that the district court would need to make its immunity determinations regarding both the allegations in the superseding indictment and the evidence that the office would introduce at trial in a manner that would avoid the prospect of multiple interlocutory appeals. ID. At 2-3. Were the defense to file first on remand, it would leave a large gap in the analysis that the district court was required to undertake because only the office could identify all of the evidence upon which the charges were based and upon which it would rely at trial. CECF number 232 at 12-15. Transcript of hearing. The office did not propose a particular date for filing its immunity brief or a schedule for conducting the immunity litigation. It left those matters to the court's discretion. Mr. Trump proposed that the immunity litigation should not begin until December 2024. The district court issued an order setting a new schedule for pretrial litigation and directing the office to file its opening immunity brief on September 26, 2024. CECF number 233. Prior to filing its immunity brief, the office again confirmed with PIN that the election year sensitivities policy did not apply to conducting such post-indictment litigation according to the court's schedule and that the Justice Manual did not require consultation with PIN regarding such litigation. And after the office filed its immunity brief and Mr. Trump attempted to delay its public disclosure, the district court again rejected his attempt to conflate the election and the criminal justice process. In addition to the assertions discussed above, defendants oppose 1T10N brief repeatedly accuses the government of bad faith partisan bias. C.D. Foppen 106. At 2, 5-6. These accusations, for which defendant provides no support, continue a pattern of defense filings focusing on political rhetoric rather than addressing the legal issues at hand. See oversized brief order at 2-3, identifying two recent instances of this pattern. Not only is that focus unresponsive and unhelpful to the court, but it is also unbefitting of experienced defense counsel and undermining of the judicial proceedings in this case. ECF number 251 at 7. 258. Throughout its work, the office was focused entirely on its mandate to uphold the law and nothing more. The career prosecutors in the office conducted its investigation and prosecution in a manner that complied fully with the department's policies regarding election year sensitivities. V. Investigative challenges and litigation issues. In a corruption or conspiracy investigation, it is not unusual for a subject or target of the investigation to continue to wield significant influence over, or command strong loyalty from, potential witnesses, often complicating the ability of prosecutors to obtain evidence. That dynamic was amplified in this case given Mr. Trump's political and financial status, and the prospect of his future election to the presidency. As described below, one company resisted a lawful court order issued during the office's investigation, and important witnesses made the choice to assert privileges against providing evidence based on their own official positions in the government. In addition, after his indictment, Mr. Trump used his considerable social media presence to make extrajudicial comments, sometimes of a threatening nature, about the case. And the office was forced to pursue litigation to preserve the integrity of the proceeding and 258 on October 17, 2024, Mr. Trump filed a motion, ECF number 264, to delay public disclosure of the office's appendix to its immunity brief until after Mr. Trump had filed his own appendix on November 14, 9 days after the 2024 presidential election, such that both appendices would be released publicly simultaneously. Because Mr. Trump filed his motion before obtaining the office's position, the office emailed the district court's chambers, copying defense counsel, to inform the court that the office did not object to that procedure. 107. Prevent witness intimidation. Mr. Trump also was able to raise claims of executive privilege and presidential immunity. This section discusses each of those challenges and how the office addressed them. A. Pre-indictment litigation with third parties. 1. The Twitter X search warrant. Mr. Trump's public statements and specifically, his posts on the social media application Twitter constituted important potential evidence of his criminal conduct and intent. Accordingly, on January 17, 2023, the office applied for, and the district court authorized, a search warrant requiring Twitter to provide certain information regarding Mr. Trump's Twitter account. In Ray Twitter search warrant, number 23 SC31, ECF number 32 at 1-2 and N. L. 5, DDC. Mar. 3, 2023, Twitter decision. At the same time, as is common in non-public criminal investigations to prevent individuals under investigation from destroying evidence or otherwise hampering the process, the office asked the district court to issue a non-disclosure order, NDO, which would direct Twitter that it could not inform Mr. Trump that the office was seeking information regarding his account ID. At 6. The district court granted the request and issued the NDO ID. The search warrant required Twitter's compliance within 10 days of its issuance, but the day before that deadline, its senior director of legal informed the office that it would not comply with the warrant by the next day. ID. At 7-9. Shortly thereafter, Twitter's senior director of legal further informed the office that it would not comply with the warrant, without changes to the NDO, permitting Twitter to notify Mr. Trump of the warrant. ID. At 9. Twitter claimed that the NDO impinged on its First Amendment interests in communicating with the former president, which, according to Twitter, were heightened because the warrant purportedly could implicate issues of executive privilege, though it conceded that it had no standing to raise 108. Any privilege issues. ID. At 24. The district court later described Twitter's actions as extraordinary, and noted that its resistance to the NDO appeared to be a first in the company's history. ID. At 1. For what appears to be the first time in their nearly 17-year existence as a company, Twitter seeks to vacate or modify an order issued under the Stored Communications Act, commanding that the company not disclose the existence of a search warrant for a user's Twitter account, and further seeks to condition any compliance by the company with that search warrant on the user, or user's representatives, first being notified about the warrant and given an opportunity to stop or otherwise intervene in execution of the warrant. The office promptly moved in district court to have Twitter show cause why it should not be held in contempt of court, asking the district court to impose a penalty that doubled with each day of non-compliance, starting at $50,000. ID. At 9/12. In rejecting Twitter's basis for refusing to comply with the warrant, the district court emphasized that the search warrant and NDO had been issued by this court after being apprised of extensive reasons sufficient to establish probable cause for issuance of the warrant and to meet the statutory requirements for an NDO, to which reasons Twitter is neither privy nor entitled to be privy. ID. At 2. The district court rejected Twitter's contentions, finding that there existed compelling government interests to maintain the NDO to preserve the integrity of the investigation, id. At 17-26, and that as a practical matter, if accepted, Twitter's argument would invite repeated litigation by Twitter and other electronic communication services providers to challenge NDOs in order to alert users to Stored Communications Act orders, particularly for high-profile, highly placed users, such as current or former government officials, with whom the providers might want to curry 109. Favor, with concomitant and inevitable delays in execution of Stored Communications Act orders and resultant frustration in expeditiously conducting criminal investigations, id. At 11. The district court ultimately held that the NDO lawfully prohibited Twitter from notifying Mr. Trump about the warrant and fined Twitter $350,000 for failing to comply with the court-ordered search warrant in a timely fashion, finding that Twitter failed to show good faith and substantial compliance in response to the warrant. ID. At 30-34. The sanction and NDO were both upheld by the D.C. Circuit, and the Supreme Court declined to review the case. In re. Sealed case, 77 F. 4th 815, 830, D.C. CIR. 2023, Cert. Denied sub nom. Ex Corp. v. United States. 2024 WL 4,426,628, U.S. October 7, 2024, upholding NDO where the order was narrowly tailored. And, the district court specifically found reason to believe that disclosure of the warrant would jeopardize the criminal investigation, id. At 836, holding that the sanction ultimately imposed was not unreasonable, given Twitter's $40 billion valuation and the court's goal of coercing Twitter's compliance. 2. Legislative privilege under the Speech or Debate Clause. The Speech or Debate Clause provides that, for any speech or debate in either House, senators and representatives shall not be questioned in any other place. U.S. Const. Art. I. Section 6, CL. 1. The clause affords members of Congress a number of distinct protections, including a testimonial privilege that guarantees that a member may not be made to answer questions about his or her legislative acts. Gravel vs. United States, 408 U.S. 606, 616, 1972. During the investigation, former Vice President Pence, in his capacity as President of the Senate, invoked his privilege under the Speech or Debate Clause. Through litigation over the scope and applicability of the claimed privilege, the office obtained important evidence. After the grand jury subpoenaed Mr. Pence to testify about Mr. Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election, Mr. Pence moved to quash the subpoena, invoking the 110 Speech or Debate Clause. In Re Press Application, Number 23 MC35, ECF Number 11-1 at 1, DDC. June 9, 2023. Mr. Pence argued that the Vice President should receive the protections of the Speech or Debate Clause when acting in his constitutional capacity as President of the Senate, as he did while presiding over the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. ID. At 2. According to Mr. Pence, the Speech or Debate Clause therefore foreclosed questioning before the grand jury about his legislative acts relating to the joint session. ID. At 2-3. The Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, who presides over grand jury matters in that district, denied, in large part, Mr. Pence's motion to quash ID. ECF number 11-5 at 19. The court held that, while the clause does apply to the Vice President, it does not cover the vast majority of what the special counsel seeks to ask him about. ID. At 1. The court determined that although the Speech or Debate Clause foreclosed questioning about Mr. Pence's legislative acts, much of the conduct the office sought to question Mr. Pence about did not qualify as legislative acts under the Speech or Debate Clause, including, for example, Mr. Trump's conversations exhorting Pence to reject electors on January 6. ID. At 16. The court concluded that the Speech or Debate Clause precluded government questioning in two subject areas. 1. Mr. Pence's drafting and recitation of the statement he made on the floor of the Senate on January 6, and 2. Internal advice from Mr. Pence's staff about the scope of his authority on January 6. ID. At 18 to 19. Neither the office nor Mr. Pence appealed the district court's ruling. 259. 259. The government also litigated speech or debate clause issues against a member of Congress. In August 2022, before the special counsel was appointed, based on judicial findings of probable cause that evidence of crimes would be found on the personal cell phone of Representative Scott Perry, the government obtained warrants to seize and search the cell phone of Representative Perry. See in Ray sealed case, 80F 4th at 360. Because of United States v. Rayburn House Office Building, 497 F.3D 654, D.C. CIR. 2007, a case in which the D.C. Circuit held that the speech or debate clause required the government to allow a member of Congress to review and assert claims of privilege over materials seized from his office before it could access and review the materials the government gave. 111. B. Threats and harassment of witnesses. A significant challenge that the office faced after Mr. Trump's indictment was his ability and willingness to use his influence and following on social media to target witnesses, courts, and department employees, which required the office to engage in time-consuming litigation to protect witnesses from threats and harassment. Mr. Trump's resort to intimidation and harassment during the investigation was not new, as demonstrated by his actions during the charged conspiracies. A fundamental component of Mr. Trump's conduct underlying the charges in the election case was his pattern of using social media at the time, Twitter, to publicly attack and seek to influence state and federal officials, judges, and election workers who refused to support false claims that the election had been stolen, or who otherwise resisted complicity in Mr. Trump's scheme. After Mr. Trump publicly assailed these individuals, threats and harassment from his followers inevitably followed. CECF number 57 at 3, one witness identifying Mr. Trump's tweets about him as the cause of specific and graphic threats about his family, and a public official providing testimony that after Mr. Trump's tweets, he required additional police protection. In the context of the attack on the Capitol on January 6, Mr. Trump acknowledged that his supporters listened to him like no one else. 260. Representative Perry a copy of the contents of his phone so that he had an opportunity to claim the speech or debate privilege over the materials before the government accessed them. ID. After Representative Perry did so, and after litigation in both the District Court and the D.C. Circuit, see generally id. See also in Ray sealed case, number 23-3001. Doc. 2,031,508, D.C. CIR. Dec. 14, 2023, and in Ray Scott Penny cell phone search warrant, number 22 SC 2144. Memorandum opinion at 1, DDC. Dec. 19, 2023, https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/22-SC-2L44% 200pinion.pdf https://perma.cc/5ppd-jh68 closing square bracket. The government obtained records including encrypted messages between Representative Perry and co-conspirator 4 that it intended to use at trial prior to the Supreme Court's decision on presidential immunity. C. E.g., SCO 12,946,533, signal messages between co-conspirator 4 and Perry. 2nd of January 2021. Irrespective of that decision, the records would have been admissible in a trial of Mr. Trump's co-conspirators. 260 SCO049589191 at 7, CNN Town Hall TR. The 10th of May 2023, SCOO4976309 at 1328 to 1435, CNN Town Hall Video. The 10th of May 2023. 112. The same pattern transpired after Mr. Trump's indictment in the election case. As the D.C. Circuit later found, Mr. Trump repeatedly attacked those involved in the case through threatening public statements, as well as messaging daggered at likely witnesses and their testimony. Trump, 88F 4th at 1010. Those attacks had real-time, real-world consequences, exposing those on the receiving end to a torrent of threats and intimidation, and turning their lives upside down. ID. At 10:11 to 10:12. The day after his arraignment, for example, Mr. Trump posted on the social media application Truth Social, "If you go after me, I'm coming after you." ID. At 998. The next day, one of his supporters called the district court judges' chambers and said, "Hey you stupid slave N, asterisk 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 asterisk, R. Asterisk asterisk if Trump doesn't get elected in 2024. We are coming to kill you, so tread lightly B, asterisk asterisk asterisk, H. Asterisk you will be targeted personally. Publicly, your family, all of it." ID. 26L. Mr. Trump also took aim at potential witnesses named in the indictment, id. At 998 to 999, and lashed out at government officials closely involved in the criminal proceeding, as well as members of their families, id. At 1010 to 1011. To protect the integrity of the proceedings, on September 5, 2023, the office filed a motion seeking an order pursuant to the district court's rules restricting certain out-of-court statements by either party. CECF number 57, DDC. LCRR 57.7, C. The district court heard argument and granted the office's motion, finding that Mr. Trump's public attacks pose a significant and immediate risk that 1. Witnesses will be intimidated or otherwise unduly influenced by the prospect of being themselves targeted for harassment or threats, and 2. Attorneys, public servants, and other court staff will themselves become targets for threats and harassment. ECF number 105 at 2. Because no alternative means could adequately address these. 261. See also United States vs. Shish 1Y, 23 crossing -413, SD. Tex. Threats made against the district court judge presiding over the election case. 113. Grave threats to the integrity of these proceedings, the court prohibited the parties and their counsel from making public statements that target 1. The special counsel prosecuting this case or his staff, 2. Defense counsel or their staff, 3. Any of this court's staff or other supporting personnel, or 4. Any reasonably foreseeable witness or the substance of their testimony. ID. At 3. The court emphasized, however, that Mr. Trump remained free to make statements criticizing the government generally, including the current administration or the Department of Justice, statements asserting that he is innocent of the charges against him, or that his prosecution is politically motivated, or statements criticizing the campaign platforms or policies of his current political rivals. ID. At 3. Mr. Trump appealed, and the D.C. Circuit affirmed in large part, finding that Mr. Trump's attacks on witnesses in this case posed a significant and imminent threat to individuals' willingness to participate fully and candidly in the process, to the content of their testimony and evidence, and to the trial's essential truth-finding function, with the undertow generated by such statements, likely to influence other witnesses and deter those not yet publicly identified, out of fear that, if they come forward, they may well be the next target. Trump, 88. F. 4th at 10:12 to 10:13. Likewise, certain speech about counsel and staff working on the case poses a significant and imminent risk of impeding the adjudication of the case, since messages designed to generate alarm and dread, and to trigger extraordinary safety precautions, will necessarily hinder the trial process and slow the administration of justice. ID at 10:14. The Court of Appeals explained that the District Court's order involved the confluence of two paramount constitutional interests, the freedom of speech guaranteed by the First Amendment and the federal court's vital Article 3 duty to ensure the fair and orderly administration of justice in criminal cases. ID at 996. Balancing these interests, the court 114 explained, required consideration of three related questions: L. Whether the order is justified by a sufficiently serious risk of prejudice to an ongoing judicial proceeding; 2. Whether less restrictive alternatives would adequately address that risk; and 3. Whether the order is narrowly tailored, including whether the order effectively addresses the potential prejudice. ID at 1007. Because the record amply support the district court's finding that when Mr. Trump has publicly attacked individuals, including on matters related to this case, those individuals are consequently threatened and harassed. It at 1012, quoting ECF number 105 at 2, and because no less speech restrictive alternative could viably protect against the imminent threat to the participation of witnesses, trial participants, and staff in this criminal matter, or the full, fair, and unobstructed receipt of relevant evidence. Id. At 1017, the court affirmed the decision to impose some limitation on trial participants' speech. Id. At 1016. Indeed, Ivan the record. In this case, the district court had a duty to act proactively to prevent the creation of an atmosphere of fear or intimidation aimed at preventing trial participants and staff from performing their functions within the trial process. ID at 1014. The Court of Appeals therefore affirmed the district court's order to the extent that it prohibited parties and their counsel from making public statements about known or reasonably foreseeable witnesses concerning their potential participation in the investigation or in this criminal proceeding, or public statements about 1. Counsel in the case other than the special counsel; 2. Members of the court's staff and counsel's staffs; or 3. The family members of any counsel or staff member if those statements are made with the intent to materially interfere with, or to cause others to materially interfere with, counsel's or staff's work in this criminal case, or with the knowledge that such interference is highly likely to result. ID at 1027 to 1028. To ensure that going forward the order 115 was as narrowly tailored as possible, the court vacated the district court order to the extent it cover speech beyond those specified categories. ID at 1028. C. Mr. Trump's claims of executive privilege. A time-consuming investigative challenge that the office faced was Mr. Trump's broad invocation of executive privilege to try to prevent witnesses from providing evidence on a wide variety of topics. Mr. Trump asserted a form of executive privilege known as the Presidential Communications Privilege, a special privilege belonging to presidents that the Supreme Court has found derives from the Constitution's design of the executive branch and separation of powers. See Nixon vs. GSA, 433 U.S. 425, 446 to 447, 1977, GSA, Nixon, 418 U.S. at 708 with respect to 14 executive branch officials. Mr. Trump's repeated assertion of the presidential communications privilege as a basis to withhold evidence required extensive pre-indictment litigation that delayed the office's receipt of important testimony and other evidence. including testimony from senior White House staff and executive branch officials about topics such as Mr. Trump's knowledge that he had lost the election and the pressure campaign Mr. Trump waged against the vice president to convince him to reject legitimate elector slates at the January 6 certification proceeding. The courts uniformly rejected Mr. Trump's privilege assertions seeking to deny the grand jury from hearing evidence from executive branch employees. See Media Access ECF No. 32-2. No. 22 GJ25, Memorandum Opinion, Sept. 28, 2022, 262 Media Access ECF Number 32-6. Memorandum Opinion, November 19, 2022, Media Access ECF Number 32-11, No. 22 GJ39. Memorandum Opinion, Dec. 9, 2022, Media Access ECF Number 32-15, No. 23 GJ12. 262, Media Access ECF, refers to previously sealed documents that were made public in redacted font in re. Application of the New York Times, 22 Mc 100, DDC, litigation brought by the media for access to materials from the Executive Privilege Litigation. 116. Memorandum Opinion, Mar. 15, 2023, Media Access ECF Number 32-17, No. 23 GJ13. Memorandum Opinion, Mar. 25, 2023, finding that the evidence was directly relevant, important, and essential to the office's investigation, as well as unavailable elsewhere, e.g. Media Access ECF Number 32-15 at 33:45. In each instance, the courts determined that the importance and unavailability of that vital evidence outweigh the qualified privilege for presidential communications and ordered that it be produced promptly to the grand jury. Media Access ECF Number 32-2 at 30. And when Mr. Trump tried to delay the investigation even further by seeking to stay orders denying his executive privilege claims pending appeal, district and appellate courts rejected all of them. In so doing, one court held that Mr. Trump was engaging in an obvious effort to delay the investigation and impede the grand jury from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities. Media Access ECF Number 32-4 at 6-8, No. 22 GJ25. Memorandum Opinion, October 6, 2022, and separately observed that staying proceedings risked indefinite delay. See Media Access ECF No. 32-8 at 9, Number 22 GJ33, Memorandum Opinion. Dec. 18, 2022. The court thus declines to further pause the grand jury's constitutionally protected work, particularly in the absence of any reassurance that the former president's delay tactics will cease. Another court concluded that Mr. Trump's claim that the impact of delay on the investigation would be nominal was a vast understatement, noting instead that it would be serious and deleterious, and would harm the public interest. Media Access ECF Number 32-16 at 34, Number 23 GJ12, Hearing Transcript, April 3, 2023. The presidential communications privilege covers evidence that reflect presidential decision-making and deliberations and that the president believes should remain confidential. In Resealed Case, 121 F.3d 729, 744, D.C. CIR. 1997. The law on the presidential communications privilege derives from the Supreme Court's decision in Nixon. There, the court 117 recognized a presumptive privilege for presidential communications, which it described as fundamental to the operation of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers. Under the Constitution, 418 U.S. at 708. But the court held that the privilege is qualified, not absolute, id. at 706 to 707, emphasizing our historic commitment to the rule of law, which is nowhere more profoundly manifest than in our view that the twofold aim of criminal justice is that guilt shall not escape or innocence suffer, id. at 708 to 709, citation, quotations, and alterations omitted. Specifically, the court weigh, ed. the importance of the general privilege of confidentiality of presidential communications in performance of the president's responsibilities against the inroads of such a privilege on the fair administration of criminal justice, id. at 711 to 712, and it concluded that he generalized assertion of privilege must yield to the demonstrated, specific need for evidence in a pending criminal trial, id. at 713. The D.C. Circuit has applied the same general standard to grand jury subpoenas. See in Ray sealed case 121 F.3d at 756. Most of the executive privilege litigation in this case took place in 5 sealed proceedings between August 2022 and March 2023 concerning the testimony of 14 witnesses in total. See Media Access ECF number 32, notice attaching district court orders and memorandum opinions. In August 2022, before the special counsel was appointed, the government began to seek evidence from 2 former executive branch employees of Mr. Trump's, including by issuing subpoenas for testimony before the grand jury. See Media Access. ECF number 32-2. Although the government believed it unlikely that the information that it sought from these witnesses was subject to the presidential communications privilege because it did not concern presidential decision-making, in an abundance of caution given the unprecedented 118 circumstance of investigating the former president, the government made certain notifications to determine whether executive privilege would be a contested issue. Specifically, with the district court's permission, the government notified Mr. Trump and the incumbent president about the subpoenas to ascertain whether either would assert executive privilege and identified certain potential topics of investigative inquiry. 263 The government chose to notify both the sitting and former presidents even though it was unsettled under GSA whether a former president's view about potential harm to executive branch confidentiality interests could supersede the sitting president's. See GSA 433 U.S. at 449. The incumbent president responded through the White House counsel's office that he did not intend to assert executive privilege. 264 Mr. Trump instructed the 2 witnesses that they should not provide testimony about any privileged communications, and he specifically identified the presidential communications privilege. See Media Access ECF number 32-2 at 9-10. 265. After the witnesses withheld testimony pursuant to Mr. Trump's instruction, the government filed a motion to compel with the Chief Judge of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Given that the investigation focused largely on Mr. Trump's activities as a candidate seeking office, not his official activities as president, the government believed that it was likely that many if not all the communications at issue were not subject to the presidential communications privilege because they were not made in the process of arriving at 263C, e.g., SCO 11,533,730, letter to Trump attorney, identifying topics covering, among other things, potential fraud or irregularities regarding the 2020 presidential election, the January 6 rally at the Ellipse, the congressional certification on January 6, and co-conspirators. 264 CSCO 00007123 at 2. Letter from the White House Counsel's Office to U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, June 27, 2022. Throughout its existence, the office conducted its work in full compliance with the Department's policy on communications with the White House. C. E.g., Memorandum from Merrick Garland, Attorney General, Department of Justice, Communications with the White House, July 21, 2021. 265 CSCO 12,921,102, SCO 11,545,866 at 2. Letters from Trump Attorney to Witness Counsel. 119. Presidential Decisions. See Media Access ECF number 32-2 at 17. As the Supreme Court has explained, the presidential communications privilege is limited to communications in performance of a president's responsibilities of his office and made in the process of shaping policies and making decisions. GSA 433 U.S. at 449, citation, quotations, and alterations omitted. But the government's position was that the district court did not have to decide whether the communications at issue were subject to the privilege and instead could assume that the communications were privileged and find that the government had overcome any privilege that would apply to presidential communications because it had made the showing of need for the evidence required under N. Exxon. Under D.C. Circuit precedent, to make the required showing of need, the government had to establish that the testimony withheld by the witnesses likely contained important evidence that was not available to the grand jury with due diligence. Elsewhere. In Ray Sealed Case, 121 F.3d at 754. After briefing and argument, the district court granted the government's motion to compel. See Media Access ECF number 32-1, Order, Sept. 28, 2022. The court found that the witnesses possessed unique and inimitable evidence, Media Access ECF number 32-2 at 28-29. That was important and relevant to the grand jury's investigation, Media Access ECF number 32-1 at 2. The court concluded that the witnesses possessed vital evidence for the grand jury, the importance and unavailability of which outweigh the presidential communications privilege in this case. ID. At 30. The district court subsequently denied a motion by Mr. Trump for a stay pending appeal. Media Access ECF number 32-4 at 6-8, no. 22 GJ25, Memorandum Opinion, October 6, 2022, see Media Access ECF number 32-3, no. 22 GJ25, Order, October 6, 2022. The Court of Appeals also denied a stay pending appeal and later dismissed the appeal as moot. See docket, in Resealed Case, number 22-3073, D.C. CIR. 2023. 120. In the following months, the government filed 2 more motions to compel testimony from 3 additional witnesses. See Media Access No. 32-6, No. 22 GJ33, Memorandum. Opinion, November 19, 2022, Media Access Number 32-11, No. 22 GJ39, Memorandum Opinion, Dec. 9. 2022. The District Court granted the motions, making findings with respect to each witness that the government had made a showing of need to overcome the qualified privilege for presidential communications. See Media Access ECF Nos. 32-5, 32-6, No. 22 GJ33, Order and Memorandum Opinion, November 19, 2022, Media Access ECF Nos. 32 to 10, 32 to 11, no. 22 GJ 39. Order and Memorandum Opinion, Dec. 9, 2022. The District Court also denied stays pending appeals. See Media Access ECF No's. 32 to 7, 32 to 8, no. 22 GJ 33, Order and Memorandum Opinion, Dec. 18, 2022, Media Access ECF No's. 32 to 12, 32 to 13, no. 22 GJ 29, Order and Memorandum Opinion, Jan. 10, 2023. After the appointment of the special counsel, it became clear given the scope of the grand jury's investigation and the need to obtain evidence from a number of former executive branch officials that seeking to compel testimony from one or two witnesses at a time would be inefficient and would unduly delay the investigation. The office therefore decided to consolidate the proceedings to the extent possible and filed 2 additional motions to compel. That covered the remaining 8 executive branch officials who had communicated through their attorneys that they would withhold testimony from the grand jury based on executive privilege. The district court granted the motions, making findings with respect to each individual witness that, as noted above, they possess vital evidence for the grand jury, the importance and unavailability of which outweigh the presidential communications privilege. Media Access ECF number 32 to 15 at 45, Media Access ECF no. 32 to 17, no. 23 GJ 13, Memorandum Opinion, Mar. 25, 2023. The District Court also denied stays pending appeals. See Media 121. Access ECF number 32 to 16, Media Access ECF number 32 to 18, 23 GJ 13, Transcript of Hearing, April 10, 2023. Subsequently, the Court of Appeals denied stays pending appeals in both cases, dismissed one of the appeals as moot, and granted Mr. Trump's motion to voluntarily dismiss the other appeal. See docket, in re sealed case, number 23-3043, DC. CIR. 2023, docket, in re sealed case. No. 23-3049, DC. CIR. 2023. D. Presidential immunity. Before this case, no court had ever found that presidents are immune from criminal responsibility for their official acts, and no text in the Constitution explicitly confers such criminal immunity on the president. As set forth below, prior criminal investigations by the Department of Justice, whether conducted through special prosecutors, independent counsels, or special counsels, had examined whether presidents had violated federal criminal law through use of their official powers, and none of those investigations had regarded former presidents as immune from criminal liability for their official acts. The office proceeded from the same premise. Soon after the original indictment issued in the election case, Mr. Trump raised a claim of immunity in a motion to dismiss the indictment. The district court denied the immunity motion, and the Court of Appeals affirmed. The Supreme Court, however, vacated the Court of Appeals judgment based on its conclusion that presidents have absolute immunity for core official conduct that Congress lacks power to regulate, at least presumptive immunity for other official presidential acts, and no immunity for unofficial conduct. The court then applied that test to hold that certain conduct alleged in the indictment was immune, while remanding for application of its legal framework to the remaining allegations. Trump, 603 U.S. at 593. The office responded by obtaining a superseding indictment to comply with the court's decision, and 122. By seeking district court rulings that the charged conduct and expected evidence at trial was not shielded by immunity. This section summarizes the chronology of the immunity litigation and key findings of the courts throughout. Because the immunity litigation unfolded on the public record, this discussion provides an overview. The office's briefs and judicial decisions contain more detailed analysis. 1. Prosecutorial decisions during the charging stage. This office conducted its investigation against the background of the department's prior legal determinations with respect to the potential criminal liability of a former president for official acts. The long-standing view of the department was that the Constitution's separation of powers precludes prosecution of a sitting president for official or unofficial acts. C. Memorandum from Randolph D. Moss, Assistant Attorney General, Office of Legal Counsel, A. Sitting President's Amenability to Indictment and Criminal Prosecution, 24 Op. OLC. 222, October 16, 2000 OLC Opinion, Memorandum from Robert G. Dixon, Jr., Assistant Attorney General, Office of Legal Counsel, Amenability of the President, Vice President and other civil officers to federal criminal prosecution while in office, Sept. 24, 1973 OLC Opinion. But that same legal conclusion recognizes that former presidents could be held criminally liable for conduct undertaken while in office. 2000 OLC Opinion at 255 and N.32, 257. The Department's constitutional analysis of the temporary immunity of a sitting president, id. drew no distinction between official acts and unofficial conduct. Consistent with that analysis, former Department of Justice prosecutors had historically investigated presidential conduct based on the understanding that no criminal immunity would bar prosecution if the president had used his official powers to violate federal criminal law. Significantly, no president whose conduct was investigated, other than Mr. Trump, ever claimed 123. Absolute criminal immunity for all official acts. During the Watergate investigation, for example, prosecutors examined whether President Nixon was liable for the obstruction of justice conspiracy charged against the Watergate conspirators. Although President Nixon was not indicted, the grand jury named him as a co-conspirator. United States vs. Nixon, 418 U.S. 683,687. 197-4, and in the Supreme Court, President Nixon acknowledged his exposure to prosecution. After leaving office, see United States vs. Nixon, Nos. 73-1766, 73-1834, 1974 WL 174855, Resp. Brief at *98, U.S. June 21, 1974, while out of necessity an incumbent president must not be subject to indictment in order for our constitutional system to operate, he is not removed from the sanction of the law. He can be indicted after he leaves office at the end of his term or after being convicted by the Senate in an impeachment proceeding. Similarly, President Ford's pardon of President Nixon rested on both presidents' understanding that President Nixon was exposed to criminal liability. See Trump vs. United States, number 23-939, 2024 WL 1592669, brief. For the United States at 15-16, U.S. April 8, 2024, Govett Sup. Court. Brief, collecting sources. Later, independent counsel Lawrence Walsh and special counsel Robert S. Mueller III conducted investigations into presidential conduct. I. Lawrence E. Walsh, final report of the Independent Counsel for Iran-Contra Matters, Investigations and Prosecutions, ch. 27, August 1993, to Robert S. Mueller 3, Special Counsel, report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election, Mar. 2019, Mueller report. Neither investigation reflected the view that presidents, after leaving office, were immune from prosecution for their official acts. See Mueller report at 168 to 181, Analyzing Constitutional Separation of Powers issues and statutory clear statement issues before concluding that the President was not categorically exempt from criminal law for his official acts. See also Govett. Sup. Court. Brief at 17, quoting Walsh report, a past president can be subject to prosecution in 124 appropriate cases. And counsel for former President Trump stated at his second Senate impeachment trial that declining to convict him on the article of impeachment alleging conduct related to January 6 would not place him in any way above the law, because a former president is like any other citizen and can be tried in a court of law. 2 Proceedings of the U.S. Senate in the impeachment trial of Donald John Trump, S. Doc. Number 117-2, at 144, 2021, 167 Kong. Rec. S667, S693, Daily ed. Feb. 12, 2021, T. He text of the Constitution makes very clear that a former president is subject to criminal sanction after his presidency for any illegal acts he commits. This office made its investigative and prosecutorial decisions based on the same understanding. The conduct at issue in the election case involved both unofficial and official conduct. Much of the former president's alleged conduct involved actions in his private capacity as a defeated candidate for re-election seeking to overturn the result, e.g., his coordinated conduct with his personal attorneys, campaign staff, and other private advisors. Such private conduct does not implicate constitutional functions of the presidency. Other alleged conduct, however, did involve the former president's misuse of official authority, including using the power of the presidency directly by exercising his authority over agencies and personnel in the executive branch. In determining to bring charges in the election case, the office therefore examined the former president's amenability to prosecution for that conduct through the lens of 2 doctrines: the separation of powers under the Constitution and clear statement principles that limit the application of criminal statutes to presidential conduct in certain circumstances. The office 125 concluded that neither the separation of powers nor clear statement principles barred prosecution for the limited instances of official conduct at issue. 266. That determination was consistent with similar conclusions reached by special counsel Mueller after detailed constitutional and statutory analysis. His report concluded that Congress can validly regulate the president's exercise of official duties to prohibit actions motivated by a corrupt purpose, and that clear statement principles of statutory interpretation did not apply to preclude application of criminal obstruction statutes to corrupt presidential conduct. Mueller report at 168 to 181. Based on the same principles and legal frameworks, the office's analysis determined that the potential charges conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy and substantive obstruction of justice offenses, and conspiracy to deprive citizens of voting rights would not entail application of the statutes in a manner that burdened presidential prerogatives, and thus that the application of criminal law triggered neither clear statement principles nor separation of powers concerns. 2. Immunity litigation. On October 5, 2023, Mr. Trump filed a motion to dismiss the indictment based upon a sweeping claim of presidential immunity for all official conduct during his presidency. ECF number 74. After briefing, on December 1, 2023, the district court rejected Mr. Trump's claim of immunity, concluding that he Constitution's text, structure, and history do not support the contention that the president is absolutely immune from prosecution for criminal acts performed within his official responsibilities and that no court or any other branch of government has ever accepted such a contention. United States vs. Trump, 704 F. Sup. 3D 196, 206, DDC. 266 The office addressed separation of powers and clear statement principles in the District Court, CECF No. I09 at 32-34, and the Supreme Court, see Trump, No. 23-939, brief for the United States at 26-31. Neither the District Court nor the majority opinion in the Supreme Committee addressed the application of clear statement principles to the charges in the case. 126. 2024. The court held that a former president may be subject to federal investigation, indictment, prosecution, conviction and punishment for any criminal acts undertaken while in office, that exempting former presidents from the ordinary operation of the criminal justice system would undermine the foundation of the rule of law, at 217, and that Mr. Trump's 4-year service as commander-in-chief did not bestow on him the divine right of kings to evade the criminal responsibility that governs his fellow citizens, at 219. The District Court reasoned that the prospect of federal criminal liability for a former president did not impair the executive's ability to perform its constitutionally mandated functions, either by imposing unacceptable risks of vexatious litigation or otherwise chilling the executive's decision-making process, and that it is likely that a president who knows that their actions may one day be held to criminal account will be motivated to take greater care that the laws are faithfully executed. ID. At 210. With respect to the possible chilling effect that criminal liability might have on a president, the court concluded that the possibility of future criminal liability might encourage the kind of sober reflection that would reinforce rather than defeat important constitutional values. If the specter of subsequent prosecution encourages a sitting president to reconsider before deciding to act with criminal intent, that is a benefit, not a defect. ID. At 213. Mr. Trump appealed the district court's ruling. The D.C. Circuit heard oral argument on January 9, 2024. In a telling exchange, counsel for Mr. Trump acknowledged that, under his theory of immunity, a president could not be criminally prosecuted for ordering SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival unless Congress had first impeached and convicted that president for the same conduct. See Sup. Court. J.A. 131-132. Less than a month after argument, the Court of Appeals affirmed the district court's decision, stating, "We cannot accept that the office of the 127 presidency places its former occupants above the law for all time thereafter." Trump, 91 F. 4th at 1200. In a unanimous opinion, the court stated that, "Our analysis is guided by the Constitution, federal statutes and history, as well as concerns of public policy." ID. At 1189, quoting Nixon v. Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. 731, 747, 1982, Fitzgerald. Relying on these sources, the court rejected each of Mr. Trump's potential basis for immunity both as a categorical defense to federal criminal prosecutions of former presidents and as applied to this case in particular. ID. With respect to the case before it, the court stated that former President Trump's alleged efforts to remain in power despite losing the 2020 election were, if proven, an unprecedented assault on the structure of our government. ID. At 1199. As such, it would be a striking paradox if the President, who alone is vested with the constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, were the sole officer capable of defying those laws with impunity. ID. At 1198, quoting U.S. Const. Art. 2, Section 3, cl. 1. Like the District Court, the Court of Appeals found that the risk of criminal liability chilling presidential action appears to be low, and that, instead of inhibiting the president's lawful discretionary action, the prospect of federal criminal liability might serve as a structural benefit to deter possible abuses of power and criminal behavior. ID. At 1196, citing with approval the District Court's observation that very president will face difficult decisions. Whether to intentionally commit a federal crime should not be one of them. Based on the safeguards in place to prevent baseless indictments applicable to all citizens, the court similarly found that the risk that former presidents will be unduly harassed by meritless criminal prosecutions appears slight. ID. At 1197. More broadly, the Court of Appeals' evaluation of our system of separated powers led it to conclude that there is no functional justification for immunizing former presidents from federal 128 prosecution in general or for immunizing former President Trump from the specific charges in the indictment. ID. At 1200. Because it concluded that Mr. Trump did not have immunity for the crimes or conduct charged in the case, the Court of Appeals did not decide whether every allegation in the indictment constituted an official act. However, the court noted that, because the president has no official role in the certification of the Electoral College vote, much of the misconduct alleged in the indictment reasonably can be viewed as that of an office seeker, including allegedly organizing alternative slates of electors and attempting to pressure the vice president and members of the Congress to accept those electors in the certification proceeding. ID. At 1205 N.14, emphasis in original. The court therefore found it doubtful that all 5 types of conduct alleged in the indictment constitute official acts. ID. In a divided decision, the Supreme Court vacated the Court of Appeals judgment and remanded the case for further proceedings. Trump, 603 U.S. At 642. 267 The Supreme Court weighed the competing constitutional considerations differently than the lower courts. While the lower courts and the dissenting justices placed greater emphasis on rule of law considerations, the majority found that the need for presidents to act boldly and fearlessly in executing their duties of office was of paramount importance. ID. At 640. 267 Justice Sotomayor, who authored a dissenting opinion joined by Justices Kagan and Jackson, described the majority opinion as follows. The court effectively creates a law-free zone around the president, upsetting the status quo that has existed since the founding. This new official act's immunity now lies about like a loaded weapon for any president that wishes to place his own interests, his own political survival, or his own financial gain above the interests of the nation. Korematsu vs. United States, 323 U.S. 214. 246, 1944, Jackson, J., dissenting. The President of the United States is the most powerful person in the country, and possibly the world. When he uses his official powers in any way, under the majority's reasoning, he now will be insulated from criminal prosecution. Orders the Navy's SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival? Immune. Organizes a military coup to hold on to power? Immune. Takes a bribe in exchange for a pardon? Immune. Immune, immune, immune. Trump, 603 U.S. At 684 to 685, Sotomayor, J., dissenting. 129. The court reasoned that there exists the greatest public interest in providing the President with the maximum ability to deal fearlessly and impartially with the duties of his office, free from undue pressures and distortions. ID. At 610-615, citation and quotations omitted. The court found that criminally prosecuting a president for official conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession, and that the threat of a criminal prosecution was plainly more likely to distort presidential decision-making than a civil suit. ID. At 613. In responding to the dissenting justices' concerns that the vast immunity that the court provided opened the door to lawless behavior by presidents in violation of their duty to faithfully execute the law, the court assessed that a president who uses official power to violate the law was a less likely prospect than an executive branch that cannibalizes itself, with each successive president free to prosecute his predecessors, yet unable to boldly and fearlessly carry out his duties for fear that he may be next. ID. At 640. The court rejected the lower court's view that established safeguards such as the Department of Justice's long-standing commitment to the impartial enforcement of law, a neutral grand jury, the requirement in criminal law that the government must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt, courts enforcing existing principles of statutory construction and as applied constitutional challenges, and certain president-specific defenses like the public authority defense or the advice of the Attorney General, would adequately protect a former president charged with criminal wrongdoing. ID. At 635-637. Instead, the court placed greater weight on the risk to the administration of government from excessive caution by a president who might face criminal accountability for official acts, reasoning that without immunity, such types of prosecutions of ex-presidents, for example over claims of insufficient 130 enforcement of federal law, could quickly become routine, thus enfeebling the presidency through such a cycle of factional strife. ID. At 640. In conducting its balancing, the majority placed greater weight than did the dissents or the lower courts on the importance of protecting the independence and fearlessness of the president as opposed to the risk that immunity would encourage lawless behavior. Contrast id. At 614, such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch, and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. With 91 F. 4th at 1198, the risks of chilling presidential action or permitting meritless, harassing prosecutions are unlikely, unsupported by history and too remote and shadowy to shape the course of justice, citing Clark v. United States, 289 U.S. 1. 16, 1933. And 704 F. Sup 3D at 213, consequently, to the extent that there are any cognizable, chilling effects on presidential decision-making from the prospect of criminal liability, they raise far lesser concerns than those discussed in the civil context of Fitzgerald. Every president will face difficult decisions. Whether to intentionally commit a federal crime should not be one of them. Ultimately, the Supreme Sue 1I ruled that for official powers entrusted exclusively to the president, a president is entitled to absolute criminal immunity, and that for other acts, within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility, he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity. ID. At 613 to 614. Specifically, the court divided presidential acts into three categories. 1. Core presidential conduct that Congress has no power to regulate and for which a former president has absolute immunity. 2. Other official presidential acts for which the president has at least presumptive immunity. And 3. Unofficial conduct for which the president has no immunity. ID. At 606-642. Applying those principles to the original indictment, the Supreme Court concluded that Mr. Trump is absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct involving his 131 discussions with Justice Department officials and involving his threatened removal of the acting Attorney General, ID. At 620-621. The court also concluded that several conversations between Mr. Trump and the Vice President constituted official conduct, but remanded for consideration of whether the office could rebut the presumption of immunity. ID. At 624-625. As to several other allegations involving interactions with state officials, private parties, and the public, the court remanded for the lower courts to determine whether the conduct was undertaken in an official capacity or, alternatively, constituted a private scheme with private actors, as the office contended. ID. At 625-627. The court also added an evidentiary rule to its immunity framework: official conduct for which the president is immune may not be used as evidence in a prosecution for non-immune conduct. ID. At 630-632. The court was concerned that jurors' deliberations will be prejudiced by their views of the president's policies and performance while in office. ID. At 631. Justice Barrett joined the dissenters in disagreeing with that rule, noting, the Constitution does not require blinding juries to the circumstances surrounding conduct for which presidents can be held liable. ID. At 655, emphasis in original, Barrett, J., concurring in part. Standard evidentiary rules, she explained, are equipped to handle that concern about prejudice from admitting evidence of a president's official acts, on a case-by-case basis. ID. At 656. I see no need, she wrote, to depart from that familiar and time-tested procedure here. ID. Unresolved issues regarding presidential immunity. The Supreme Court's decision raises several issues about the scope of presidential immunity that the lower courts, and ultimately the Supreme Court, would likely have had to address before the prosecution could have proceeded to trial. The following discussion illustrates some of the issues that the court's immunity decision left open and that remain unresolved given the required dismissal of the superseding indictment. 132. First, while the court determined that certain core exercises of presidential power are absolutely immune and gave several examples, see 603 U.S. At 608-609, pardon power, power to remove presidential appointees, power to recognize foreign nations, 620-621, supervision of criminal investigations and prosecutions, it left undefined the full scope of that category. Compare id. At 620, relying in part on the president's responsibility to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, U.S. Const. Art. 2, Section 3, to find that his investigative and prosecutorial decision-making and threats to remove the acting Attorney General were absolutely immune. With id. At 651 N. L. Barrett, J., concurring, I do not understand the court to hold that all exercises of the take care power fall within the core executive power. The office's position was that none of the allegations in the superseding indictment implicated core presidential powers. Second, the court's decision accorded at least presumptive immunity to all non-core official presidential conduct. 603 U.S. At 614-615. That holding left unresolved whether, at some future point, the court will determine that absolute immunity is required for that category of official acts as well. It also left unresolved the manner of applying its test for overcoming presumptive immunity, i.e., that the government must show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. ID. At 6:15, quoting Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. At 754, cf. 603 U.S. At 667, Sotomayor, J. Dissenting, according to the majority, however, any incursion on executive power is too much. When presumptive immunity is this conclusive, the majority's indecision as to whether official acts immunity must be absolute, or whether, instead, presumptive immunity is sufficient, hardly matters. Citation omitted. In its one concrete discussion of that test, the court described competing arguments about communications between the president and the vice. 133. President about the certification proceeding, noting that the vice president presides as president of the Senate, not in any executive branch capacity, and that the president has no direct constitutional or statutory role in the certification proceeding. See id. At 622 to 625. But the court stopped short of deciding whether any executive branch functions were in danger of potential intrusion in that setting and, if so, the nature of such functions. It also did not address whether de minimis intrusions would preclude rebutting the presumption, and how courts should make predictive judgments about potential intrusions, for example, by looking to history, speculating about future presidential behavior, or relying solely on legal materials. Following the remand to the district court, the office argued that, with respect to the presumptive immunity test, he analysis should first identify the specific alleged act at issue, and then determine whether criminal liability for the act intrudes on a relevant executive branch authority or function, taking care not to conceive of the inquiry at too high a level of generality. ECF number 252 at 87, quoting Banneker Ventures, LLC v. Graham, 798 F.3d 1119. 1141, D.C. CIR. 2015, Reversing District Court and Civil Immunity Case. The office's brief emphasized that this approach recognizes that executive authority has limits, boundaries imposed by constitutional text, the separation of powers and precedent, and that application of criminal law to the president's official conduct does not per se intrude impermissibly on executive branch authority and functions. ID. At 87 to 88. With regard to the communications between the president and the vice president, the office submitted that because the executive branch has no role in the certification proceeding, and indeed, the president was purposely excluded from it by design, prosecuting the defendant for his corrupt efforts regarding Pence poses no danger to the executive branch's authority or functioning. ID. At 89 to 90. 134. Third, in discussing the process of separating official from unofficial conduct, the court wrote that the analysis is fact-specific and may prove to be challenging. 603 U.S. At 629. The court's discussion of a president's public communications illustrates those challenges. The court directed that the status of a president's public communications should be assessed through an objective analysis of content, form, and context. ID. Quoting Snyder vs. Phelps, 562 U.S. 443, 453, 2011. It also cautioned that most of a president's public communications are likely to fall comfortably within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, while stating that there may be contexts in which a president speaks in an unofficial capacity, perhaps as a candidate for office or party leader. ID. The court's analysis recognized that, in principle, there is a line between a president's official and non-official communications, but the court gave little detail about when an incumbent president crosses the line between his official role and his candidate role. Cf. 603 U.S. At 667, Sotomayor, J., dissenting, in fact, the majority's dividing line between official and unofficial conduct narrows the conduct considered unofficial almost to a nullity. Upon remand, the office argued that its core, the defendant's scheme, was a private one, ECF number 252 at 88, and that in proving the case the office would rely on public campaign speeches, tweets, and other public statements and comments that Mr. Trump made, not as president but as a candidate for office. ID. At 115. Finally, as noted, the court's decision that presidential immunity precludes the introduction of evidence of immune official acts even in a prosecution for unofficial conduct left open substantive and procedural questions. 603 U.S. At 630 to 632. In responding to Justice Barrett's disagreement with the court's evidentiary holding, in which she highlighted her concern about excluding official act evidence in, for example, a bribery prosecution, id. At 655. 656, Barrett, J., concurring in part, the court wrote in a footnote that in a bribery prosecution 135. Of course the prosecutor may point to the public record to show the fact that the president performed the official act, ID. At 632 N.3, majority opinion. What the prosecutor may not do, however, is admit testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing the official act itself, ID. Those statements create uncertainty regarding which types of evidence of official acts can be used and which cannot. A further procedural issue involved the scope of any interlocutory appeal from the district court's rulings on immunity. The Supreme Court had emphasized that immunity issues should be addressed at the outset of a proceeding, 603 U.S. at 636, and presupposed that a district court's denial of immunity would be appealable before trial, id. At 635. While the parties in the district court agreed that whether the superseding indictment states an offense based on non-immune conduct would be subject to a pretrial interlocutory appeal, the evidentiary component of the court's immunity ruling left open the question of whether evidentiary determinations regarding potentially immune evidence could be appealed before trial. Further proceedings on remand likely would have provided guidance on this and the other issues described above. V. Conclusion. On remand from the Supreme Court's decision in Trump, the district court set a litigation schedule whereby the parties would submit briefs regarding whether any material in the superseding indictment was subject to presidential immunity. ECF number 233. The parties were in the middle of that process when the results of the presidential election made clear that Mr. Trump would be inaugurated as President of the United States on January 20, 2025. As described above, it has long been the department's interpretation that the Constitution forbids the federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president, but the election results raised for the first time the question of the lawful course when a private citizen who has already been indicted is then elected president. The department deemed one end that the case must be dismissed without prejudice. 136. Before Mr. Trump takes office, and the office therefore moved to dismiss the indictment on November 25, 2024. CECF number 281. The district court granted the motion the same day. ECF number 283. The department's view that the Constitution prohibits the continued indictment and prosecution of a president is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution, which the office stands fully behind. Indeed, but for Mr. Trump's election and imminent return to the presidency, the office assessed that the admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at Trial. 137. Appendix. Key filings in significant litigation. District Court Criminal Litigation. United States vs. Donald J. Trump, Case No. 23-257, DDC. ECFNO. Date Document Discree, GTION. 1 August 2023 Indictment. 10 August 2023 Government's Motion for Protective Order. 12 August 2023 Government's Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Extension of Time. 15 August 2023 Government's Reply in Support of Motion for Protective Order. 16 August 2023 Transcript of Initial Appearance, issued 8 August 2023. 23 August 2023 Government's Response to Court's August 3, 2023 Minute Order. Proposed Trial Date. 26 August 2023 Government's Response in Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Exclusion of Time under Speedy Trial Act. 28 August 2023 Court Protective Order governing discovery and authorizing disclosure of grand jury testimony. 29 August 2023 Transcript of Hearing on Protective Order. 32 August 21, 2023 Government's Reply to Defendant's Response in Opposition to Government's Proposed Trial Calendar. 38 August 28, 2023 Transcript of Status Hearing. 39 August 28, 2023 Court Pretrial Order. 54 September 14, 2023 Government's Response in Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Recusal of District Judge pursuant to 28 U.S.C. Section 455, A. 57 September 15, 2023 Government's opposed motion to ensure that extrajudicial statements do not prejudice these proceedings. 61 and 9 2,712,023 Court Memorandum Opinion and Order, Defendant's Motion for Recusal of District Judge. 64 September 29, 2023 Government's Reply in Support of Opposed Motion to ensure that extrajudicial statements do not prejudice these proceedings. 65 October 2023 Government's Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Access to SIPA. Section 4 Filing and an adjournment of the SIPA Section 5 deadline. 66 October 2023 Government's Response in Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Extension of Time to File Pretrial Motions. Court Opinion and Order, Defendant's Motion for Access to SIPA. 82 October 2023 Section 4 Filing and an adjournment of the SIPA Section 5 deadline. 97 October 2023 Government's opposed motion for fair and protective jury procedures. 138. United States vs. Donald J. Trump, Case No. 23-257, DDC. ECF Number. Date Document Description. 98 October 2023 Government's motion for formal pretrial notice of the defendants. Intent to rely on advice of counsel defense. 103 October 16, 2023 Transcript of Hearing, Government's Motion on Extrajudicial Statements. 105 October 17, 2023 Court Opinion and Order, Government's Motion to ensure that extrajudicial statements do not prejudice these proceedings. 108 October 18, 2023 Government's Opposition to Second Defense Motion for Access to SIPA Section 4 Filing. 109 October 19, 2023 Government's Response in Opposition to Defendant's Motion to Dismiss on Presidential Immunity Grounds. 117 October 25, 2023 Government's Reply in Support of Motion for Fair and Protective Jury Procedures. Government's Reply in Support of Motion for Formal Pretrial. 118 October 25, 2023 Notice of the Defendant's Intent to Rely on Advice of Counsel. Defense. 119 October 25, 2023 Government's Opposition to Defendant's Motion for Pretrial Rule. 17. C. Subpoenas. 120 October 25, 2023 Government's response in opposition to defendant's motion to stay. 124 October 29, 2023 Court opinion and order, denying defendant's motion to stay. 126 the 1st of November 2023 Court opinion and order, SIPA Section 4 motions. 130 the 2nd of November 2023 Court order, Government's motion for fair and protective jury procedures. 137 the 3rd of November 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's motion for extension of time to file pretrial motions related to discovery and subpoenas. 139 the 6th of November 2023 Government's omnibus opposition to defendant's motions to dismiss the indictment on statutory and constitutional grounds. 140 the 6th of November 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's motion to strike inflammatory allegations from the indictment. 141 the 6th of November 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's motion to dismiss for selective and vindictive prosecution. Government's opposition to defendant's motion to stay case. 142 the 6th of November 2023 pending resolution of motion to dismiss based on presidential immunity. 146 the 7th of November 2023 Court opinion and order, defendant's motion for extension of time to file pretrial motions related to discovery and subpoenas. 147 the 8th of November 2023 Court opinion and order, Government's motion for formal pretrial notice of advice of counsel defense. 139. United States vs. Donald J. Trump, case no. 23 crossing -257, DDC. ECFNO. Date document description. 151 November 13, 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's motion for extension of time to file reply briefs. 152 November 13, 2023 Court order, defendant's motion for extension of time to file reply briefs. 158 November 17, 2023 Court opinion and order, defendant's motion to strike. 165 November 27, 2023 Court opinion and order, defendant's motion for pretrial Rule 17, C. Subpoenas. Court memorandum opinion and order, defendant's motions to 171,172 the 1st of December 2023 dismiss based on presidential immunity and constitutional grounds. 176 the 5th of December 2023 Government's notice pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence 404, B. 181 the 9th of December 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's discovery motions. 182 the 10th of December 2023 Government's opposition to defendant's motion to stay proceedings pending appeal. 183 the 11th of December 2023 Government's summary of anticipated expert testimony. 186 December 13, 2023 Court opinion and order, defendant's motion to stay proceedings pending appeal. 188 December 18, 2023 Government's notice of service, Government's draft exhibit list. 191 December 27, 2023 Government's motion in Lamine. 193 the 5th of January 2024 Government's opposition to defendant's motion for order to show cause. 195 January 18, 2024 Court opinion and order, defendant's motion to show cause. 198, 199 the 3rd of August 2024 Court memorandum opinion and order, defendant's motion to dismiss for selective and vindictive prosecution. 226 August 27, 2024 superseding indictment. 228 August 27, 2024 Government's notice of superseding indictment. 229 August 30, 2024 Joint Status Report, pretrial schedule. 232 the 5th of September 2024 transcript of arraignment and status conference. 2. The 5th of September 2024 court order, pretrial schedule. 246 September 27, 2024 Government's motion for leave to file unredacted motion under seal, and to file redacted motion on public docket. 249 The 1st of October 2024 Government's SIR reply to defendants' discovery motions. Court opinion and order, Government's motion for leave to file. 251 The 2nd of October 2024 unredacted motion under seal, and to file redacted motion on public docket. 252 The 2nd of October 2024 Government's motion for immunity determinations. 140. United States vs. Donald J. Trump, Case No. 23 crossing -257, DDC. ECF number. Date document discree, GTION. 262 October 16, 2024 Government's response in opposition to the defendants' supplement to his motion to dismiss on statutory grounds. Court memorandum opinion and order, defendants' motions to 263 October 16, 2024 compel discovery and for an order regarding the scope of prosecution team. 265 October 17, 2024 court opinion and order, defendants' motion to continue stay of order. 266 October 18, 2024 government appendix to motion for immunity determinations. Government's response in opposition to the defendants' proposed 277 October 31, 2024 motion to dismiss and for injunctive relief based on the Appointments and Appropriations Clauses. 278 The 8th of November 2024 Government's unopposed motion to vacate briefing schedule. 281 November 25, 2024 Government's motion to dismiss without prejudice. 282,283 November 25, 2024 Court opinion and order, Government's motion to dismiss without prejudice. Presidential IMLVFUNITY Appellate Litigation. United States vs. Trump, number 23-3228, D.C. CIR. Doc. No. Date document description. 2030867 The 11th of December 2023 Government's opposed motion for expedited appellate review. 2031335 December 13, 2023 Government's reply in support of motion for expedited appellate review. 2031419 December 13, 2023 Court order, expediting appeal and setting briefing schedule. 2033810 December 30, 2023 Government's answering brief, presidential immunity. 2034942 The 9th of January 2024 Oral argument 268. 2,038,999, the 6th of February 2024 Court judgment and opinion 269. 2,039,001. 268 Oral argument recordings archive, United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, Jan. 9. 2024, https skeptical-media.cadc, uscourts.gov, recordings, by date, 2024, https skeptical-perm cc, 9523-TR-Z9. 269 C United States vs. Trump, 91 F 4th 1173, D.C. CIR. 2024. 141. United States vs. Trump, number 23-624, U.S. Doc. No. Date document discree 12T on 1 the 11th of December 2023 Government's petition for a writ of certiorari before judgment. Presidential immunity. Government's motion to expedite briefing on the petition for a writ. 2 the 11th of December 2023 of certiorari before judgment and for expedited merits briefing if the court grants the petition. 3 the 11th of December 2023 court order, government's motion to expedite. 7 December 21, 2023 Government's reply brief in support of motion to expedite presidential immunity. 8 December 22, 2023 Court order, petition for a writ of certiorari before judgment. Trump vs. United States, number 23 to 939, U.S. Doc. No. Date document Discree 12T on. Government response in opposition to application for a stay of 6 February 14, 2024 The mandate of the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, presidential immunity, originally filed in Trump vs. United States, number 23A745, U.S. 16 February 28, 2024 Court order, application for stay, petition for certiorari. Originally filed in Trump vs. United States, number 23A745, U.S. 47 the 8th of April 2024 Government's brief, presidential immunity. 65 April 25, 2024 Oral argument 270. 67 the 1st of July 2024 Court opinion and judgment, presidential immunity, 271. Rule 57. 7. C. Appellate litigation. United States vs. Trump, number 23-3190, D.C. CIR. Doc. No. Date document Discree 12T on. 2026922 November 14, 2023 Government's answering brief, Rule 57.7, C. 2027866 November 20, 2023 Oral argument 272. 270 Transcript of oral argument in case number 23 to 939, Supreme Court of the United States, April 25, 2024. http://www.supremecourt.gov/oral_arguments, argument_transcripts, 2023 23-93-9-3FB4. PDF, https skeptical smiley face perma. CC, XQ7NE33J. 271 C. Trump vs. United States, 603 U.S. 593, 2024. 272 Oral Argument Recordings Archive, United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, November 20, 2023, https://media.cadc. uscourts.gov, recordings, by date, 2023 11th, https skeptical smiley face, perma.cc/5j2epdt6. 142. United States vs. Trump, number 23-3190, D.C. CIR. Doc. No. Date 2032665 December 20, 2023. 2033815 December 31, 2023. 2037003 January 23, 2024. Case number. No. 22GJ25, DDC. No. 22-3073, DC. CIR. No. 22GJ33, DDC. No. 23-3002, DC. CIR. No. 22GJ39, DDC. No. 23-3003, DC. CIR. No. 23GJ12, DDC. No. 23-3043, DC. CIR. No. 23GJ13, DDC. No. 23-3049, DC. CIR. Document description. Court Public Opinion, Rule 57.7, C, decided the 8th of December 2023, 273. Government's response in opposition to rehearing. Court order, petition for rehearing. Selected grand jury litigation. Partially unsealed J274. Case name. In re grand jury subpoenas. In re sealed case. In re grand jury subpoenas. In re sealed case. In re grand jury subpoena. In re sealed case. In re grand jury subpoenas. In re sealed case. In re grand jury subpoena. In re sealed case. 273 C. United States vs. Trump, 88 F. 4th 990, 1018, D.C. CIR. 2023. 274 As of the date of this report, certain documents from selected grand jury litigation have been made available to the public through related litigation. See in re application of the New York Times, number 22 Mc 100, ECF number 32. DDC, in re press application, number 23 MC 35, ECF number 11, DDC, see also former Vice President 1 v. Fichel R. Pence S1, VF Ocean to quash subpoena, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Mar. 3, 2023. https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/attachment%20l.pdf https://perma.cc/5lnk-72dg closing square bracket semicolon governments. Opposition to former Vice President Pence's motion to quash subpoena, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Mar. 10, 2023, https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/attachment%202.pdf https://perma.cc/c8vm-e2pv closing square bracket semicolon former Vice President Michael R. Pence's reply in support of his motion to quash subpoena, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Mar. 17, 2023. https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/attachment%203.pdf https://perma.cc/c5dj-7y2k closing square bracket semicolon order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Mar. 27, 2023. https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites dcd fi s attachment %204 pdf https skeptical smiley face perma.cc/l7tsl6aq memorandum opinion United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Mar. 27, 2023. https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd files attachment %25 pdf https skeptical smiley face perma.cc/f8g-s3sj sealed proceeding before the Honorable James E. Boasberg, United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Mar. 23, 2023, https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/attachment %206 pdf https://perma.cc/j2c6-k35s 143. Perry search warrant litigation. In re Scott Perry cell phone search warrant, number 22 SC 2144, DDC. Partially unsealed, 275. ECFNO. Date document description. 41276 the 4th of November 2022 Court Memorandum Opinion and Order, Applicability of the Speech or Debate Clause 4243277 December 28, 2022 Court Memorandum Opinion and Order, Perry's Motion for Non-Disclosure to the Government 44278 the 4th of January 2023 Court Memorandum Opinion and Order, Perry's Emergency Motion to Stay 45279 February 24, 2023 Court Memorandum and Order, Unsealing December 19, 2023 Court Memorandum Opinion and Order, Applicability of the Speech Sealed 280 or Debate Clause In re Sealed Case, Number 23-3001, D.C. CIR. Doc. No. Date Document Description 2031508 the 9th of January 2023 Government's Opposition to Emergency Motion for Stay at 2. Pending Appeal 1983102 January 25, 2023 Court Order, Perry's Motion for Stay pending appeal 275 additional filings in this matter have been made publicly available in re Sealed Case, Number 23-300I, D.C. CIR. Doc. No. 2,031,508, Attachment 10, Joint Appendix 276 Memorandum Opinion and Order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, November 4, 2022. http://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/redacted% 20 November %204% 2C % 2020 20 memorandum %200 pi Nyon %20 and %20 order PDF https skeptical smiley face perma.cc/6clj bets closing square bracket 2771 v Memorandum Opinion United States District Court for the District of Columbia Dec 28 2022 https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/redacted %20 December %2028 2C % 2020 20 memorandum %200 Opinion %2C %20 ECF %20 no %2043.pdf https://perma.cc/7z37-schra4 closing square bracket semicolon order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Dec. 28, 2022, https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/redacted %20 December 2028 2C 200 2022 20 order 2C 20 ECF 20 N0 2042.pdf https://perma.cc/ayf7ecbd 278 Memorandum Opinion and Order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Jan. 4, 2023. https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/redacted %20 January %204% 2C 2020 23 20 memorandum %200 Pini on %20 and %20 order %2C %20 ECF %20 N0 %2044 PDF https skeptical smiley face perma.cc/38nwexv3 279 Ephemerandum and Order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Feb. 4, 2023 https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites/dcd/files/memorandum%20 and %200 rotor %20 February %2024 %2c %2023.pdf https skeptical smiley face perma.cc/7pzq-nzk6 closing square bracket 280 Memorandum Opinion, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Dec. 19, 2023 https skeptical smiley face www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites dcd files 22 sc2144 %20 opinion.pdf https://perma.cc/5ppdjh68 Order, United States District Court for the District of Columbia, Dec. 19, 2023 https://www.dcd.uscourts.gov/sites dcd files 22 sc2144 %20 order pdf https://perma.cc/c3e5jqxk 144 in re sealed case number 23-3001, DC. CIR. Doc. No. Date document description. 2031508 February 16, 2023 Government's brief, at 1-2. February 23, 2023 Oral argument 281. 2015233 The 5th of September 2023 Court judgment. 2016705 September 13, 2023 Court opinion, decided the 5th of September 2023, 282. Twitter search warrant litigation. In re Twitter search warrant, number 23SC31, DDC. ECFNO. Date document description. Government's motion for an order to show cause why Twitter Inc. 5 the 2nd of February 2023 should not be held in contempt for failure to comply with a search warrant. Government's reply in further support of motion for an order to 11 the 6th of February 2023 show cause why Twitter Inc. should not be held in contempt for failure to comply with a search warrant. 50 the 7th of February 2023 transcript of hearing, government's motion for an order to show cause. The 7th of February 2023 court minute order granting government's motion for order to show cause and directing Twitter to comply. 50 the 9th of February 2023 transcript of hearing, Twitter's non-compliance with warrant. 19 February 13, 2023 government's notice regarding accrued sanction. Government's opposition to Twitter Inc.'s motion to vacate or 50 February 16, 2023 modify non-disclosure order and stay Twitter's compliance with search warrant. 29-32 the 3rd of March 2023 court memorandum opinion and order, Twitter's motion to vacate or modify and stay. 36 the 9th of March 2023 government's opposition to motion for stay pending appeal. 39 the 10th of March 2023 court opinion and order, Twitter's motion for a stay. 50 August 15, 2023 court order, unsealing. 281 oral argument recordings archive, United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, Feb. 23. 2023, https skeptical smiley face media. CADC. uscourts.gov, recordings, by date, 2023 halves, https skeptical smiley face, perma.cc/wise57-mif closing square bracket. 282C in re sealed case, 80F 4th 355, DC. CIR. 2023. 145. In re sealed case, number 23-5044, DC. CIR. Doc. No. Date document description. 1989703 The 10th of March 2023 Government's response in opposition to Twitter's motion for stay. 1991524 March 23, 2023 Court order, Twitter's motion for stay. 2017103 April 21, 2023 Government's answering brief, filed with redactions on September 15, 2023. May 19, 2023 Oral argument 283. 2011549 The 9th of August 2023 Court amended redacted opinion, decided July 18, 2023, 284. 2018981 September 26, 2023 Government's response in opposition to rehearing en banc. 2035679 January 16, 2024 Court order, petition for rehearing. X Corp. v. United States, number 23-1264, U.S. Doc. No. Date document description. 5 the 3rd of July 2024 Government's opposition, petition for writ of certiorari. 9 the 7th of October 2024 Court order, petition for writ of certiorari, 285. 283 Oral argument recordings archive, United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit, May 19, 2023, https skeptical smiley face media. CADC. uscourts.gov, recordings, by date, 2023 5ths, https://perma. CC, SR2ZGLSB. 23-1C in Ray-sealed case, 77F.4th 815, 830, DC. CIR. 2023. 285 CX Corp. v. United States, 2024 WL 4426628, U.S. October 7, 2024. 146. Fo. Closing parenthesis. TJ. Equals ACEEE, I. Addendum. IBII Blanche. Law. PLLC. January 6, 2025. Via email. The Honorable Merrick Garland, Attorney General of the United States. C. O. Brad Weinsheimer, Associate Deputy Attorney General. Re. Draft, Final Report, by Jack Smith. Dear Attorney General Garland. Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche at blanchelaw.com. 212-716-1250. We write on behalf of President Trump to demand that Smith terminate all efforts toward the preparation and release of this report, the draft report. 1. As you know, courts in Florida and the District of Columbia have now dismissed both of Jack Smith's failed cases against President Trump. Rather than acknowledging, as he must, President Trump's complete exoneration, Smith now seeks to disseminate an extrajudicial, final report, to perpetuate his false and discredited accusations. Consistent with the bad faith crusade that Smith executed on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration from the moment he was appointed, we were only permitted to review the draft report in person in the District of Columbia, including prohibitions on the use of any outside electronic devices in the room where the draft report was made available. Smith's team likewise demanded, in advance of any review, that we delete prior discovery productions, preventing us from reviewing any of those underlying documents cited in the draft report. Nevertheless, it is clear, as has been the case with so many of the other actions of Smith and his staff, that the draft Repo 11 merely continues Smith's politically motivated attack, and that his continued preparation of the report and efforts to release it would be both imprudent and unlawful. First, Smith lacks authority under our Constitution to issue a report because he was not validly appointed, and the plain terms of the permanent indefinite appropriation that he has pillaged for more than $20 million clearly do not apply to his politically motivated work. The preparation and release of a report, therefore, would extend and perpetuate Smith's violations of the Appointments Clause and the Appropriations Clause. Second, the draft Repo 11 violates fundamental norms regarding the presumption of innocence, including with respect to third parties unnecessarily impugned by Smith's false claims. Releasing the report to the public without significant redactions that would render its release meaningless would violate prohibitions on extrajudicial statements by prosecutors and Rule 6(e). This is particularly problematic with respect to ongoing proceedings relating to Waltin Nauda and Carlos de Oliveira, as well as others who Smith and his staff falsely characterize as co-conspirators in the draft report. Should these demands be improperly rejected, contrary to law, we respectfully request that this letter be appended to and addressed in any report by Smith that is issued to the public. January 6, 2025. Page 2. Third, preparing a report and releasing it to the public would violate the Presidential Transition Act and the Presidential Immunity Doctrine. The Act prohibits all officers and those acting as such, including the Attorney General and Smith, at least in his own view of himself, from interfering with the ongoing transition process. Presidential immunity, which Smith conceded required pre-inauguration dismissal of his prosecutions, likewise prohibits criminal processes, including disclosures of any prosecutorial reports or statements that would exacerbate stigma and public opprobrium surrounding the chief executive and otherwise divert from the time and attention that is necessary to complete the transition and run the county. Accordingly, releasing a report regarding Smith's failed and abandoned election interference efforts would violate the Act and presidential immunity. Finally, the release of any confidential report prepared by this out-of-control private citizen unconstitutionally posing as a prosecutor would be nothing more than a lawless political stunt designed to politically harm President Trump and justify the huge sums of taxpayer money Smith unconstitutionally spent on his failed and dismissed cases. Under such circumstances, releasing Smith's report is obviously not in the public interest, particularly in light of President Trump's commanding victory in the election and the sensitive nature of the ongoing transition process. Accordingly, because Smith has proposed an unlawful course of action, you must countermand his plan and remove him promptly. If Smith is not removed, then the handling of his report should be deferred to President Trump's incoming Attorney General, consistent with the expressed will of the people. Finally, should you disagree with the positions set forth below, we respectfully request notice of that decision prior to the unlawful release of any report so that we can pursue injunctive and other relief to protect the rights of President Trump, others unfairly implicated by Smith's work, and the people of this great nation who elected President Trump to run the government and put an end to the weaponization of the justice system. Background. You are no doubt familiar with the history of the unethical election interference and lawfare by the special counsel's office, as you have publicly commented on some of those efforts while they were ongoing. This letter concerns Smith's most recent improper activities. During the week of December 9, 2024, we learned from members of the media that Smith was preparing a report, which would include a purported analysis relating to classified information at issue in the dismissed Florida prosecution. We were surprised to learn of such a plan because, among other reasons, Smith had insisted up to that point that his work was not concluded. Smith and his office refused to disclose details regarding this alleged analysis prior to the dismissal of his Florida prosecution against President Trump, and the Biden-Harris administration has suggested that they wish to facilitate an orderly and collegial transition process. On December 11, 2024, we contacted a supervisor with the special counsel's office to express concerns about reports we were hearing from the press. We asked whether the office was preparing a report and, if so, whether we would be allowed to review it prior to completion. Initially, Smith's position was that 1. We would only be permitted to access a draft of the report in Washington, D.C. between December 23 and December 29, 2024, the week of Christmas. 2. We would only be permitted to take handwritten notes during our review. And 3. Any comments or objections to the draft would have to be Blanche Law PLLC, 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 3. Submitted in writing by the close of business on December 29, 2024. Aside from all counsel living outside D.C. and planning on spending time with family that week, as Smith and his team knew, Smith's proposal afforded zero oppo 1I unity for President Trump to assist counsel in reviewing and preparing any response to the report, given the irrational conditions imposed. Apparently working under a self-imposed deadline, Smith's team informed us, implausibly, that permitting defense review of Smith's unlawful draft report during the first week of January 2025 would be too late to allow us to complete our work. Subsequently, Smith walked back those now clearly false claims and permitted defense counsel to review the 2-volume draft report in a conference room at Smith's office between January 3 and January 6, 2025, without allowing counsel to access the internet or use their own electronic devices while in the room with supposedly sensitive documents that the press has known about for weeks by virtue of Smith's leaks. 2. Preparation and release of a report would violate existing law. Preparation and public release of a report by Smith would violate the Constitution and existing law, including the Appropriations and Appointments Clauses, the Special Counsel Regulations, the Presidential Transition Act, and the Presidential Immunity Doctrine. Collectively, these considerations distinguish the circumstances surrounding the release of reports by prior special counsels. Here, release of an unlawful report would not comply with applicable legal restrictions, or be in the public interest. 28 CFR. Section 600.9, c. See also id. Section 600.7, a. A special counsel shall comply with the rules, regulations, procedures, practices and policies of the Department of Justice. Therefore, you must countermand Smith's proposed course of action, id. Section 600.7, b, and he should be removed for dereliction of duty, and good cause, Section 600. 7, d. Smith was not validly appointed, and Congress did not provide funding for his improper mission. No statute authorized you to deploy a private attorney against President Trump and others, and Smith functioned as a principal officer acting without the necessary Senate confirmation. In addition, the DOJ permanent indefinite appropriation Smith relied upon was and still is inapplicable. The only judge to have examined the particulars of Smith's appointment reached these conclusions in an extremely thorough and well-reasoned opinion. See generally United States vs. Trump, 2024 WL 3404555, at *46, SD. Florida. July 15, 2024. On appeal, Smith's prosecutors failed to identify any meritorious reason for questioning Judge Cannon's treatment of these issues, and then abandoned the appeal as to President Trump. Therefore, Smith lacks authority to issue a report regarding his activities while masquerading as a prosecutor, and his office lacks authority to expend any public funds in furtherance of preparing or issuing such a report. Indeed, because Smith abandoned the 11th Circuit appeal as to President Trump, Judge Cannon's decision is a final judgment with issue-preclusive effect on these issues. See, e.g., Bravo Fernandez vs. United States, 580 U.S. 5, 7-8, 2016, cleaned up, in criminal prosecutions, as in civil litigation, The issue preclusion principle means that when an issue of ultimate fact has once been determined by a valid and final judgment, that issue cannot again be litigated between the same parties in any future lawsuit. Bobby vs. Buys, 556 U.S. 825, 834, 2009, same. Preparation and release of a report would also be improper under the special counsel regulations. Those regulations only call for closing documentation, in the form of a confidential report, to be prepared, at the conclusion of the special counsel's work. 28 CFR. Section 600.8, c, emphasis added. In light of the violations of the Appointments Clause and the Appropriations Clause, Smith has no lawful work to conclude. Moreover, by Smith's own repeated admission, Smith has not concluded his mission. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 4. Rather, presidential immunity based on the national mandate ends MG from President Trump's overwhelming victory in the election has made it impossible for Smith to proceed, and rightly so. Smith's representations in the District of Columbia regarding his dismissed prosecution of President Trump reinforce these points and make clear that no closing documentation is warranted. 28. CFR. Section 600.8, c. Smith wrongly relied on the claim that presidential immunity is temporary, which is not the case, to ask that the charges against President Trump only be dismissed, without prejudice. 2. The plain implication of Smith's position, which Judge Chutkan adopted, is that he does not believe his work targeting President Trump has reached its conclusion. 28 CFR. Section 600.8, c. Thus, taking a contrary position in order to justify preparation of one last long-winded, inaccurate, and unlawful smear of the president-elect and others would violate the special counsel regulations. Public release of a report by Smith would also disrupt the ongoing transition process and violate the Presidential Transition Act. The orderly transfer of the executive power is one of the most important public objectives in a democratic society. The transition period ensures that the candidate will be able to perform effectively the important functions of his or her new office as expeditiously as possible. Memorandum from Randolph D. Moss, Assistant Attorney General, OLC, definition of candidate. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 207, Winking Face 2000 WL 33,716,979, at *4, November 6, 2000, cleaned up. One of the top priorities of any presidential administration is to protect the country from foreign and domestic threats. While a challenge at all times, the country is especially vulnerable during the time of presidential transitions. 3. Thus, the transition process is an integral part of the presidential administration, in the national interest, and part of President Trump's public function as he prepares to govern. Memorandum from Randolph D. Moss, Assistant Attorney General, OLC, reimbursing transition-related expenses incurred before the Administrator of General Services ascertained who were the apparent successful candidates for the office of President and Vice President. 2001 WL 34,058,234, at *3, Jan. 17, 2001. Congress passed the Presidential Transition Act to protect these critical functions. The purpose of the act is to promote the orderly transfer of the executive power in connection with the expiration of the term of office of a president and the inauguration of a new president. 3 U.S.C. Section 102 Note, Section 2. Any disruption of the transition could produce results detrimental to the safety and well-being of the United States and its people. ID. Consequently, under the Act, all officers of the government, including the Attorney General and, according to his claims, Smith are required to conduct the affairs of the government for which they exercise responsibility and authority, in a manner that promote orderly transitions in the office of President. ID. This includes, inter alia, appropriate lawful steps to avoid or minimize disruptions that might be occasioned by the transfer of the executive power. ID. Creating and releasing a prejudicial report to the public would violate these commands by giving rise to a media storm of false and unfair criticism that President Trump would be required to address while preparing to assume his Article 2 responsibilities. Equally problematic and inappropriate are the drafts 2 ECF No. 281 at 6, United States vs. Trump, No. 23 CR. 257, DDC. November 25, 2024. 3. Center for Presidential Transition. Presidential transitions are a perilous agement for national security. August 16, 2023. https skeptical smiley face presidential-reports-publications/presidential-transitions are a perilous moment for national security. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I. www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 5. Baseless attacks on other anticipated members of President Trump's incoming administration, which are an obvious effort to interfere with upcoming confirmation hearings, and Smith's pathetically transparent tirade about good faith efforts by X to protect civil liberties, which in a myriad other contexts you have claimed are paramount. A one-sided, improper report by Smith, particularly if publicly released, would also violate the presidential immunity principles that Smith has conceded foreclose him from proceeding against President Trump. Indeed, footnote 1 of Volume 1 inch of the draft report concedes that Smith has brazenly included conduct for which the Supreme Court later held President Trump to be immune from prosecution, and subsequently further highlights the incredible hubris that has clouded the judgment of Smith and his staff from the outset by falsely claiming that the Supreme Court's decision is ambiguous with respect to holdings and reasoning that Smith simply does not like, based on guidance from OLC, which Smith's staff subsequently informed us that the office improperly failed to document in any way, in violation of inter alia, DOJ policy regarding the handling of exculpatory information. Smith has acknowledged that presidential immunity is categorical, and that it applies while President Trump is the president-elect. Prior to his inauguration, 4. A public report by Smith would unnecessarily and unjustly add to the inappropriate, peculiar public opprobrium that has resulted from Smith's unlawful activities thus far. Trump vs. United States, 603 U.S. 593, 613, 2024. OLC explained previously that such public stigma and opprobrium could compromise the president's ability to fulfill his constitutionally contemplated leadership role with respect to foreign and domestic affairs. Memorandum from Randolph D. Moss, Assistant Attorney General, OLC, a sitting president's amenability to indictment and criminal prosecution, 2000 WL 33711291, at *19, October 16, 2000. He stigma arising from the need to respond to such charges through the judicial process would seriously interfere with the president's ability to carry out his constitutionally assigned functions. ID. At *22. The release of a report would also pose an unconstitutional risk of diverting President Trump's personal time and energy and would, inevitably, entail a considerable if not overwhelming degree of mental preoccupation. ID. At *25, emphasis in original. A single prosecutor, such as Smith, should not, and must not, be afforded the practical power to interfere with the ability of a popularly elected president to carry out his constitutional functions. ID. At *19. The framers' design of the presidency did not envision such counterproductive burdens on the vigor and energy of the executive. Trump, 603 U.S. At 614, cleaned up, in sum, the same legal principles and logic that required Smith to dismiss his prosecutions of President Trump require that his activities be terminated without further action. Preparation and release of closing documentation would violate the Constitution and existing law, harm the activities of the transition, and weaken the federal government that you have sworn an oath to support. The collective application of these circumstances make this situation entirely unlike any prior special counsel report. Preparation and release of a report is therefore not in the public interest. 28 CFR. Section 600.9, c. To the contrary, the course of action Smith proposes would further solidify the well-founded perception of partisanship created by Smith's violation of DOJ policies in connection with decisions based on his ultimately failed attempt to influence the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. For all of these reasons, you must countermand Smith's proposed course of action, remove him, and stop the preparation and/or dissemination of the draft report. 4 ECF No. 281 at 6, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 257, DDC. November 25, 2024, T. He Department's position is that the Constitution requires that this case be dismissed before the defendant is inaugurated. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 6. 3. Smith's report violates the presumption of innocence. The presumption of innocence is the undoubted law, axiomatic and elementary. Coffin vs. United States, 156 U.S. 432, 453, 1895. It is vital and fundamental to our constitutional system, id. At 460. And its enforcement lies at the foundation of the administration of our criminal law, id. At 453, see also. Cool vs. United States, 409 U.S. 100, 104, 1972, holding violation of defendant's constitutionally rooted presumption of innocence, required reversal. The presumption serves as a reminder to the jury that the prosecution has the burden of proving every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. United States vs. Starks, 34 F. 4th 1142, 1158. 10th CIR. 2022, and thus, may be extinguished only upon the jury's determination that guilt has been established beyond a reasonable doubt. Mahorny vs. Wallman, 91 7 F.2d 469, 471 N.2, 10th CIR. 1990. Emphasis in original, collecting cases. Consistent with these bedrock principles, the Justice Manual prohibits prosecutors from publicly declaring a defendant's guilt prior to a jury verdict, or otherwise disseminating statements inconsistent with the presumption of innocence. Justice Manual Sections 1.7.500, 1-7.600, 28 CFR. Section 600.7, a special Council shall comply with the rules, regulations, procedures, practices and policies of the Department of Justice. Rather, prosecutors must limit their statements to the substance of the charge as contained in the complaint, indictment, information, or other public documents, and any release issued before a finding of guilt should state that the charge is merely an accusation, and the defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Justice Manual Section 1.7.500. Moreover, DOJ personnel should refrain from disclosing, inter alia, a NY opinion as to a defendant's guilt, or any other observations about a defendant's or party's character, except as appropriate in the proceeding or in an announcement after a finding of guilt. Justice Manual Section 1 to 7.610, emphasis added. These restrictions ensure that the Department's statements do not prejudice the rights of a defendant, or unfairly damage the reputation of a person. Justice Manual Section 1-7.100, see also 32 CFR. Section 776.47, except for statements that are necessary to inform the public of the nature and extent of the trial counsel's actions and that serve a legitimate law enforcement purpose, refrain from making extrajudicial comments that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. D.C. Bar Rule 3.8, same. The draft report violates every one of these core requirements. Despite Smith's decision to dismiss his cases against President Trump, and his complete failure to obtain a jury's determination that guilt has been established beyond a reasonable doubt, Affahorny 917 F.2d at 471 N.2, emphasis in original, his draft report repeatedly, and falsely, claims that President Trump, Carlos de Oliveira, Waltine Nauta, and others have committed crimes and otherwise engaged in purported criminal conduct. For example, Volume 1 of the draft report falsely asserts, without any jury determination, that President Trump and others, engaged in an unprecedented criminal effort, was the head of the criminal conspiracies, and harbored a criminal design. Draft Report, Volume I at 2, 68-69. These false accusations of criminality, which Smith again utterly failed to prove in court, repeat throughout Volume 1. C. E.g. id. at 3, 52, 60, 64, 67, 88, 108. Likewise, Volume 2 asserts, without any supporting verdict, that Mr. Trump violated multiple federal criminal laws, and that he and others engaged in criminal conduct. Volume 2 at 60, 88, see also, e.g. id. at 89, 121. Moreover, the draft report makes these allegations despite Blanche Law PLLC, 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 7. The ongoing prosecutions of de Oliveira and Nauta, which would cause gravely unconstitutional prejudice if released. Neither the Constitution nor applicable regulations or ethical rules allow Smith to make public extrajudicial claims that purport to reflect conclusive determinations of guilt backed by the imprimatur of DOJ. It is the role of the jury, not the special counsel, to weigh the facts and determine guilt. Other special counsels have recognized this foundational fact. For example, special counsel Herr carefully cabined his observations to what some jurors could, might, may well, or, at most, would likely conclude. See, e.g., Herr report at 4, 5, 9, 10,204, 206 to 211, 214 quadrillion 216 trillion 218 billion 220 million 233,235, 240 to 42, 246. 47. At all points, Her's focus was on whether jurors assessing Mr. Biden's guilt and intent would be persuaded, id. At 241, and not on the special counsel's unilateral views or opinions regarding Biden's obvious guilt. Likewise, special counsel Mueller expressly declined to apply an approach to his report that could potentially result in a judgment that the president committed crimes where, as here, no charges would be brought. Mueller Report, Volume 2 at 2. In special counsel Mueller's view, Amos concerns counseled against any kind of public accusation because he ordinary means for an individual to respond to an accusation is through a speedy and public trial, with all the procedural protections that surround a criminal case. An individual who believes he was wrongly accused can use that process to seek to clear his name. In contrast, a prosecutor's judgment that crimes were committed, but that no charges will be brought, affords no such adversarial opportunity for public name clearing before an impartial adjudicator. ID. Moreover, special counsel Mueller warned that a public disclosure of a prosecutor's unilateral judgment would only heighten these dangers. ID. He possibility of the report's public disclosure and the absence of a neutral adjudicatory forum to review its findings counseled against potentially determining that the person's conduct constitutes a federal offense. Justice Manual Section 9-27.220. 4. These reasons, special counsel Mueller's report did not draw ultimate conclusions about the president's conduct, id. At 182, but instead for each of the relevant actions investigated, set out evidence on both sides of the question. LTR. From Attorney General William Bann, at 3 Mar. 24, 2019. To the extent special counsel Smith possesses any authority to draft a report, and he does not, he should have applied the same principles as special counsels Herr and Mueller, which the Constitution, the Justice Manual, and applicable regulations and ethical rules all require. That is providing a dispassionate description of the relevant facts, free of any gratuitous commentary regarding President Trump's conduct, let alone direct accusations of guilt. Smith failed to do so. Instead, he chose to construct the draft report as a partisan weapon designed to unfairly damage the reputation of President Trump. Justice Manual Section 1-7.100, in a manner calculated to heighten public condemnation. 32 CFR. Section 776.47, while providing no adversarial opportunity for public name clearing before an impartial adjudicator. Mueller Report. Volume 2 at 2. Accordingly, the department should not, under any circumstances, permit Smith to complete or submit the draft report in this form or otherwise disseminate it to the public. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 8. IV. Preparation and release of a report would serve no valid purpose. There are many practical and prudential reasons to obey the law here. Preparation and release of a report by Smith would not be in the public interest. 28 CFR. Section 600.9, c. In 2023, Smith and his office levied extremely serious, and entirely false, allegations against President Trump in two separate cases. Smith has now been forced by the rule of law to dismiss both of those cases. It would be highly improper and contrary to the public interest as well as inconsistent with the reconciliation and public healing process that is necessary following divisive and unconstitutional actions by Smith to allow him to create and disseminate yet another document recycling politically motivated and inaccurate claims that the law has forced him to abandon. Indeed, no legitimate governmental interest is served by an official public smear of an individual when that individual has not been provided a forum in which to vindicate his rights. In Ray Smith, 656 F.2d 1101, 1106, 5th CIR. 1981. Smith lacks the credibility that is necessary for such a report to be reliable or valuable to anyone, as his biased and unlawful approach to these cases has been widely criticized and discredited from the outset. 5. Quite appropriately, he is the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Office of Professional Responsibility, further diminishing any value from a report. 6. Smith's unlawful plan would reinforce the likely prospect of an executive branch that cannibalizes itself, with each successive president free to prosecute his predecessors, yet unable to boldly and fearlessly carry out his duties for fear that he may be next. Trump, 603 U.S. At 640. The enfeebling of the presidency and our government that would result from such a cycle of factional strife is exactly what the framers intended to avoid. ID. At 1999 hearings relating to the Independent Counsel Act, Ted Olson argued that the final report has turned into an excuse to file long exhaustive expositions which rationalize the investigation, as well as offer opinions regarding and or pronounce judgments on the individuals investigated, and generally make the independent counsel look good. 7. Attorney General Janet Reno pointed out, more succinctly, that the price of the final report is often too high. 8. Deputy Attorney General Eric Holder. 5. WSJ Editorial Board, Jack Smith loses in the People's Court, WSJ, November 7, 2024, 5:52 p.m. https://vwww.wsj.com/opinion/donald-trump-fonnie-willis-alvin-bragg-juan merchant LC 68 F 640. Jonathan Turley, opinion. Donald Trump just won the greatest jury verdict in American history. The Hill, November 6, 2024, 10:56 a.m. https://thehill.com/opinion/campaign/4976533- Trump prosecution's lawfare end. Ellie Honig, so what happens with all the cases against Trump now? NY. Mag. November 8, 2024, https://nymag.com/intelligencer/iecle/what-will-happen-with-the-charges against Trump. HTML. 6. Letter from Chairman Jim Jordan to Jeffrey Ragsdale, DOJOPR, Dec. 4, 2024. https://vww.scribd.com/document/800789357/judiciary-to-DOJ secret__password equals VPHCTDDH31HJ7MTM5IB8 7. The Future of the Independent Counsel Act, hearings before the S. Com. On Governmental Affairs. 106th Cong. 231, 1999, Prepared Statement of Theodore B. Olson. 8. The Future of the Independent Counsel Act, hearings before the S. Com. On Governmental Affairs. 106th Cong. 252, 1999, Prepared Statement of Attorney General Janet Reno. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4461. 1. New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 9. Added, the reporting requirement goes directly against most traditions and practices of law enforcement and American ideals. 9. Based on this feedback, Congress permitted the Independent Counsel Act to expire, and DOJ promulgated a reporting regulation that was much more restrictive than its statutory predecessor. 10. For the quarter century that DOJ has operated under these regulations, DOJ has not released a single special counsel report concerning any individual who has mounted a successful defense in court, as President Trump has done with respect to presidential immunity. For good reason, the special counsel regulations state that the purpose of a report is to explain the prosecution or declination decisions. 28. CFR. Section 600.8 c. When filing and resolving a case in court, that information, together with the defense's responses, becomes part of the public record. An additional, one-sided report would only sow confusion and undermine the judicial process. Here, Smith has explained himself and sought unsuccessfully to justify his actions ad nauseum. This has included routinely leaking sensitive details regarding the actions of Smith's office to the media, in violation of DOJ policy. In October 2024, it was leaked that Smith planned to pursue his two cases against Mr. Trump for as long as he has the legal authority to do so, including during the period between Election Day and the inauguration, when Mr. Trump, if he prevails, would be president-elect. 11. A similar July 2024 report cited a person familiar with Mr. Smith's thinking. 12. As another example, we first learned from the media, rather than Smith's office, that they were considering dismissing the prosecutions of President Trump. 13. And we learned for the first time via private outreach from media sources, rather than Smith's office, that Smith is working on a report. 9. Reauthorization of the Independent Counsel Statute, Part 1, Hearings before the HCOM. On the Judiciary, LO 6th Cong. 86, 1999, prepared statement of Deputy Attorney General Eric Holder. 1. Degree compare 28 U.S.C. Section 594, H, L, B, calling for a final report, setting forth fully and completely a description of the work of the independent counsel, including the disposition of all cases brought, with 28 CFR. Section 600.8 c, calling for a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by the special counsel. 11. Maggie Haberman et al. Trump says he'll fire Jack Smith, special counsel who indicted him, if he wins again. NY Times, October 24, 2024, https://www.nytimes.com/2024/10/24/us/politics/Trump-Jack Smith, HTML. 12. Alan Feuer, special counsel, is said to be planning to pursue Trump cases past the election. NY Times, July 2, 2024, https://www.nytimes.com/2024/07/02/us/politics/Jack-Smith-Trump-charges.html. 13. Pierre Thomas et al. Special counsel Jack Smith expected to wind down Trump prosecutions. Sources: ABC News, November 6, 2024, 3:26 p.m. https://abcnews.go.com/politics/special-counsel-Jack-Smith expected wind Trump prosecutions. Story? It equals L1557646. Devlin Barrett, Jack Smith assesses how to wind down Trump's federal cases. Official says, NY Times, November 6, 2024. https://vwww.nytimes.com/2024/11/06/politics/doge-trump-federal-cases.html. Blanche Law PLLC 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 10. In addition to the leaks, Smith filed 4 gratuitous speaking indictments, held a lawless press conference before the national media, and filed hundreds of pages of briefing in 2 district courts, 2 courts of appeals, and the Supreme Court. Smith's inappropriate 165-page motion for immunity determinations, accompanied by a 1,885-page appendix, is an especially egregious example of Smith's proclivity to seize all available opportunities to issue lengthy diatribes attacking President Trump. Based on Smith's biased view of the law and evidence. 14 Smith insisted on the filing, which even Judge Chutkan characterized as atypical. 15 to further publicize his narrative in the lead-up to the presidential election. Smith's tome was not responsive to a defense motion, had no basis in the federal rules of criminal procedure, and violated DOJ's election interference policies and practices. C. E.g., Justice Manual Section 9-85.500. 16 Having previously insisted on highly restrictive protective orders that prevented dissemination of discovery, based in part on histrionic, unsupported claims about witness identities, Smith abandoned those arguments and released the contents of protected reports, grand jury material, and accounts from thinly veiled witnesses whom the media immediately identified. Under these circumstances, there is no legitimate need for an additional report to explain Smith's prosecution or declination decisions. 28 CFR Section 600.8 c. His baseless rationales for prosecution are already fully public. So too is the selective description that his office prepared of the legal basis for the motions to dismiss, which Smith's office caused OLC not to further memorialize in violation of the Brady Doctrine and DOJ policy. Moreover, the draft report goes far beyond merely explaining Smith's prosecution or declination decisions, deviating instead into extensive and irrelevant discussions on purported litigation issues, including post-indictment immunity litigation and Smith's violation of the department's political non-interference policies. See Draft Report Volume I at 107-37. Although Smith may wish to air his baseless and politically motivated grievances regarding the constitutional importance of immunity, and otherwise provide feeble and transparent excuses for his plainly political motivations, that is not the purpose of a special counsel report under 28 CFR. Section 600.8 c. A report must simply explain a special counsel's prosecution or declination decisions, and nothing more. The draft report violates this core principle. The issuance of such a report, in violation of the Constitution, the Transition Act, presidential immunity, and DOJ's own regulations, would exacerbate the irreparable damage that Smith has already inflicted on DOJ's reputation for nonpartisanship through his repeated violations of DOJ policies about election interference. As we noted 1 year ago in opposing Smith's failed attempt to obtain certiorari before judgment on presidential immunity, which the Supreme Court rejected, Smith's actions create the compelling appearance of a partisan motivation to ensure that President Trump will face a months-long criminal trial at the height of his presidential campaign. Bridge. In op. To Pedin for writ of 14 ECF number 252, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 257, DDC. October 2, 2024. 15 ECF number 243 at 2, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 257, DDC. Sept. 24, 2024. 16. See also a review of various actions by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and Department of Justice. In advance of the 2016 election, U.S. Department of Justice Office of Inspector General, June 2018, at 18, in. General, the practice has been not to take actions that might have an impact on an election, even if it's not an election case or something like that. Available at https://s3 documentcloud.org/documents/4515884 DOJ-OIG 2016 election final report.pdf. Blanche Law PLLC, 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 11. Certiorari before judgment in United States vs. Trump, number 23-624, at 21, filed Dec. 20, 2024. Smith's nakedly partisan election interference motivation was obvious to commentators across the political spectrum. Cid. Citing many sources. He best traditions of the U.S. Department of Justice. Call for prosecutors to avoid the appearance of election interference in the prosecution of political candidates. ID. At 23, emphasis in original. Federal prosecutors may never make a decision regarding an investigation or prosecution, or select the timing of investigative steps or criminal charges, for the purpose of affecting any election, or for the purpose of giving an advantage or disadvantage to any candidate or political party. ID, citing Justice Manual Section 9 to 27.260. Smith's latest illegal plan to launch yet another partisan attack against President Trump, de Oliveira, and Nauta will have the same injurious effect on DOJ's reputation if not stopped in its tracks. Further, preparing and releasing a report would be improper for the additional reason that Smith has relied on numerous legal theories that are unprecedented and incorrect as a matter of law. Many of those issues were the subject of ongoing litigation at the time Smith dismissed the cases. To name a few, these issues include the lack of statutory authority for Smith's appointment, Smith's reliance on official acts allegations in both cases in violation of the Presidential Immunity Doctrine 1. 7. Smith's unlawful theory. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 1512, c. 2, in violation of Fisher v. United States, 603 U.S. 480, 2024, equal protection violations, based on selective and vindictive prosecution theories. 18. The unprecedented unlawful raid at Mar-a-Lago, and violations of the Presidential Records Act and NARA's long-standing practices under that act. 19. There were also numerous discovery disputes in both cases, including unresolved motions in the Southern District of Florida regarding Brady obligations, the scope of the prosecution team, and intelligence community holdings, which further call into question the reliability of Smith's theories. 20. Smith's draft report presents a selective and inaccurate response to only some of these issues, and then proceeds as if his theories are well-founded and undisputed. Nothing could be further from the truth. Finally, given the status of Smith and his team as the inauguration approaches, using additional taxpayer resources to prepare, review, and disseminate a report is not a legitimate use of taxpayer funds even if there were a valid appropriation here, which there is not. The special counsel's office has spent tens of millions of dollars since November 2022, all drawn unconstitutionally from the indefinite appropriation. United States vs. Trump, 2024 WL 3,404,555, at *46, SD. Florida. July 15, 2024. For the Period preceding March 31, 2024, Smith's office had used $20 million from a permanent indefinite appropriation and an additional $16 million from other unspecified DOJ components. 21. The costs of Smith's activities since March 2024 have not yet been released. It is clear, however, that the total figure 17 ECF number 324, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 80101, SD, Florida, Feb. 22, 2024. 18 ECF number 328, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 80101, SD, Florida, Feb. 22, 2024. 19 ECF number 327, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 80101, SD, Florida, Feb. 22, 2024. 20 ECF number 262, United States vs. Trump, number 23 CR 80101, SD, Florida, Jan. 16, 2024. 21 Special Counsel's Office, DOJ, Statements of Expenditures, https://www.justice.gov/sco-smith. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. January 6, 2025. Page 12. Will greatly exceed by an extraordinarily wide margin what all of this lawfare was actually worth to the public, the operations of the government, and the country as a whole. Smith's proposed plan for releasing a report is unlawful, undertaken in bad faith, and contrary to the public interest. Smith's conduct also raises grave concerns under Article 2 because it unlawfully encroaches on the executive authority of the incoming administration of President Trump to resolve the issues surrounding Smith's office in accordance with President Trump's commanding national mandate. From the voters. The time has come to put an end to this weaponization of the justice system and move forward constructively. No report should be prepared or released, and Smith should be removed, including for even suggesting that course of action given his obvious political motivations and desire to lawlessly undermine the transition. If you elect to proceed with Smith's plan, we again respectfully request notice of such decision prior to any publication of the draft report, allowing us to take appropriate legal action, and 2. That this letter and Smith's meritless responses to the legal arguments set forth herein be incorporated into the report. C.C. Jack Smith, Special Counsel. J.P. Cooney, Deputy Special Counsel. Via email. Respectfully submitted. ISL Todd Blanche I Emile Bove. Todd Blanche. Emile Bove. Blanche Law PLLC. ISL John Lauro I Gregor Singer. John Lauro. Gregory Singer. Lauro and Singer. Attorneys for President Donald J. Trump. Blanche Law PLLC. 99 Wall Street, Suite 4460 I, New York, New York, 10005. 212-716-1250 I, www.blanchelaw.com. Delivery by hand. The Honorable Merrick B. Garland, Attorney General of the United States. Robert F. Kennedy, Department of Justice Building, 950 Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20530. U.S. Department of Justice. Jack Smith, Special Counsel. January 7, 2025. Re. Letter from Counsel to Donald J. Trump of January 6, 2025. Dear Mr. Attorney General, as you know, my office provided counsel to Mr. Trump, Mr. Nauta, and Mr. De Oliveira. An opportunity to review a draft of my confidential report and to provide any response in writing. By 2 p.m. on January 6, 2025, so that my office could consider any issues that counsel identified in the final report before officially transmitting it to you. Only Mr. Trump's counsel chose to provide a written response in the form of a letter to you. That response fails to identify any specific factual objections to the draft. Instead, Mr. Trump principally objects to public release of the report, and in service of that objection makes a variety of false, misleading, or otherwise unfounded claims, while the determination as to whether to publicly release the report, consistent with applicable legal restrictions, is yours as Attorney General, see 28 CFR. Section 600.9, c. I felt it necessary to address below certain inaccuracies set forth in Mr. Trump's letter. As an initial matter, the office extended Mr. Trump a special accommodation by allowing his counsel to review a draft of the report. Such an accommodation is not required under the law or regulations. Nonetheless, the office elected to provide Mr. Trump's counsel access to the draft report through what it understood to be a process similar to that employed by special counsel Robert K. Hur, by allowing counsel to review the draft in person over the course of 4 days, in the office's workspace, without contemporaneous access to personal electronics but with the ability to take notes, including the use of government laptops on which to draft a response. Specifically, on December 11, 2024, Mr. Trump's counsel requested an opportunity to review the report before it was submitted to the Attorney General. On December 15, 2024, the office informed Mr. Trump's counsel that it would make arrangements for counsel to review the draft report and provided a range of dates when the review could occur. After Mr. Trump's attorneys complained that the initial review dates that the office offered conflicted with their vacation schedules, the next day the office changed the schedule to provide the dates they requested. It was thus surprising and disappointing to see Mr. Trump's grievances about these accommodations. In his letter, see Trump letter at 2 to 3, especially after Mr. Trump's counsel explicitly stated their genuine and personal appreciation to the office for the new dates in a phone call on December 16, 2024. Mr. Trump's other CNT1C1 SMS of the review process are similarly disingenuous. For instance, he complains that he was prevented from reviewing the underlying documents cited in the draft report, id. at 1, but over the 4 days Mr. Trump's attorneys were given to review the report, they never requested access to a single underlying document, despite the fact that the office had attorneys on hand specifically assigned to respond to any questions counsel might have. Relatedly, Mr. Trump insinuates that the office improperly demanded that counsel delete discovery productions prior to their review of the draft report, when in fact that deletion was required by the protective orders that federal judges entered in both of Mr. Trump's criminal cases. See United States vs. Trump, number 23 crossing -80101, ECF number 27 at 3, SD. Florida. June 19, 2023, United States vs. Trump, number 23 crossing -257, ECF number 28 at 2 to 3, DDC. August 11, 2023. In sum, Mr. Trump's counsel had a full opportunity to review the draft report, and only came to the office to review it on the first 2 of the 4 days available. Upon completing that review, Mr. Trump has not contested a single factual representation in the report, instead objecting only to its public release. Other complaints by Mr. Trump are addressed and rebutted by the report in court. decisions. For instance, Mr. Trump recycles his baseless allegation that the office's work constituted a partisan attack, a claim flatly rejected by the only court to have ruled on it. See United States vs. Trump, number 23 crossing -257, ECF No. 198, DDC. August 3, 2024, denying Mr. Trump's motion to dismiss indictment based on selective and vindictive prosecution, finding no evidence of discriminatory purpose, no evidence demonstrating a likelihood of vindictiveness, and no evidence that would lead the court to infer that prosecutorial discretion has been abused. Internal quotation omitted. The report explains in detail the office's steadfast adherence to neutral and even-handed application of the law and to the department's election year sensitivities. Policy. Mr. Trump also persists in his challenge to the Attorney General's authority to appoint a special counsel, which is the subject of a pending appeal in the 11th Circuit. See United States vs. Nauta et al. No. 2412311, 11th CIR. As explained in my report, the office is confident that the department has strong arguments to prevail on that issue. Finally, Mr. Trump's letter claims that dismissal of his criminal cases signifies Mr. Trump's complete exoneration. That is false. As the office explained in its dismissal motions and in the report, the department's view that the Constitution prohibits Mr. Trump's indictment and prosecution while he is in office is categorical and does not turn on the gravity of the crimes charged, the strength of the government's proof, or the merits of the prosecution, all of which the office stands fully behind. Sincerely yours, Jack Smith.